All right, so you all serve aboard the Spirit's Tide, a pirate ship. After a very successful but risky raid upon a coastal temple, you manage to get your hands on a powerful relic, yet your luck has run out. The winds that were ever on your side disappear entirely, leaving your sails slack and your ship listlessly drifting. It has been days with your supply of fresh water and food slowly running out. At night, strange lights can be seen circling the ship from somewhere deep below the surface of the water. And all this leads to secrets, some long kept and others new, bubbling to the surface as tensions rise. Molly Mortar, Captain Molly Mortar, you have just awoken and you have taken the quarterdeck. Your first mate, Naya, approaches you with a look of concern furrowing her brow. And already it begins. I am scrolling through my notes looking for a specific line.
Mood.
I haven't even paced one length of this ship. It's too early.
We're like two minutes into this recording. But we begin as the sun is just climbing, the sky painted red. And Naya approaches you, Molly, and goes, "The lights appeared again last night. They circled the ship a whole 6 times before they disappeared this time."
Is that more or less than usual?
More. About twice the length of time that we recorded the night before.
How many days are we at this, by the way?
Roll me a d10.
Oh, shit.
Roll low.
Yeah.
4.
It's been 9 days.
Roll me a d10. I don't care what number you.
No, I was gonna add 5 to it regardless. So you had a minimum of 6 days.
Okay,
Ash just
so
wanted you to have the illusion of choice.
you know what? I accept this. That is also what I give the rest of you, so this is fine. So 9 days, and of those 9 days, have the lights been around every day?
They appear every night.
And is it like obviously this is six times around, which is twice as many as the night before, but like
The first time they were seen, it was like they just kind of appeared and then disappeared. You weren't even certain if there was anything there because like only one person saw it, and it was like, okay, you might have just been seeing things. But they have been sighted every night since then, and have been getting longer each time that they appear.
Okay, so six nights, twice as many as last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who was on watch last night?
It would have been Naya and about like maybe 4 other sailors.
4 other random NPCs?
Yeah, just crew members. Nobody,
Excellent.
not an officer.
Right. And everybody saw these lights.
Yep. I would say at this point, every person on this ship has seen these lights at least once, if not multiple times.
Okay, nope, that's fair. This is just Molly being like, ugh. Well, and they're gone now. They go away like when the sun rises or something?
In this case, they circled 6 times and then disappeared.
Oh, okay.
I'll say that at about this point, too, the whole crew is rousing. You have your gunners kind of... they're taking... basically, everybody's taking their posts, but, like, there's literally no wind in the air, so it's kind of mostly for show, as people are just, like, have nothing to do on board the ship.
Fair.
And this includes all of you other lovely officers and notable people who have names, unlike majority of this crew. So...
And faces.
Are all of the tokens people?
Yes. So your red tokens are going to be your gunner crew, and your blue tokens are just going to be assorted sailors.
Okay. I'm just looking at where everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's the general mood of the ship that I can see now that everyone is like taking their places?
Give me an insight check.
Let me pull up my character sheet for the first time, everybody. Molly, what's your insight? Tell me it's better than Lucas's.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do any comparisons for
Missing
that
that plus
reason.
15, are we?
That was cocked. That was the same number. God damn it. 10.
10. Man, I thought Molly was supposed to be good at insight. Am I
She
thinking of a
is,
different
but
person?
not when she rolls that low of a number.
Okay. Well,
Oh my
you're
God.
lucky because in this case it was not a high DC.
We're getting
as
warmed up. It's fine. I haven't had my morning coffee
yeah.
in 6 days.
Yeah, you ran out of coffee like
Exactly.
Yeah, I would say that you can pretty easily tell that things are very tense. You see multiple people kind of like pacing almost as if, they're caged, which essentially you kind of all are. And there's like even a lot of people notably muttering like in discontent. And Naya kind of looks at you like she hasn't missed a beat of this either, and is fairly concerned by it.
That's fair. I agree with that, though I don't show it on my face. All right. And it looks like there's no wind again. Yeah.
If there was so much as a breeze, I think we'd all rejoice, Naya says.
Yeah. She's my favorite. Oh man, don't tell anybody. She's great.
Lucky's first mate.
I mean, yeah, as one does. All right. Well, let's just rally. Got a whole nother day of this ahead of us. See if we can spot anything. Anyone talk shit? Let me know.
You hear your helmsman.
Helmsman. What is a helmsman?
Helmsman is the guy who controls the wheel.
Okay.
He drives the boat, and he is kind of like keeping the rudder steady right now, but it's like it doesn't really take any concentration. And he's close enough to hear you speaking with Naya, and he just makes a small scoffing laugh.
Excuse me? Do you have something to add to this conversation?
No offense, Captain, but we've been rallying for 9 days.
And you'll rally for days more.
Are we just gonna rally on by while we starve to death on this ship?
I don't take kindly to that tone.
You kind of see him tense a bit, like he knows he's treading on some dangerous waters with you.
Oh, he's not treading on any waters yet, but he could be.
But you do see there's on the other side of this quarter deck, your navigator is presently doing whatever Stars wants him to do. But next to him is another sailor who kind of steps up and just kind of goes like, Wow, my brain just blanked. Um, but
That effect on people.
yeah,
It's okay.
yeah.
Also
It's all
okay.
you. But he kind of just goes like, Captain, we need a plan here. We can't just wait for the winds. We want to know what course of action. But before we all, die out here one way or another. If not from starvation and dehydration, then whatever the fuck is coming here at night. And you can see that this guy is not saying this with like disrespect, but like he has
Yeah.
genuine fear and edging on panic now
Yeah.
in his eyes.
Okay. Um, so I know nothing out of character
Yeah.
about ships. Do we have? Does a pirate ship or a ship like this typically have like whatever it's called, those little boats that are not rowboats, but they have a word, they have a name?
Dinghies.
Lifesaver?
Dinghies, lifesavers? No.
Also, fun fact, tenders.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we figured out what those were. Okay. Yeah. So do we have those on board?
Yeah, you'd have this is a fairly small ship, so I'd say you'd have one.
Okay. And how close are we to land? Like we went to a temple. Did we like immediately after getting back on the ship, like we're just right next to it still, or like did we make it a ways out?
You did make it a ways out. Um, you would know that. Well, you're probably. Excuse me. A few days away from shore, at least. Um, However, without the winds, your ship has been drifting a bit, just from currents. So your exact positioning would have strayed some. You are presently in an area called the Windless Sea, which is essentially just this whole stretch of the sea that typically doesn't really get a whole lot of air currents, essentially.
On
There we
a
go. There's
on
nothing
a
crazy
relevant
about that.
note,
Yeah.
a question for the DM just to make sure.
Yee yee.
You assigned my character a few spells
Yes.
that, assuming we tried and it didn't help.
Yes. So those, yeah. I mean, I
'Cause
believe
I've done that
it's
in other games, and for somewhat in a comedic manner, and I'm like, this is less comedic than those situations.
yeah. I did knowingly assign you those. My
Okay.
thought process
I-
was that you had them prepared because you were trying to do that exact thing.
'Cause I looked at that and I'm like, okay. So I wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, good to know.
Yep.
Because if I was a druid, I absolutely, and picking my own spells, I absolutely would have tried that at some point.
Exactly. There is nothing strange about any of this. It is just what it is. Right, right. A plan. Yes. You don't think I have a plan? I have a plan. I'll tell you what. Rally a little bit longer. Let me pretend that I am getting morning coffee, and then I'll talk to the crew.
Make a persuasion check.
What is that?
How persuasive is our captain?
You know, less persuasive than Lucas, and that is gonna how I'm gonna judge every roll that I make tonight.
I'm sorry.
I'm not rolling again. I'm just making sure it's capable of rolling other numbers. Okay. Just-
Valid.
We're gonna die out here, guys.
Listen, All right, so unless my first mate here has a chance of backing me up here, that's an 8.
Honey bunches of oats.
Could be worse.
Yes,
On
it
the
was not a
wheel.
1.
I would say, are you trying to keep your voice quiet during this conversation?
No.
Okay. So I would say that that sailor in particular doesn't look particularly convinced. But more worryingly is that you can tell that other sailors have overheard this and are taking it as the captain doesn't have a plan.
Fuck you all. I'll prove you wrong.
And the rest of you who are more, dealing with the crew firsthand at the moment as you are mingling with them, those mutterings get louder. The guy that was talking to the captain kind of steps back towards the navigator, sort of giving the navigator like the side eye, like, oh Jesus fuck, expression. The sorry, I'm trying to remember all of your names as well.
They're on
Molly,
the roll 22.
they
I
are,
made a
but
list
I'm not
for
necessarily
myself.
looking at them, so I have to like click over to that tab. Um, but
Can you see our can you see our Discord names?
no, I'm on my notes. That's
Oh, never mind.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. I was gonna
So,
change my name to if that helped, but no. Okay.
no. So, but Adrius, your gunners, you command the gunners essentially. They answer ultimately to the captain, of course, but you are their immediate superior officer. Um, and what would you say is your relationship with your gunners?
Uh, I would honestly like to think that he has a really good relationship with the gunners. Um, of the crew, like I wrote in the relationship for the crew, including the other crewmates, and the gunners, I just wrote down that they just universally like him and he likes them. He kind of hates all the other crewmates, though. The unnamed NPCs, that is.
Freaking slackers.
Can't even use a gun.
That's how I figure that works.
Useless.
That's fair. So you can tell that in this moment, with the captain standing steadily declining these last few days, that they trust your judgment on things more so, and they kind of as some people in the immediate vicinity overhear the captain, and there's kind of this wave of whispers as like people are telling other people what the captain just said and being like, the captain doesn't have a plan, the captain doesn't have a plan, can you fucking believe this? um, some of your gunners are like looking at each other and whispering about it, but then also like going to you and being like, what are we supposed to do if like she doesn't have a plan?
Uh, Honestly, if I just happen to see any of them, like whispering or anything, I'm gonna guess based on this that Adrius has probably figured out what's going on by now. He would call them all to attention. Just, hey, get back to work. Whatever they are doing on a still ship doesn't matter. He's gonna call them and get them back to attention.
uh All right, yeah, I think that they would probably follow your command, with no issue. They kind of all they've been doing for the last 9 days is basically cleaning the cannons and ensuring that the powder stays dry. So they just kind
Cannons
of
are so shiny.
yeah. Um, it's just mindless busy work at this point. But yeah, they snap back to attention.
Then Adrius would probably, after that, just kind of as he's walking by them casually, make sure that they are working, but make his way over here just a little bit to listen in a little bit better as best as he can.
Trying to
Did I die?
listen for what exactly?
Did I freeze?
Oh,
Everybody froze.
Everyone else froze.
Nope.
Did I lose internet?
No, you're here.
We're here and we still
Still
hear
hear you?
you.
this is
Oh.
Oh
We
no.
lost Heather though.
Uh-oh.
They're going to knock on his door.
well, now Tony froze. Oh no, never mind.
Nope. He's just
He's just very still.
Heather's video feed is struggling though.
Oh, now we lost
Oh, I'm
Tony.
here.
Oh no.
We lost
no.
both of them.
Oh no.
Oh no.
All right, guys, quick, help me make a plan. Just kidding.
And how are we gonna vote these two off the island? I mean the ship.
Oh my god. There was so much panicking. Oh shit.
Hello, welcome back.
We can hear you.
Did you hear my panicking all the way up to me closing it?
I
Yeah.
mean, you
Well,
you panicked
a
and then
little.
you shut down and then yeah,
I don't know what just happened. I'm sorry.
it happened to both
Hello.
of you. Whatever just happened. So
Yeah,
Great internet.
something
we
weird
have like
happened.
really bad winds happening right now because we're in
Well,
Michigan.
is it that bad outside?
Can
Yeah.
you share some with the ship?
I 100% would love to. I will
Don't be
taking
surprised.
donations
If that happens again.
in
So.
the form of gold.
I don't know where I left off. I was describing that Adrius would just
We heard
kind of
everything you said.
Yeah, you
What's
said
that?
that he was listening.
yeah.
Are you
Okay.
listening for anything in specific?
No. But his attention is on the captain. And I didn't hear what you said in reply to that, so that's where I left off. So
I had only asked what you were
Okay.
listening for in specific before too.
okay.
So yeah, I would say not anyone on board the ship is trying to necessarily hide that they're whispering. If anything, in some cases, the whispers become just like outright conversation. As not your gunners, they have quieted down. As
Good
they
man.
yes. But those slackers that are the rigging crew and so forth are just like being conversational now. As you can tell, Calliope, that there is some panic beginning to brew on the ship. And it is your job, typically as bosun, to be the liaison between the crew and your commanding officers,
Yep.
specifically Naya and the captain. And one of these crew members comes up to you and just kind of goes, by your reckoning, how many days do we got left in supplies?
Do I have an answer for that?
You would say probably about 3 days. Maybe less. Depending.
Okay. She would kind of pause for a second, like she's doing mental math, checking her ledgers and stuff. And then she would reply, I think we have just about enough time for the captain to get it together.
And,
She hasn't failed us before. It's just a rough patch.
only need to fail once, though.
Yes, but it hasn't happened yet, and that is an excellent track record.
Give me a persuasion check.
Guys, I love her.
Amazing. It's like, look at this. It looks like mind your fucking business. Go back to work. That's what
Alright,
it
hang
sounds
on.
like.
Persuasion, you said?
Yep.
That is going to be a 16.
They seem mildly like that particular sailor is like, okay, fair point, fair point. Like, not like super put at ease, but like he's not gonna argue with you about it. Let's see. And how about our navigator going back to you a bit as this man talks up
Yes.
or talks back to the captain and then steps back to stand next to you, kind of side-eyeing you. What is how are you feeling about all of this? What is your response?
Well, I primarily, if no when nobody's talking to me, I've just been staring up at the sky, kind of with an airy look about me. Even after the sun is up and you can't really see the stars anymore, I still am looking as though I can see them just fine. Uh, uh, well, I do not think fear and panic will get us through this. Uh, there's no point in deciding blame just yet. Uh, as the bosun has said, the captain has not led us astray. I believe we should keep our trust in her. If it is her fault, then once we are out of this, we can discuss that. But that is not for now.
The sailor beside you kind of just has like a, do you have any idea how far off track we might be at this point? Would you know what direction to go?
Well, I know exactly which direction to go. We just can't move at the moment, is the problem. We can solve that. We are golden.
My cat keeps jumping onto my lap. This is not the time, Mira. He kind of nods a bit. You can see that that certain answer of I know exactly which direction to go at least puts his mind at ease of like, okay, so it's just one problem we have. Or technically one problem wrapped in three others, but you know. And our surgeon,
And I just keep looking up at the sky.
yeah. Our surgeon. So you have had your hands full for at least the first few days leaving the raid because there were injuries to attend to, things like that. You had a lot to do. And you have since had some to do as during the raid, the ship took a prisoner. And this prisoner is the priestess Idella. She was somebody that the captain had you bring back to the ship in the hopes that she would reveal what the relic does. However, in this time, she has withstood all attempts of persuasion and intimidation, saying absolutely nothing, and even remaining steadfast against like physical persuasion of one kind or another. So you've had your hands full of tending
No.
to her as well.
When you say tending, I beat the shit out of her?
No. You are the one fixing her up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. We deserve to be eaten by this fucking... Okay.
You make sure
I mean,
she's
we are
still good for the
pirates.
next round.
I can't say nothing. Okay.
You're like the albino from the Princess Bride. Gotta make sure she's healthy.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
That's fucked up. So I've been spending the majority of my time pretty much fixing her or making sure that she's stable past the 3 days of the first 3 days back.
Yes. And she hasn't been severely tortured or anything because, of course, she needs to be. You basically, the captain has not wanted to risk killing her because she is the only person on this ship who may know how to use this relic. Um, but have you had to maybe disinfect some a cut or whatever? Yes, you have. So
Makes sense. Okay. I imagine she's below deck.
she has been kept in what basically amounts to a brig on this ship. So there are 2 points of the ship that I have not necessarily mapped out, but I can show you where they are.
Okay.
Through this door is the brig. It's basically just a very almost closet like space. It's just a door essentially. It's literally just a closet that you lock this person in. And
Is that in the forecastle?
yes,
Okay.
in the bow of the ship. So right through there, and then through this door of the ship, there is the galley, which is where Runetooth primarily can be found throughout the day.
Okay. Since it's the beginning of the day, would it be safe to assume that Casimir hasn't been able to do any of his rounds yet as far as helping Runetooth with whatever meager food we have left? Preparing that meal and or talking to this priestess. How do you spell her name?
Idella.
X.
Hey, I got it right.
You did not put X. That was not. I literally wrote it, you freaking brat. Damn it. That was messed up. Cool, thank you.
I was about to be cheeky and be like, hey, DM, how do you spell that name? But Heather beat me to it.
I did. I'm sorry you couldn't get it. So is it safe to say that I've already done those rounds, or?
No, you are probably just about to do these rounds.
Okay, so I would have heard those whisperings as I was wandering about.
Yes. Everybody has heard these whisperings / open conversation.
Awesome sauce. All right, so from there, Casimir isn't going to address anyone specifically as he wanders. He will go to the brig, and it's not. You'd have to open the door, right? There's no window, like you said. It's a closet.
Yeah.
And I imagine the crewmate, crew number 7, blue number 7, is watching the door.
If they're watching the door, so you would not have the key offhand. You would have to go get the key from Naya.
Okay, then instead of going there, I would traverse to Naya then. Again, not partaking in any of the conversation, but intently listening, but not adding. So then from there,
As you approach, Molly will take notice that you're approaching. I won't say anything right away, but it's noticed. Like a side eye.
mm-hmm, that the presence is known, but I don't need to talk to you kind of thing. I get it. It's a power move. Okay.
I see you.
Not even drunk yet. Yeah, so he'll reach that's the bridge, right? Do I know that much at least?
That'd be the quarterdeck.
God damn it.
It's
Anyway.
fine.
I approached these two people on a platform on a ship. I'm so sorry. I should have looked this stuff up.
All right, none of us know anything about chips. It's okay.
I have a diagram. I have 2 diagrams open.
Casimir will kind of give a curt nod to Mortar and say her name, Mortar, as if to just address her, but then immediately look to, is it Naya?
Naya, yes.
Yeah. I need the key to check on the prisoner.
She kind of digs into her vest and then just sort of tosses it to you.
He'll grab it and then do a nod as in thanks and then promptly leave. I won't talk to none of you.
Is this him being grumpy, or is this just like how he is all the time?
Yes and no. So,
Crossing the main deck to head for the forecastle.
yes, I am crossing the deck to go back to the prison closet, the chosen, well, the no room, the timeout space, whatever you want to call it. That's
The
where-
bridge. It was named.
Brig.
The
Brig. The brig.
This ain't Star Trek, you guys.
It's the choky now. That's what it is. He will knock to let his presence be known again, and then he'll wait a second to kind of hear if there's any movement. Because he's not dumb. He doesn't want to open the door and have her jump out. And then does he hear anything, I should say?
You hear absolutely nothing.
She's dead. She killed herself, guys. All right. He's good.
Short-lived.
I
NPC.
imagine we've taken precautions for that. Anyway, at least I hope we did. That would be a huge oversight after 9 days. He'll then unlock the door, step in, shut the door, and put the key kind of in his. Actually, rather, I'm sorry. Let me change the events. He'll unlock the door, hide the key on his person, and then enter and shut the door.
All right, you enter. You see Idella just sitting on like this floor, essentially. Every time that you have entered and seen her, she is always composed looking, even if she has been like recently beaten or anything like that. She is always composed, always stoic. You have never heard her say a single word the entire time she has been on the ship.
Have I inspected her throat, specifically like her larynx and whatnot?
Oh
to
yeah,
see
she
if
is
there's any
completely
damage?
capable of talking. She's just
Okay,
not.
so she's choosing
Just a
not
bit.
to. I was just making sure that Kaz would have made the cursory, inspection. Inspection? What's it called? Whatever it's called, inspection.
Yeah.
To make sure that she is capable and that there isn't any damage. Okay. From there, he'll step in. You said she's sitting?
Yeah, she's kind of just like sitting in that like legs tucked underneath herself way. Her hands just folded in her lap.
He'll kneel down and keep his posture relaxed, to kind of get on her level without being in her space. He's still kind of keeping a respectful distance. I think I might have a way to let you go. But in order to do that, you have to talk, at least to me. Are you willing?
She, when you first entered, was looking just kind of like her eyes cased straight ahead at nothing in particular. And that is usually what she does. She just kind of seems to
Zone
wall everybody out.
Damn. I mean, I can't blame her.
But as you say that, her eyes slide over to look at you. And it's just very untrusting.
I understand I haven't given you reason. There's nothing I can offer, apart from my word, apart from my actions. I know no harm has come from you from me. I know that means nothing, considering. But I don't mean you any harm. And I want off of this ship, same as you. And you can help me with that. And I promise you I'll do everything in my power to keep it that way. But you have to talk to me, or I can't make it work. Otherwise you die here with the rest of us.
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, guys, I get to roll. My persuasion is bullshit. Okay. I forgot my.
Do it.
You
That's a
did
natural
tell us he's
20.
Hey!
But it's -1.
But it's still a nat 20. That's
I know,
great.
but I need to let people know it's a 19.
like, take that, man. I can talk to people too.
She She's gonna look up and be like, no, and then just look back. The check was like 32.
So she looks at you carefully, and you can see like the suspicion in her eyes fades. Um, and then she opens her mouth, and you can see like there's almost like a point where she's like considering what to say, and then she like has the smallest sigh and just has, nothing you do will make any difference.
I missed half of that. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Nothing you do will make any difference.
Why? Is it already too late? Fuck. She just shut down again, didn't she?
Gotta roll another nat 20, sorry.
She does go quiet again.
He'll
You can make an insight check if you want.
yeah. Yeah, I think I'll do that. What's my insight? Oh, okay. That's a fucking 5.
I feel you. Power.
Oh, God, that sucked.
Those were the first words you've ever heard this woman speak, and
I'm taken aback. I'm like, shit, she talked.
you're taken aback, and she's also unreadable as all hell in the first place. So
He'll continue to sit there in his posture in silence for a moment and kind of look her over. He will also kind of half-heartedly sigh and stand. If that is true. You've already given up then? There's truly nothing we can do? And of course he doesn't expect her to respond at this point. He'll take a step towards the door and he'll stop right before opening it. And he'll look back to her. If you change your mind, if there's something I can do, you be sure to tell me. And then he'll leave. Shut the door and lock it behind him.
okay.
Eventually he'll make his way back to give the key back to Naya.
As you give the key back to Naya, she does kind of look at you, squinting a little bit over her sunglasses, as she just kind of has like a, any luck?
No. Quiet as a stone.
Yeah, that seems par for the course with that one. As Naya kind of looks to you, Molly, in this, like, as she honestly sighs and just goes like, maybe we should just throw her overboard. She kind of seems like bad luck in and of herself.
Hmm.
And risk our only chance knowing what this thing does? No, she'll break.
As you say that, Naya frowns a bit, but she nods. She does not argue with you, as Naya never does.
Naya is my favorite.
The truth of it all. Not even hiding it. Not even hiding it. Kaz will not comment either way on their conversation. And he'll give a nod as if, all right, if there's nothing you need from me, I'm leaving. And they'll promptly try and leave their presence if he's excused, if you will.
He's talked to her a bunch of times, right? Or like not talked to, but like he's been down
yeah,
with
he's
her
treated her.
a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah.
And no, I won't call the insight check. I thought about it. All good.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, okay. So I was trying to figure out how to word it. I was just trying to ask. He's been down there a bunch of times, and you know he's usually like this, but Is there anything different at all about
I mean, in this instance, he's still talking to you and regarding you as he would normally.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem out of sorts. He's using the same tone. He's still going about his day. So his demeanor hasn't changed at all, no.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. That's fine. Bast is like, call the fucking insight check. No.
It's like, start shit.
She watches him go.
Cool.
Like you can feel her watching you walk away.
Squirrel.
He keeps a normal gait. He doesn't look back. He doesn't make it seem like he's bothered in the least.
So, about this point, dawn itself kind of moves into early morning, as like that red tint in the sky kind of fades into a very clear blue, sun beating down, and honestly, in this windless sea, it's hellish. Yeah, it's awful. There's no shade on board a ship. So
Tieflings. Ugh.
Love this hot weather.
Do tieflings get sunburnt?
heat resistance. But I will say stars, roll a d10.
A D10. Okay.
It's gonna add 5 to it.
That is a 2.
You rolled the only one that wouldn't apply in this instance.
Would you like me to roll again?
Yes.
I'll roll my my D100 or the D percentile. That is
Say a 2.
a 6.
Okay. So you, about this point, you kind of head below deck, kind of at the behest.
I'm very pale after all.
Yeah. You're very pale, and also, as these murmurings are continuing, that other sailor from earlier continues to talk to you about, like, what course to chart. And you kind of head down to go look at your maps, and kind of, like, reassess your course and in what direction you would have to go in exactly in order to clear the windless sea, if you can manage to move, that is.
Right.
So, and as you are down below,
More than just 1 inch at a time from the spell that I have.
yeah, there are like a number of portholes on each side, and you see something pass by. But the nature in which it passes by is strange to you because it looks as if it swam past.
Curious. Like, it's in the air, but it looks like it's swimming.
Kind of. It's like the...
It's not in the water?
It is not in the water. You cannot see the water from these portholes without, like, going directly up and looking down. It's
Right.
like... as if something did swim kind of through the air, but not flying. Like, it's very brief. You don't even get a clear look at what it was.
Should I make a check to see if I think I'm seeing things, or if that's something I want to follow up on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sun
Give me
sickness getting to him.
Give me a wisdom check.
Okay. I was gonna ask if I should insight myself, but that'll be the same thing anyway. So, dirty 20.
Hey.
You sort of there's like a moment where you're like, you pause. Actually, there's a weird moment for a split second, you don't even question it. Like, instinctually, you're just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then you're like, wait, no, it doesn't. Like,
This is a normal occurrence.
Hold on.
Hold on.
and then, like, you think about it further, and, like, maybe you, like, do another glance out, see if maybe it was like a seagull flying by or whatever, but you don't see anything, and you kind of just have like a, I must just be, it must just be the heat or something.
Putting that aside,
And as you return up to the deck after doing your calculations, you can figure that if you can clear the windless seas, which you figure would take no more than a day, if only you can find a way to move the ship without wind, then you would probably be within 2 days of shore.
so if we can get moving today,
Yes.
we have enough provisions.
Yes.
But I don't know about the provisions, but out of character. Okay. All right. Well, with that knowledge, I suppose, I will head back up. I will go over to report this to the captain and first mate. And if that guy is still following me, it'd be like, can you not?
Oh, that sailor's not following you.
Okay, thank you.
Personal
He's covering his face.
space.
That was perfect. He's like, no.
He had been talking to you on deck, but when you went below deck, he stayed up on like the quarter deck.
Very good. I approach near the captain and first mate and wait to be acknowledged, as I assume is standard.
Yep, she would not. Is that like yes, you can come up thing.
Okay, I nod back and I close the rest of the distance. Captain,
Yes.
I have been consulting my maps and charts. And I am keeping my voice down because of all the mutters and whispers after previous conversations. If my charts are correct, if we can find a way to move the ship once more, we should be able to clear the windless seas within a day at most.
That's the best news I've heard in 8 days.
Have we learned anything so far about the artifact we recovered?
Relic? No.
Is there... I wonder if there is a chance that it has some significance, and if anybody can figure something out about it, perhaps there is a small chance that it can get the ship moving. I know nothing about it, so this is...
There was a
optimistic
brief
conjecture.
moment. It was...
Molly was like, go on. Do tell.
I'm listening. Have you heard anything? No? Okay.
This is perhaps uncharacteristic optimism on my part.
No, we can all
It
use
is
a
an
little bit of
avenue
that.
that it is an avenue we have not been able to explore.
Well, you get that priestess talking, maybe your optimism will be rewarded. I wouldn't. Not by me. I'm talking about, like, it actually succeeding. I see that face. I see Heather's face. I'm not looking at your face. Your face, I'm imagining, hasn't changed. But Heather...
Do I need to turn off my video? Because I do make so many expressions, and I
No, I love it. I love it. I'm just
That's-
saying,
that's
like,
part of
to
the entertainment.
clarify.
Okay, I do as well.
Great.
I feel like I still have a DM face even when I'm a player.
It's good. I really associate it with your character anyway, so it's pretty
That is
appropriate.
valid.
But
Your
yeah.
character would make a good dungeon master, I think.
Oh, good.
like
Well, in
that.
that case, there's someone in the brig who would love to see you.
They can certainly try.
I need some chill. I'm not ready for this.
Oh, so good, so good. Yeah. But yeah. It's possible. We don't know what the relic does yet, but it gets us out of here.
To the DM, is there anybody on the ship that knows anything about magic besides like me and the stars? I know we have a sorcerer on board.
I'm proficient in Arcana. For whatever that's worth.
You'd
The
probably
sorcerer
know
gunner.
that.
Kablam! Bring
It-
the thunder.
You'd probably know that your Master Gunner is proficient in Arcana to some degree or another. Around this time, the whispers of the crew do shift, kind of from this subtle frustration to more so like people just being like, I mean, how long could this last? The winds are gonna come, right? Like, and as people are now like starting to theorize that maybe it's just been like a bad few days, a bad 9 days, and that we're due for a storm or like a breeze or something like that. And it's almost like hopeful, but like the kind where it almost makes you roll your eyes, where it's like there's no reason to believe this, guys. Like,
I feel like if Calliope overheard any of this, she would do her best to like subtly nudge people towards like the more optimistic view of like, yeah, it's not that bad. Like, we're in the windless sea. Of course it's gonna be windless sometimes. That's normal. Like,
this is totally normal. People have been adrift in the windless sea. They get out. You know, the winds pick up occasionally. So
the
But
only
be over
reason
here,
people
like,
know to tell anyone about it is because they got out, right? Like,
yeah.
fine.
So it's not that bad. It's not that bad, guys. We've got plenty of food.
Calliope is like, we're all in this together.
Throw her off first.
So what's the plan with the relic and the ship?
Well, he said, yeah, go ahead.
If this may perhaps be ill-advised, but have we allowed the Master Gunner to see if he can discern anything about the artifact?
No. And we won't be doing that either.
Entirely valid. I merely wish to present options. The decision is, of course, yours to be made.
I appreciate hearing options much better than this idle chatter of nothing to do.
Naya speaks up and goes, Captain,
Yes.
it may be that if the priestess won't give us answers, that someone else could perhaps figure out, with enough time to examine the relic.
I can't tell if your sentence is finished, Naya.
It is. She is phrasing this very, very uncertainly because you did already say no to this idea, but she's essentially being like, but maybe, what if?
But what if we did do that? What if yes?
Like, I know you said we're not, but what if we did?
An excellent idea, Naya. I will take another look at the relic. And in the meantime, who would you recommend to try to get the priest to speak this time?
Well, I was thinking that someone perhaps more
More.
proficient in the use of magic could take a look.
Use of what?
Use of magic.
Oh, okay.
The word cut out. I was like, I assume
did.
what it was said, but it did cut out.
And I
Let me
was
move my mic a little bit closer.
I'm like, proficient in what? Proficient in what?
It's okay. She was just stuttering her way
proficient.
through the sentence.
Proficient.
What's does it just sound like she's still kind of treading carefully, or what's this tone going on here?
She's reluctant to basically give you the same suggestion or to throw her support behind someone else's suggestion. But yeah, she's reluctant to throw her support behind someone else's suggestion.
Especially that weirdo.
Especially that weirdo.
I mean,
Weirdo,
the
that's
navigator
certainly-
is so reliable, though.
It's
He has
true.
great ideas.
It's true. I think it's highly unlikely that this item conjures the winds. But if we are, in fact, only a day out of the sea, then perhaps we should put our efforts towards figuring out how to make this ship move until the wind decides to grace us with its presence again.
So, what is your order?
Out of character, how do we move a boat without wind?
Uh,
Well, the captain spell does not work.
I know how you'd move a little boat. I don't know how you'd
You
move
get
a
out
big
and
boat.
push.
you
You rig
could
the cannons into rockets.
Listen, we are a ship of pirates that a bunch of us have abilities. Like, I know my crew. Like, what do we have at our
So,
disposal to make a ship
at
move?
least as far as plain and simple mundane supplies, you are on the right track with a dinghy. You could feasibly tow the ship until you have winds, but it's extremely slow moving because it is only a dinghy and it would likely tire people out.
Well,
It's one option.
I was going to say, I would like to point out to everybody who's thinking about these same things as me that slow moving is better than no moving.
As the captain said.
As the captain says. So, what's the plan, extrovert? Yep, let's do it. Just play the captain, they said. Never mind that you have to make decisions. Oh, okay.
But the British accent, though.
Not with me. I don't have a British accent.
I know, but that was the plan behind you being the captain. Was to gain ourselves a British accent.
You're right. I did bring this upon myself. Okay.
Rewind.
What's the plan? All right. The crew is not muttering anymore.
They
The
seem
tension has been...
hopeful, in fact, especially with Calliope kind of like leaning into this optimistic sentiment. You can hear people just being like, it's gonna be fine. The wind's gonna be here any second.
Yep. Okay. Naya says, what's the plan? And Molly says, go ahead and gather the crew.
With that, Naya does call for attention on the ship, kind of shouting out across the deck. All of you can hear her. You even see Runetooth kind of like poke out of the galley, sort of like cease whatever he's doing to kind of like bumble on over, essentially. As everybody
While
kind
she's
of. Hmm?
while she's doing this, I'm just gonna take a moment to just turn away and look out at the sea, but like just away for a moment while she's gathering the crew.
Okay,
and
so
and I will clear out of the way so I'm not standing in front of the captain while
You can
she's
stay.
addressing the crew.
You can stay nearby though.
Adrius is going to stand leaning against this mast with his arms crossed, but listening.
I'll,
I
I'll
like
stay
it.
on the quarterdeck.
Good call. That's good. I want you nearby. Is
number
it
5.
Orin
Let's see.
or how do you pronounce that first name?
Yeah, just Orin.
Orin. Okay.
So with that, everybody kind of comes on closer to the quarterdeck, looking interested, although perhaps not as eager for a solution as they were like an hour ago. Now people seem like a little more relaxed.
That's fine by me. I like relaxed for now. I'm sure that will change. So when everybody is gathered, Molly continues that like lingering moment of just looking out at the sea. Just, it sucks to be out here, but she's just enjoying looking at the sea for the moment.
Can I take out one of my guns? I promise I'm going somewhere with this, Jess.
Go for
murder.
And then I pulled out my gun.
it.
You guys would know, probably, having sailed with him, he carries 2 pistols named Bolt and Boom. And he's going to pull out the one named Bolt, which has a handle made of crystal. He's going to point it at the captain and shoot, and cast the cantrip Gust to just blow wind at the captain.
I
Who's
thought-
looking out to sea.
Oh,
Like, in a way to make her look cool, or in a way to make her look stupid?
I'm gonna be like, excuse
We'll
me,
see.
yeah, we're over here. You called the meeting. Don't know if you knew it started, but I mean, we're all here. So
I thought for a second the mutiny was already beginning.
Guys, I haven't even spoken yet.
I was like, damn, nice.
hurry up. Oh my
Like if-
god.
If,
I don't
if
like
she
the
was
word
wearing
already.
a hat, I imagine her hat like flying off into the sea or something.
Oh my god, that'd be funny as fuck. Sorry.
Damn, I finally thought it was safe to take that out.
So,
yeah, what up?
yeah, your coat and hair kind of rustle in this wind, as you then presumably turn to face the crew. What are you saying?
Very dramatic. So she steps forward, and I'm assuming this is the helmsman still standing there, just so I
Yes.
know. Okay, cool. So she puts herself forward so that she can see everybody. Kind of like arms clasped behind, her back, just kind of like looking cool with the wind blowing me, the wind of the windless sea. Gusting. And she starts off with a good morning. And then she sounds much more collected than I am right now. I just stammer over words. So I have to say. Nope, I don't have to say anything. Okay, so I don't like words. I'm sorry. Okay.
I believe in you, Captain.
Thank you.
I like how you looked off screen. That is what got me. Is that you stopped and you turned as if he was right there and went, "Thank you," and then turned back like it was no problem. Because I did. You turned and I was like, "Wait," and I had to think about it for a second. I'm sorry, I derailed.
Yep, it's okay. I know these days have been hard on all of us, but I want to commend everybody for their patience as we wait for Mother Nature to do what she does. But I know that some of us are not quite as interested in continuing to wait as others. And I understand that. And I appreciate that. I'd like you all to know that our trustee, our navigator, Warren, has given me a bit of news. In checking his maps, he says we are 1 day out of the windless sea. All we need is either a wind at our backs or some manpower to get us out of this and on our way. So, since some of you are willing to wait and others are not, I pose to you an option. Shall we wait a little longer to see if the winds come at our backs? Or shall some of you volunteer? And shall we begin making our way out of here by our own merit?
You say that, and you can see, like, even halfway through your little speech, people are kind of like nodding and looking to each other, just kind of being like, yeah, only a day out. Not so bad. Once the wind hits, we're going to be golden. Um, and you can see pretty immediately that people are just like, yeah, we can wait. It'll be fine.
Adrift, though, turns to the gunners and looks at each of them and just gives them a look of, don't you volunteer.
They you can see that your gunners too, like, with this whispering of like, everything's gonna be fine, we can wait for the wind. Your gunners are under kind of the same idea as well. So you can tell pretty quickly that people are content to wait for the wind.
Okay. Excellent. That's settled. I also commend each of you for remaining at your posts, despite not having quite as much to do as on a normal day. And so, for those of you with a bit of restless energy, and there's no like malice in her eyes, but I would like to locate whoever had been muttering the loudest this morning.
Fucking smart.
Just
So
like
that'd be 4 and 5, and that's gonna be 7 and 8. Cass doesn't say that. Heather does.
yeah,
Sure,
I'd like
4,
to-
5,
I'd like
7,
to
8.
I love it. I
Hey,
would like to
leave my
make
gunners
eye
alone.
contact. I'm
No,
not.
they're
I'm
blue.
not.
They were the blue ones. I'm
It's true.
mentioning the
Gunners
blue
are
ones.
blue.
The gunners are red.
Oh, they are. Never mind.
Are
Oh,
they
there's
red?
2 8s. That would do it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. No. So I just would like to, as she's speaking, very casually make a little bit of lingering eye contact with the loudest of the bunch from earlier. Those of you with a bit of extra energy on your hand, if you would like to find a way to make yourself useful, we do have a little boat. It won't fit many of us, but
I'm sorry.
do you have something to say there, Cass? No, just kidding.
It sounds like the surgeon is volunteering.
I hear a volunteer.
You're gonna throw. Okay, I mean, if you want the surgeon out there, I mean, go for it. If somebody
I
gets
mean,
hurt,
no,
good
no,
luck.
no. Just saying. I suggest we're in the middle of an ocean and we've got nothing better to do until the wind shows back up. Perhaps we can catch ourselves some fish.
Has that been successful? Have we?
I have no
I
idea.
imagine we've probably done that. I mean, we've had.
We also had food. I don't know. I'm just saying. If you have some
Yeah,
restless energy, go
Have we
fishing.
been able to eat fish?
Make a I'm gonna say, well, is this like, are you trying to persuade them as you stare them down, or are you trying to like kind of scare them into making themselves useful?
I'm not trying to get them to volunteer necessarily, but there is a little bit of intimidation in that. Just a little vague hint of I am aware of what you were doing earlier.
Aggressive
No
negation.
malice,
Yeah,
no nothing, but just I am aware of you.
It's called being voluntold instead of volunteered. It's
Little
voluntold
bit.
without having to say it.
I would say make
You
a intimidation check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Involunteering them.
ow, hurt myself. Sorry.
All right, all right, all right, all right.
All right. Oh, ladies.
All right.
Intimidation at disadvantage. Excuse me.
Remix.
14.
Ooh. For disadvantage?
Bad.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not bad for a disadvantage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say the two that were loudest against you, 4 and 5, they probably avert their gazes. You can tell that they're not like, they're not going to say anything right now. And they seem to be kind of relaxed as everybody else is now. Like they got it out of their system maybe. But 7 and 8 will try to fish. They will kind of. They seem like a little bit cowed, but under your stare. So they will, as the crew disperses, to wait for the wind. Kind of take up some rods and so forth, and go on over, and everybody kind of goes back to whatever they were doing, which is a whole lot of nothing, but they're gonna
You'd think
do
they'd all want to fish. Nobody's doing anything. Just grab rods.
it.
Something to do.
Kaz, before he walks off, he will step up to. How do you say your name, Tony? Adrianus. Why do I do that? Adrius.
Yeah.
Why do I put
Or
N's in
Adrius,
names?
whatever.
Adrius.
Ariana
That
Grande.
makes you happy.
Damn it, Kitty! You don't
No, it's
understand.
Grande
Now it's
son.
stuck in my head.
Grande son.
He's
You
gonna.
made me a bard. This is the fallout.
Ariana Grande.
So he's gonna walk. He's gonna step up to him and kind of look at him and go, "Could you not do that larger, or is it only for that short amount?" And he's pointing to his crystal gun, the one that created wind in a way.
He's gonna pull out his gun again and point it at you. He said, "Oh, that's the wrong one." And he'll put that one back and pull out the other one with the crystal handle. And he's going to pull the trigger at you. And instead, no, he'll still cast Gust. And you need to make a strength saving throw, please, because he's going to try to push you with it.
A strength saving throw.
Yes.
No, you
I
fucked
had
up.
to fight. I had to fight the reflex to give Tony inspiration.
19.
It's as good as it gets.
I see.
Out of character, this was probably seen by everyone. I have a level 2 version of that cantrip and tried that, and it didn't work.
Okay.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
you
the
guys
rest of them
probably, the
didn't.
first
My
thing you
bad.
did would have tried to cast the Gus cantrip, but that is too ineffectual to fill the sails. And for your level 2 spell stars, that only lasts a minute. And a minute worth of wind twice a day, not enough to move you.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Not,
Can
not significantly.
I insight check Adrius? Fucking.
What
I
are
almost
you
said,
hoping to get
to
insight
determine
about?
if. Hold on, I'm getting there. Okay, bro. To figure out if he's being playful or if he's being mean.
Sure, roll an insight check.
That is a 17.
This man is never playful.
He fucking hates me, guys. Oh my god, I figured it out. Okay, cool. That's all. Uh, Kaz is going to look unimpressed and then just walk off like, okay, great. Like, not even. That's just it. He's just gonna go. He will go
So
off the cliff.
DM, have I had any reason to want to examine the relic?
I
Like
would
I, the
say
player, am curious, but I'm wondering if Adrius has felt any compelling reason to examine the relic.
I need to reread what I sent you. Admittedly.
But Tony just needs to get into the dinghy and use his decanter of endless water set to geyser.
Yes, that was the goods.
Bitch, you have.
Don't have one of those this time.
I would have been gone. I would have been like, bye, bitches. I'm out. Good luck.
I would say, in reference to the original blurb I sent you, you have not been told specifics, but you have an inkling.
And I assume I know where on the ship this is.
I would say everybody on the ship knows that the captain has kept the relic on her. Like, she picked it up in the temple and has kept it somewhere on her person. You don't know exactly where, but, you know, you
Have we seen the relic?
you've all seen the relic. It is a long dagger that is not made of metal. It's kind of made of this blackish brown substance, but none of you have been able to examine it, so you don't actually know what the material is.
So here's what I want to do. Because I was kind of curious about that myself. Adrius is still going to continue to make his rounds. And I don't know how best to do this, but if he happens to get even just a few seconds to where he is by himself by the edge of the ship, or relatively by himself, I would like to cast a spell. Again, using Bolt.
Okay. Yeah, I would say you can find a moment in which you are alone.
I'm going to cast the Dancing Light spell and create 4 orbs of light just under the surface of the water that begin to circle the ship.
Okay. Make a
And then...
Oh.
Oh, I was going to say, and then I'm just going to casually mention it to one of these idiots as I walk by. You were going to say make a deception check?
Yes, yes.
That's good. I'm good with that one. Let's see. At least I think I am. Yes, I am.
When that's resolved, if I could make a follow-up reaction.
17.
17. Yeah, I think that's plenty to fool a bunch of superstitious sailors who are already keyed up. I would say that when you pointed out, like, everybody else sees this and is way more interested than you are, like, initially letting on. Because I'm sure you're not, like, pointing and shouting and making a big deal of it. Yeah.
Definitely not.
But they are. So, as...
Go ahead, Stars, because you had something, but I'll just let you know my hope is to use the distraction to go to wherever this relic is. So I'll just put that in your head, DM. And what were you going to say, Stars?
Oh, well, after the captain's speech, when things had settled down a little bit, I was just going to approach the captain again. This was already what I had in mind. With your leave, Captain, I wish to return to my charts and follow up on a lead that has me curious.
Of course.
Regarding the lights below the water.
I look forward to what you find.
And I start heading down the stairs off of the quarterdeck. And
Right
I
as
would
he's
figure
pointing a
probably.
gun at Heather's character.
Fucking Christ, no joke.
Yeah, so
Fucking kidding.
I don't know what the timing would be if I'm like on my way down or if I'm already down and I hear a commotion, and if I would possibly hear somebody yelling about the lights being back already.
I would say you're probably headed down already.
Okay. I move a little bit faster than people have probably seen me go before because I'm usually pretty just like calm and collected about everything. Um, but no, I run over. I probably like push that first gunner out of my way a little bit, and I'm looking down, looking for the lights that everybody is reported seeing.
So you are now looking for the lights?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, make a uh I would say make an insight check because you can see them plainly. They're not hidden.
yeah, because I want to know if they resemble the lights that have been appearing. That is 16. I don't
I
think I
believe
have insight.
Tony's roll was 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, missed it by 1. I am not proficient. Okay, so yeah, I'm just staring down at them and like taking note of the patterns that they make, watching their movements if they're even moving. Maybe these ones are a little calmer than the real ones since they're just dancing lights, and he would have to like willfully move them.
Yeah, I will say they seem much smaller than normal, but like there's the part of you
But the
that's
sun
like,
is out, so maybe that makes up the difference.
yes, the sun's out, maybe whatever it is further down than usual, not as close to the surface. It's hard to say with water. Um
I pull out a book that people see me with all the time, and I start like sketching out the pattern that they've made and adding it to a collection of other similar sketches.
And I will say that this is shocking to you and everybody else who can see this, um, because you have not seen these lights during the day before, ever in the last 9 days. They've only come at night. Um, so it's highly concerning, and you can see that the the chill vibes on the ship have been immediately just shattered with the sight of these lights.
Tony's over here giggling like a freaking gremlin.
Good job, Tempest Sorcerer.
Um,
Do the lights
Storm
look the
Sorcerer.
same as the ones we've seen at night, or do
make
they look different?
make an insight check.
Oh boy.
Well, I know you
Any
don't care
player
about
who
the
wants
navigator,
to try
but the
to
navigator is 100% distracted by your ruse.
I,
No, that's a 7 altogether.
oof. Yeah, you also are. You would have the same reasoning of like they must be further down. It's daylight, etc. Like
I got a 17, but Kaz doesn't really do magic, so I don't know what I would discern from that.
I would say you don't know what it is. Like you don't. It doesn't click. Like oh yeah, this is dancing lights. But you're like I don't know if this is the same thing. Like it doesn't look like it at all. Like whatever has been coming at night, this is not it. But you don't know the source. Um,
Okay.
uh,
He's
the
not gonna share
daytime
that with
version.
anyone else. Actually, that's such true. He would find Rune Tooth and he would confide in him about what he suspects but isn't certain about.
oh, is Rune Tooth gonna have to roll? I left. Hold on, 1 second.
I was wondering.
Why did I do that? How did I do that? How do I delete this? Delete.
I'm using stat blocks for some of these other characters. And
Now we've done it.
yeah,
Now they're all gonna freak out. Now we're all gonna freak out. Time to freak out.
basically,
Battle
Rune Tooth,
Royale.
Naya, and Idella have unique stat blocks.
Oh, okay.
So, as like
Characters
the
with
actual named
token.
characters. Yeah, Yeah. Rune, Runetooth 100%, 200% believes that these are the same lights that you see at night.
That one?
You got that one. You see him like gaping and like wide-eyed and like kind of like as you approach him, he doesn't even seem to like listen to you, but like he shakes your shoulder. He's like, "Do you believe this?" Like they're coming at in the day now.
I love him so
Ca-
much.
Cass will let him kind of shake him a little bit, but then he'll steady himself by grabbing onto his shoulder to kind of like stop shaking me. But then he'll kind of look to him. Rune, these aren't the same. And he'll keep his voice really low, so if there is any other crew members around, they wouldn't hear that this would be just for Rune's ears.
What else would it be? Like
don't
there
have
are
an
there
answer
are
for
lights in the water circling the ship.
not-
how many
they're
how
not-
many glowy things could there be in the sea?
I'm sure that whatever those lights are, whether it's these being the same or not, there are several things in the sea, and you know this, and we don't know these seas. It doesn't look right. They've never appeared during the day. Why would they appear now?
He listens to intently because you are his friend, and he listens to you earnestly. And he kind of seems to consider this, and just after a moment goes, "So there's something else glowing in the sea that's after us," like with some deep concern.
Shake his head.
You made it worse.
And going back to Tony, what are you? So you are trying to get to where the relic is.
Yeah, I don't know if I put myself in the right place of the ship, but yeah, I'm going to try to wait until an opportune moment to sneak away to go to find the relic.
So you don't know for certain that it's hidden somewhere on the ship or if it is on the captain's person. Just so you know, she could be keeping it somewhere like under her coat.
She would. All right. Well, I'm gonna stick to the plan of what I can actually take action on. So where would I probably know the ship like the back of my hand. Would I have an idea of where it is most likely to be held if it is on the ship?
Probably somewhere in her cabin.
All right, then whether it's on the front of the ship or the back, I would have gone to her cabin to try to sneak in.
Okay. Give me a stealth check. With advantage since you have made this huge distraction.
Come on, metal dice. What is my stealth? I'm not proficient. Let's see. +2. 17 again, so 15 +2 that time. So,
Number of the day.
well, the last time was 12 +5, so this one was 15 +2.
No, I just mean 17 in general.
Yes.
I will say, anyone on deck who is not either stars or basically anybody who has not fallen for this ruse can make a perception check.
It was everybody. It was a great ruse.
That
Perception?
everybody-
Ooh, yeah.
It basically means of players, Calliope and Orin cannot try to look for you because they are looking at the water.
Weird, yo.
willfully.
24.
19.
What?
I rolled a 19. I got a +5, my man.
So you two would see Adrius kind of like after pointing this out just goes below deck.
Who? I wouldn't know. Who else would have noticed? Would I? No. Okay, don't answer that question.
Would they have seen me point it out though? Because I pointed it out to the idiots first, on purpose.
Oh, we didn't see you point it out. We saw you go downstairs.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. They might not know that you were the first one to see the lights. They just would know that while everybody's crowding the railing, you're going down below.
I don't know how Cass would respond to this. He would detach himself from. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can detach. Go ahead.
Cool. I'm gonna detach myself from Rune and let him freak out over the lights that I have so helpfully helped him with. And then Cass will not openly walk all the way straight to where Adrius was. Adrius. He will make his way to the stairs to kind of get a better view of him, seeing when he enters and when he does not enter, but also kind of placing himself at these steps to kind of intercept the captain or Naya in the event that they come down.
That's
Okay.
a good move because she's headed down there.
Perfect.
But just I'm assuming that Naya's beside me, up top.
Yeah, she actually seems to be, she's not running to the railing, but you can see that her eyes are on the stir that is being created by the crew.
Oh, good. I love this woman. She has the same mindset as me, because Molly would have like glanced over like the deck just to kind of look into the water just for a moment, but then her eyes would have been on like who's reacting and in what way amongst the crew, and that's how she would have seen Adrius go down below. But she would have just quietly said to Naya, keep an eye. Don't let anybody do anything stupid.
As you wish.
And then she would just begin very, like, with intent, but like not like zipping downstairs to investigate, but just very like casually and methodically like stepping down the stairs. So we would probably run into each other.
So,
Perfect.
all right. So you are heading down the stairs towards Casimir.
Fucking.
Yeah, basically to come down and around, but you know, I wouldn't know right away that Kaz is intercepting. So, and I don't know if Callie's actually there, but it looks like she's also, three of them are like in that area.
I would have been at the railing because I fudged that insight roll.
All right. So when the captain gets within, I'd have to say, I wouldn't say speaking distance, but like within, I'd have to say about like 5 feet, enough to make eye contact. In the event that the captain does not make eye contact, Cass will.
If you're standing there, we'll make eye contact.
Okay, cool.
But it looks like her attention is on the where Adrius disappeared. But if you're still standing in her way, she will look at you.
Perfect. Having that little bit of acknowledgement. Mortar, do you know what's causing these lights during the day?
I don't know what's causing them during the night either. But I don't like that they've suddenly shown up. If they've shown up.
They're not the same lights. They don't look the same.
They're causing the same effect. That's what's important here.
What's important is keeping the crew calm, and they clearly aren't. I can't stitch up an entire crew if they go crazy.
She'll glance around for a second, and is everybody panicking?
I'm not. I am just fascinated.
Starts like, I'm having the greatest day of my life.
Make an insight check.
It's like, additional data sets.
All right.
Stop
Mod
using this.
20.
Nice.
We've gone beyond panic.
Oh, shit.
As people are now like the good vibes gone. They might as well have never existed. As now you can see people cursing. There's even like one guy like slams his fist on like the railing in like frustration. And even with after Casimir's conversation with Runetooth, like some people overheard that because there were plenty of people around. So they were like, first the Knights at Light, this is something different. Like people.
Oh shit! People heard that.
Yeah.
I was whispering. I made it clear that I only wanted him be here, but that's okay. It's fine.
Rune Tooth was not whispering.
He was screaming.
Cass inadvertently helped with this shit. Oops.
Rune Tooth is the type of person that when he whispers, it's still like it's still an outdoor voice.
Good, so me. Good.
Yeah. So in your humble doctor's opinion, you might suspect he could be partially deaf. You don't know. Maybe.
I brought it up a few times. He doesn't believe me.
Yeah.
He goes, what?
The kitchen is too close to one of the cannons.
Could be.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. And also a design flaw.
Okay. Beyond panic. Okay. And just to remind me, Heather, did you say to Molly they're different, or did you just ask her? Okay.
Like under his breath, kind of in gritted teeth. These are different. They're not the same as the ones at night.
Different how?
They
Like
don't
this is
behave
after
the-
investigating and looking at the crew and just seeing
Yeah.
the different how.
They don't act the same. We've never had this during the day. The waters are always calm here, but the lights clearly need darkness to be seen. Why would they be seen now?
Think there's something foul happening?
What seems suspicious, wouldn't you say? Moments after you say wait a day, and now this?
Feels to me like someone's stirring up trouble. I don't take kindly to that aboard my ship.
Molly,
Where, right behind me, do I hear their
Yes.
conversation?
Molly.
roll
Yes.
roll perception check, stars. Molly,
Okay.
roll a d10.
D what?
D10.
D10. D10. 10.
My
That's an
my
8.
best. Oh, good. Because I got a natural 8, but plus 5.
No, I rolled a D10 and I got an 8 on the D10.
Oh, right.
I didn't contest you.
Well, now I'm sad. Then.
Could I-
That's
I don't know
all.
why I rolled a
Perception
D10
too,
though.
or
What was that, Kitty?
could I roll perception too, or am I a bit too far away?
Let me look at the map. Yeah, you can roll perception. You're not that far.
And what'd you get for perception, Stars?
God
13.
damn it! Dice is going in dice jail. That was like a 7.
Ain't that the way? What'd you get, stars?
13.
Are you guys trying to keep this conversation hidden?
Yeah, we've been whispering.
Yeah.
Give me just
Give her
a
voices
quick stealth check.
Both of us?
Yeah.
19.
Ooh, oh my god, that's 17.
You don't hear
17.
shit, stars. You are aware that they are talking in the background, but you don't get any details
Lights are
of what.
too
What does this pattern mean?
Ah, they're interested in the lights as well. Yes, this makes sense to me.
Callie's like leaning over his notebook. She's like, "Well, if you collect it that way, it might look like a giraffe."
She starts panicking, and she's already passing out. He's like literally just pouring over. He's like, what does it mean? She's like, doesn't mean anything. You have it upside down. And he flips it upside down. He's like, oh my god, that makes sense. And she's like, this fucking twat. Like,
I'm
So
just trying
Molly,
to help.
how are you standing in this moment? Like, just give me an idea.
Okay, well, I'm down the steps because Kaz and I are speaking at the edge of the steps.
Maybe your hand on the banister.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you're maybe poised on the last step as you're speaking to Casimir. You glance off, kind of consequentially, like over towards the banister where your hand is resting. And for a second, you see like the outline of your bones, as if your skin were slightly translucent. And you blink at it, like it's that kind of, like I described to Stars earlier, where for a second you don't question it, and then like you become innately alarmed, like a second later, and then you blink again and your hand's normal. and you don't know what you just saw. Like, and you're aware that you saw it. It's not like you're like, oh, it's alarming and weird.
Heather, just for fun, you want to roll a
Perception to see if you flinch at that?
Yeah. Why don't you see if you notice anything?
You best start believing in ghost stories.
That'd be a 14 on perception to catch if Cass sees her like look at her hand, seem alarm, and look back up.
That would be against a 16, so never mind. Okay, I figured I'd ask because
Yep.
she's good at holding her composure, but I figured I'd give the option there.
For sure.
But she would have looked at it. It would have flickered back to normal. There would have been that spike of alarm that she managed to contain. Quell. That's a good word. And we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this route. She looks back to Kaz, and this is pretty much like shortly after she was like, "There's something fishy afoot, and I don't like it." And you just see steel in her eyes.
Oh shit!
Like, it's not directed at you, but like,
seen it before.
Yeah, she is abruptly just like furious. Like, she's not a barbarian, but she's.
If she was, she'd be raging. Got it.
Yeah, she's so mad. Like just this like flash in her eyes. And the crew is like still freaking out. Yeah. Aside from two people who are, making constellations with the lights in the sky.
Oh, totally.
In the water.
They are not even like panic freaking out, but like angry freaking out.
Right. But like, is it the kind of like people are starting to, you said like one person like punched the railing, but like, are people starting to like jostle? Are people starting to whatever? Are they still just like looking at the water? Like, is this potentially turning into a situation?
Sorry, I thought you were going to say more.
I thought I was going to, and then I stopped. So,
this is so. One guy did like slam his fist on the railing, but their voices aren't raising. If anything, after the initial shock of like, oh my god, there are lights in the water during the day, their voice is lower to like a deep, like, muttering, basically. We're gonna go down below to Tony. So
let's do it.
So, you know what? I actually have a map for below deck as well.
Oh, really? Oh, this is cool.
So there isn't a whole lot here. We're gonna just move a couple people first. 'Cause some of you, well, all of you, except for Adrius, are not here.
Bye, bitches.
Boop.
Bye, Felicia.
So you come through these doors. These are doors. But just to make that clear, into this hallway, essentially. Down these stairs is kind of the crew's berth, where everybody like eats and sleeps and basically just lives for the most part. And then there is the captain's cabin through these doors.
Is the door locked to get into her cabin?
Molly, do you keep your door locked?
Do I keep my door locked? Yes.
Like, you all met Molly, for shit. She probably has that thing bolted, like, probably booby trapped.
All of her friends are pirates.
Yeah, legit. She's on a fucking pirate ship. That door's made of metal. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I think the door's locked.
I didn't really want to do this, but I think I might do this.
Oh, I
Skadios.
think you should probably do it if that's the.
Please don't
if
light
that's
the
where
ship
you're
on
at.
fire. That's the only thing I ask. I prefer if you didn't.
Can I cast Rhymes Binding Ice on the handle of the door to freeze the handle and try to break it?
Yeah, go for it.
Point of no return, guys.
Okay.
He's
I'll
committed.
mark off the spell slot.
I'll say that it'll take like a melee attack of some kind to
Okay.
actually break it.
I'm also going to point out, just because I am trying to be sneaky, Rhymes Binding Ice does not have a verbal component.
Okay.
Important.
And a melee attack. It's a good thing I'm not like the least strong.
I'll say
That's a pretty good one.
if you are trying to make sure that this is quiet, you could roll a stealth check, but your attack will be at disadvantage since it's hard to, break something quietly.
Let me ask what you want me to do here, because I clicked in D&D Beyond instead of rolling my wheel dice because I'm not used to doing that. I rolled an 18 plus 3 there, so a 21. Are you okay with me using that, or do you want me to roll again?
For what exactly? Your attack?
I guess this would have been my attack roll, which I will now do with disadvantage because I do want to try to keep it quiet. So let me roll the second one here. That one is much worse for a total of 10. Or 11, excuse me, 11 to hit. Which might still hit because it's an object and they don't have a high DC. But it's an unarmed strike, so it's only 2 points of damage.
I would say that, you're able to hit it because, it's an inanimate object. I probably would have given it like an AC of 10. So, what was that stealth check?
I did not do that stealth check. Hold on. I didn't. I thought that you just having me do that at a disadvantage. Oh, geez. That one's, I rolled a 17 plus 2, so 19 for the stealth check.
Okay. So I'll say that it probably does take a couple of hits, but you are able to like break it off without making all that much noise.
So what I'm gonna do is go in and shut the door behind me and take out Bolt and just hold it pointing at the door while I start going through the captain's things.
Okay.
I just want to start looking in the obvious places. And, I'm not going to start looking in the obvious places. I'm going to start looking in places like to see if there's a secret compartment under the desk or under her pillow or under her bed. Let's go with the less obvious places first.
Take out the table leg, the chair leg. Take it out. See if there's like
Give me an investigation check.
I'm not very good at those, so let's see how this goes. My whole +0 to investigation. I got a 14.
We will see.
I'll say you start out in the unobvious areas first, and you kind of work your way into the obvious areas from that, and you don't find the relic. You might find other stuff. I don't know, maybe like some silver, her diary, but.
Diary?
You might find a captain's journal. It's called a journal. Thank you.
Captain's log.
Being a pirate?
It's just page after page of Naya's name with a heart.
Being a pirate, he would think about taking the silver, but ultimately he wouldn't. His eyes are on a much bigger prize. And if that's not found in here, if I would consider that a pretty thorough investigation for, a 14. I think he probably would growl, just like I did, and move on. Now he knows he has to get it off of her person somehow.
Yeah, you can be pretty certain with this that it's probably not in this room.
What I'm going to do then is leave this room and just go sit at this table. I'm going to completely ignore the door that I busted, and I'm just going to get myself a drink and have a drink.
Okay.
Wow. Fucking power moves over here. This bitch just sitting there waiting.
God.
Meanwhile, on the top deck, um,
The balls. Okay.
Callie, you are pretty in tune to the crew's feelings. Um, and I would say that you can immediately, like, even though you're distracted by the lights, like, as the muttering starts up and, like, things get quieter, it's just like, oh, oh no. As you kind of sense that things are going south very quickly with these lights appearing. Um,
Glowing or dancing lights does only last for 1 minute. So
yeah, it fades away, but people are still
yeah.
freaking out.
Okay.
I would say that the muttering probably kicks up more so once the lights like fade out of view and people assume that whatever creature is creating them has like dove down into the depths somewhere below you. Um, but yeah, you can tell that the crew has suddenly reached their limit with this.
Mhm. Do, do I get a sense of like what folks are muttering about? Like, is there something specific on their minds, or?
It's kind of so what you hear essentially in all of these mutterings are firstly the shock of this creature being seen in the day in some vein, or the question of whether or not there are multiple sea creatures that are now after you. Um, and there are a lot of people who are thinking that the relic being on the ship might be what's drawing this. But there's also some people who are now wondering if it's divine retribution. Because you did raid a temple. And you do have a priestess locked in your brig.
In the choke.
Yeah,
In the no closet.
not great for PR.
I need to talk to Molly about her image.
Captain, we need to
Stop it.
rethink your marketing plan. Um,
A couple
Okay,
of
You're
so
not PR, you're HR.
it's
no,
it's
no,
kind
no.
of rolled
HR
into
is
one.
Naya's job.
Naya sucks at HR.
Naya is,
I'm the social media manager. That's all I do.
you know, it is fitting that Naya would be the HR like manager because she is absolutely only interested in protecting the company's assets. So
Yeah. So, just circling back a little bit. So, it sounds like most of the crew then is convinced that these lights are being made by some sort of sea creature. That's the vibe I'm getting.
that's kind of what people assume since it's like circling the ship. It seems to
Okay.
be living in some vein. Um, but a couple of people are going to approach you specifically, and they kind of pull you aside away from
Okay.
the captain. As they kind of, one of them speaks for this group and goes, Callie, with all due respect, we know you try to do your best by both captain and crew alike. But things are going a lot further here than I think any of us ever anticipated. And some action needs to be taken.
Yes. I I do agree that perhaps sitting around and waiting is not proving as efficient a use of our time as we'd hoped. Maybe I can speak with the captain and see if I can convince her to try a different tack.
You see them kind of glance at each other, and then that one goes, "We've been speaking for 9 days. I think we're beyond speaking. This is no offense to you, but maybe it's time for a change on board."
Just to check, is this one of the like deckhands or is this one of the gunners?
We're gonna say this is a gunner.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they would come to me with stuff like this because it sounded like they answered to Adrius a bit more, but
Oh, I just got a plan. That fucker got a plan. Of course, Gunner's gonna be like, "Hey, girl,
We're gonna say it's gunner number 3. So
They're just trying to get you on board.
of course it's number 3. It's always number 3. No, so she's gonna.
we're gonna move you
So
over
he says
here.
this to her, and she's gonna kind of like give him a discerning look. Not like she's like upset or like judging him, but she's kind of like just kind of like trying to gauge him. And then she's going to ask, "Is this a warning? An invitation? Or are you asking permission?"
I think everybody on board can speak to your skills. It's an invitation. It's essentially a,
Okay, this is
are
what
you
I'm
with
curious.
us or
I don't
against
know where I
us?
thought this was going, but this is not what I was expecting.
They are essentially
Wait.
trying to recruit at least some of the lesser officers to their side for a mutiny, is the gist that you're getting.
Okay. Okay.
You will also possibly see a couple of other gunners head down below deck at this point. We'll say 1 and 5.
And you say that everyone's on board with this?
Maybe not everyone, but it's never going to be 100%. As he eyes,
Of course not.
as you can see that he is eyeing probably Naya. So,
Well, of course it won't be a unanimous thing, but I guess what I'm wondering is this an imminent course of action, or is there a little more convincing that needs to be done before something like this could be a viable solution to the problem we're facing? Believe you me, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that I would prefer to be on the winning side, and I'd like to do my part to ensure that victory is as smooth as can be managed.
if you'd like to be on the winning side, then I suggest you make up your mind now.
I'm offering my help, darling. I'm asking if you need me to convince anyone else.
They look across the deck, and they kind of go, "We'll need a navigator to get out of here."
oh fuck." I'm sorry. I was doing so well with being quiet up until this point.
Based on what I
Navigators are
know
the
of
greatest
Orin, do I get the vibe that he cares who's in charge? Or is it more like as long as he can do his job, he doesn't really care who's giving the orders?
Also, Molly, go ahead and make a perception check.
Thank
This
you.
is happening on your deck, so.
It is happening on my deck.
Oh, can I do a perception check to see if shit's going down?
Yeah, go for
It's
it.
an
Just flirting
18
with the
for what's
sailors,
happening
guys.
on my
It's a
deck.
normal
Flirting.
day. Talking about.
I might not be able to hear words, but I see things. I haven't survived as captain this long.
That there's mutinous talk over on that side. I can
So-
smell it.
I heard 23 from Heather. What did you roll, Jess?
18.
18. Yeah, I would say I don't know if you're trying to be particularly stealthy about this, Callie. The gunners are, but I don't know if you are.
I mean, she's if they approached her and they're kind of like keeping their voice down, she'd probably match that tone, but like she would be doing her best to maintain a demeanor like this isn't anything out of the ordinary. It's just a normal conversation with the deckhands, like always.
She's doing her job.
I will say
Yeah.
this particular gunner did roll a nat 20 on his stealth check. So the Adrius trained these people well, apparently.
He's ready.
But that said, I would say you probably, Molly, maybe still a little out of sorts after whatever was happening with your hand for a second there. But Kaz, you absolutely see, you pick up the vibes.
Excellent.
And
He doesn't
if
turn
I
to look at
may,
them. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Since the lights are only there for 1 minute,
Would you like to make a perception check? Or do something else?
like on the lights or on the people? Because I don't care
on the
about
people, on the people.
I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna say, as soon as the
That
lights
answers
are
my
gone,
question.
I'm gonna grab like the nearest person. And if that happens to be the captain, I'm not gonna actually grab her. But I'm gonna see who's nearby, see the captain, and just be like, "Excuse me, Captain. If you could please have somebody fetch me if that happens again, I will be comparing this to my notes." And I run back down to my room where I have all my maps and my star charts.
Bro is oblivious to a almost mutiny. He's just like, "I'll be back. Come get me." It's a commercial break.
I feel like that answers my question. Having the navigator is not going to be a problem because he doesn't care who gives the orders.
He don't give a fuck. He's like, "Leave my maps alone. We're fine."
We will bounce down below real quick again.
Here we go.
As let's see, 1 and 5, I believe I said, went down below.
Right.
Go down below and approach you, Adrius. And one kind of just immediately is like, say, we've all been talking. After those lights, the past 9 days, the relic, all of this, we're kind of thinking it might be time for a change in management. We wanted to talk to you about it, though.
My boys, what do you hope to achieve by changing this? Captain's not stopping the wind.
No, but her lack of action. We can't sit and wait. We can't hem and haw. She leaves it to a vote instead of giving orders like a captain should. We need somebody who's decisive to get out of a situation like this.
How many of you are saying this?
The two of them look at each other. And then 5 kind of sheepishly goes, only about all of us.
Oh my god, do I want to start a mutiny right now? It's not time yet. You gotta do these things right. I've been in a few. Have my back, though. We'll get there.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, this bitch gonna be high. They're already up there starting shit. I'm not there. Down below. What are you rolling?
I am doing really well tonight. That is a 22.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Shit. I can't do this.
The
Can't do this.
number one,
Number one.
kind of just gives you a grave nod. Um, they've worked with you for a long time, and they trust your judgment on things. And he just sort of has like a, you give the word then.
Okay. And he's going to get up and start to head back up on deck. I do actually have a question for clarification for you, DM. So I'm going to send it to you in a private message.
Okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt you while you were doing anything with anybody else, so I've been holding on to this.
I'll say as Adrius is heading back up is about when Orin is coming down, scurrying over to where he has left his belongings, which essentially in this crew berth is where you all generally sleep. It's basically a communal place. You just kind of hang up hammocks and such. But you have like a bag and all that you keep your shit in, or a chest, whatever. And you're able to go on over there and grab your star charts and take out whatever you want.
Out of curiosity, the captain is back here. Whose room is this up at the bow?
That would actually be the surgeon's room. So the surgeon doesn't sleep in that room, but that is where he performs surgery. So
Or the surgeons?
Oh.
yes, yeah.
There's a surprising lack of blood in there. I clean up good. All right, cool.
That's where he performs his surge binding.
Oh my god. Can I give
Womp,
inspiration
womp.
to stars that it's unrelated to the game? Actually, can we take a break? I need to feel my
Yeah,
soul.
I was actually gonna say that this would be a good place for a break. So
Oh, thank you.
All right. Take a
I'll be
break.
back.
So, starting back up, Adrius is headed back upstairs while Orin is taking out his star charts. And I believe, was someone going down after Orin?
Kaz and Molly didn't make it that far yet.
Yeah, no.
That's
Okay.
probably in the queue, but I don't think has been stated yet.
Okay, so then we will just quickly go back up to the top deck. So I would say, Adrius, as you get up to the top deck, you can see that a number of your gunners have kind of pulled Callie aside. They're talking in hushed tones. There's a general sense of discontentment across the deck. So what are you all doing?
Does it look like Callie is in agreement with what they're saying?
Give me an insight check.
$16.
Callie, would that be enough?
Oh, do I have to roll something against that?
Yeah, up to you.
I guess if you're
Ooh,
trying
let
to
me
hide
see.
it, you could do deception, but if you're not trying to hide it, then I don't know.
She seems hard to read, I'll say. She doesn't look any different than she normally looks talking to the crew.
Hmm.
So she doesn't seem like she's acting out of sorts.
Yeah.
So Adrius is back upstairs. How is he leaving? Is he like trying to pretend he wasn't downstairs, or is he very confident as he comes up? What's going on?
He's just confident. He's not trying to hide it now. Um, if Orin is right here as he comes back upstairs. Actually, I've been assuming do the stairs come up here at the back of the deck, or was that somewhere else on the deck?
So that doorway over there kind of leads into a hall, and then you have to go down the stairs to the below decks. If that was your question, I'm not sure I
So,
understood it.
well, if I'm coming up, am I coming up right here where I'm currently positioned, or somewhere else?
Oh, yes, you are coming up right there.
So if I see Orin right there,
He's
just
he's
gonna-
down below at this point.
oh, he's down
Yeah.
below.
Just haven't
Yeah,
even
I just
noticed.
haven't hidden his token.
Oh, that's fine.
We nearly passed each other.
Oh, so we didn't actually see each other.
You probably did, but probably in the hallway. So if you had something to say to him, go by all means.
You got something to say to me?
It would just literally be like, "Gotta keep your eyes on the water, Pointy," and he would walk by.
Pointy.
Racist. I pay him no mind. I'm on a mission.
I
Nice
think
dear.
Adrius, when he would come up, I'm not sure because I don't think he's quite ready to do anything yet. So he's gonna maybe. I don't think he actually needs to get a general feel for the gunners. If a couple of them said they're all on board, he's gonna take them at their word.
Okay.
You know what? Unless somebody else has something they want to do, please feel free to interject. But if not, he's gonna go talk to the captain.
Kaz would give him some space and actually take a step back, considering that Cass saw him go down there but doesn't know what he has or what he wants to do, and considering the fact that he that he did point a loaded gun at him earlier, he's like, I don't want to operate it myself. So he's gonna take a step, not like away, but back enough to give him space, but away enough that he'd be able to react if something were to, oh shit.
We lost Kitty now.
No.
There she is.
There she is.
Welcome back.
We'll say your 2 gunners, 1 and 5, will come back up deck 2.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Cass will give him room with trying to be a little out of reach, but not out of the conversation.
I like to imagine that Molly is taking note of people who are coming and going from below deck. But as Adrius approaches, she would just very smoothly turn her attention to him. No casual greeting or anything, just as the look of, what do you want?
I need to speak to the prisoner captain.
What for?
I'm speaking to the captain here.
That's obvious, and I asked you a question.
You see those cannons there, Doc? I know it's been a quiet few days, but my men and I are what keep this place safe. If she knows something's coming after us, I want to be prepared for it.
We've been trying for the entirety of her journey with us. If
Molly
she knew
holds up a
something by
hand.
now.
Yeah, she's just blatantly cutting him off.
No, that's
This is
fine.
As
enjoying
long-
that.
I haven't done much, all right? No, that's okay. Adrius.
Soft day.
Yeah. Soft day. Okay. Adrius wants a chance to speak with the priestess. I see no reason to not let him. Those who already have tried have obviously not been successful.
You should not go alone.
He won't be. I'll be going with him.
Why? So you can hurt her more?
He wants to speak with her. I want to listen.
man, I'm gonna have to think very carefully about what I'm gonna say. What have you
Cass-
done?
Cass is obviously very tense about this, but he doesn't push it anymore. But he makes it very clear that he will not be in the room, but be around them, because at this point in time, if they try something, he's gonna have to fix her up anyway.
We'll call for you if you're needed.
And I'll be right outside the door. Or do you
Alright.
like being in an enclosed room while your crew is over here whispering?
You can stay nearby, but it's a very small brig.
Indeed.
Out of character. 4 people probably pushing it.
Oh yeah, easily. He would have liked to be in the room, but he made it clear that he'd be standing outside the room because obviously he knows that he wouldn't be allowed in the room, especially with how they're talking.
Yep.
Honestly, 2 people can be pushing it, so it's a
Yeah, that's-
squeeze with 3.
Cool.
It's okay. The door can be open, and the squeeze is good. We're good. We're the right size. So, unless you have any objections,
By all means.
Your ship.
not you.
Sorry, I didn't know who you were talking to.
It's all good. It's all good. I was looking straight at Tony's webcam, but that means nothing.
I know.
Got
How am
it.
I supposed to know them?
Alright. Yeah. And also, the way she asked any objections, she wasn't actually asking, do you have any objections?
Don't even need
But-
to roll insight on
It
that.
was
the tone was dry. As in, I dare you. But she will have to get the key from Naya. So,
Oh, yeah, of course. All you have to do is look at Naya, and she will hand you the key.
thank you. I will take one person on my side on this fucking ship. All right. Let's do it.
And that's okay. Adrius can just freeze the lock open.
Right.
One
I
more
can't wait till she
time.
finds. I can't wait till she goes to her room. That'll be great. So before. So the crew is still muttering. It's just that some of them are muttering at Callie's direction.
Yeah, it kind of, as Adrius comes up onto the deck, you notice that the gunners do quiet down. Whether or not you think that is for a reason beyond just respect, I don't know. That'd probably take an insight check. But the rest of the deckhands, I would say, they're whispering, but like when you get close, they quiet down.
Okay. On the gunners, it is a 21.
It is definitely respect for Adrius. It's also like they respect him a little too much in comparison to you.
Okay. Molly's taking a lot of mental notes. So, all right, let's go. And she will stride through with purpose.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Does Molly leave us at the edge of the stairs to go grab the key, or does she call Naya
She
over?
looks to Naya, and it sounds like that was enough to make Naya come over.
Oh yeah, Naya just tossed you the key.
She knew what I wanted. We don't even have to speak to each other.
Yep, your journal is more damning every day.
Only you could sail this ship with 2 people. Be all set.
I mean, it only takes one person to steer the wheel. So,
Everything else will take care of itself.
right? It's fine.
Molly's steering the wheel and Naya's just running back and forth across the ship.
She can man the jib or something.
I have been through worse binds in all of my years as captain. This is fine.
Fine.
But she will stride through with the utmost don't fuck with me confidence.
Fucking poise.
Yes.
So will Adrius.
Cass is clearly still rigid and is trailing behind.
Yep. And they are intent towards the brig, and I think everybody knows where this priestess is being held. So I don't know how stupid these guys are, but lights just showed up, and we're off to talk to the priestess. So
Okay, you head over to the brig, you unlock it, and there is Idella. She, upon seeing you, like, she's always impassive when Kaz comes in, but upon seeing you, she narrows her eyes. Like, she's not casing her eyes and looking straight ahead or anything like that. She is defiantly staring back at you.
unfazed.
Though I don't know that she's ever seen Adrius before, but beyond during the raid. Um, but I don't know that he's ever had an occasion to speak to her or interrogate her. So
Probably not.
yeah.
I
So
was going to ask out of curiosity, like who on this ship has actually tried to interrogate this priestess?
Naya. Naya's the one doing the interrogations. So
That's
Okay,
right.
Cass
so
would have
basically it's
tried.
been Naya and Kaz that have talked to her pretty much, and that's it.
yeah, and of course Molly as well. So
Right.
We've had words. They've been one-sided words, but
yeah.
you can say a lot with
Usually.
eyes.
So, but yeah, she probably does look a little more. It's wary towards Adrius. Like, this isn't usually the person Molly has at her back, and that's either a good thing or a very bad thing.
Molly just gives her a smile. Says, "You've been down here a while. Thought you might like to meet a new face."
She stares at you.
That's okay, unfazed. But Molly just kind of airily gestures to allow Adrius in. Adrius.
I'm gonna imagine that Adrius came in the room with at least one of his pistols out, and he's going to kneel down in front of her. Say, I guess this probably doesn't mean much to you, does it? And he'll put it away. I just need to know, because you know what it is. What does it want? And the way he's saying it, he's not implying that it wants the crew. It wants something specific, and he is looking for that specific thing.
She looks back at you. Um, and she doesn't look surprised by this question. And this is the first time you hear her voice, Molly, as she goes, "You know what it wants." And then she looks at you, Molly, and goes, "And it cannot have it."
Does
So
she
very
have
dramatic.
it? And he's gonna point over at the captain. Does she have it?
Does she have it? Is that your question?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't respond, but she like with words, but she does have like a very light like snort. like
Is that an it's obvious snort or a disbelief snort?
uh probably it's obvious. Like she's going to guess that you have it on your person if she hasn't seen it on your person.
Well, you're talking now. They have said you haven't been talking. You want to get out of here, right? What's the best way to do that for you?
Hold on, I'm calibrating response. Had like 3 different responses come to mind. Um, and she goes, There is no getting out.
What?
I didn't catch that.
There is no getting out.
Hmm.
And she says that very resolutely, like.
I guess there's only one thing to do then.
Let me know before you get up, Tony.
He was going to stand up because he's just kneeling and walk
Yeah, he's
to
not
the
standing
door.
up. No, he's not standing up. Hold on. We're going to contest this.
Very contested standing up check.
Yeah.
There it is.
So before cuz he's talking to her right now, and I'm assuming he's looking at Idella.
Yeah.
And he's kneeling beside Idella. And after she says there's no getting out and there's a moment pause where he's not immediately saying the next thing, there is a soft click behind him. And I would like to imagine that Captain Molly's pistol is at the back of his neck. And she just says quietly, "Seems like we've been interrogating the wrong person past 9 days."
I have a question. In the middle of this tension, I'm so sorry.
What's your
Is Molly,
question?
since this room is made for like 1.5 people, prisoner and Adrius is in there. I'm imagining Molly is halfway out the door with this.
Yeah, is the door closed behind you? Is are you wedged in this tiny room with the door shut, or?
Are we able to?
I would have wanted to make sure the door was shut.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the door being shut. I
Okay.
just
Sounds like
if
there's a
it's
I
if
just
it's
wanted to-
feasible. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
my
say,
next question.
I
ahead.
don't believe that Molly has the gunner feat, so you would be at disadvantage for any attack with this.
Oh, that's fine.
Just
She's
so you
not shooting right now.
know. Yeah.
I just wanted to see if Kaz would perceive what's going on. But if the door is shut, the next question is, does he hear a click? Because I'm not gonna lie, he's totally trying to listen through the door or through the wall. Not obviously, but leaning against it, just waiting.
Give me a perception check.
I can do that.
Also, what is
Flashing back
Callie doing? Because I saw your finger up, Kitty.
14
Oh.
perception.
Oh,
Kitty, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot I have a separate mute thing. I was gonna say that it sounded like by the time Molly and Adrius were headed to the brig and Kaz was following after him, it sounded like most of the crew was kind of starting to like disperse. So like Callie was probably eventually left her own devices. I feel like seeing how tense Kaz looked at this, she probably would have like very quietly just kind of like followed up behind him. So if he's like leaning against the door, like obviously listening in, I feel like eventually she'd sidle up and be like, "What you doing there?"
He wouldn't have his like ear to the door or anything, but his back would definitely be to the wall, and his head would be kind of tilted, so his ear would be towards the wall. But he's not like sitting there like a child at Christmas,
fair
that.
enough. She would still sidle up next to him because he looks, I don't know, he seems tense.
Oh, he is 100%.
And she saw them going in, so she's just like, what's going on?
You tell me. You seem to know more than I. The crew talking to you?
I know a lot of things. It's my business to know a lot of things.
And yet you don't know what's going on behind this door.
It's a hard one to predict. So is the Master Gunner, for that matter.
Yeah, his gunners. I don't think it would be long. Not until we get the ship moving, at least. How long do you think we have?
Might need to be a little more specific, darling.
Do I really?
Oh, assumptions are dangerous in this kind of conversation.
Then I guess we wait.
I suppose so. She'll just like cross her arms and like kind of lean on the railing or the wall or wherever, like kind of nearby him, but like just waiting. Very casual.
Like it ain't no thing. Like shit's not going down. It's fine, everybody. It's cool.
Yeah.
Regular day out on the windless seas.
Kaz is just being weird again, guys. It's fine.
He's so weird. It's just what it is.
He's so weird. It's great.
What do you want to ask me, Captain?
What do you know about the relic, Master Gunner?
I don't know anything about the relic.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
That was so quick, I couldn't even.
I knew he was gonna be bullshit. So, 19.
I'm not rolling deception because I'm not lying. All I know is the same thing everybody else knows, that it's some kind of dagger or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
that's what Bass said.
Yep.
I don't know anything about the relic.
Then why don't we start with what you do know?
I know
You talk.
that since the wind stopped blowing, I can't sleep. I hear their voices, Captain. All of them. My mother, father, my sister who was lost at sea. They're calling to me, Captain.
What are they saying, Gunner?
Wish I could tell you. What does it sound like listening to the whispers on the deck out there? That's what I hear.
And I haven't been able to pinpoint because I didn't roll high enough. Who's whispering? Or was it like obvious?
Do you mean like trying to pinpoint a ringleader?
Yeah, because she was looking for it earlier, and then there was this latest batch, and then there was a little too much respect from the Gunners that I'm gonna make an assumption, but I want to know if I have more than an assumption.
I would say, give me another insight check. A general one.
22.
I would say that you know that if Adrius wanted to lead them in a mutiny, he could, but the fact that it's not already happening probably says that he hasn't. So far, there's a lack of leadership with the mutiny, and that is probably the only thing keeping it from happening.
Tony, what did you ask? What do the whispers on the ship sound like?
Just what it sounds like, not necessarily
yeah.
what they are specifically.
No, I know. Just that was the question you asked. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what they sound like. I've dealt with their kind before. I'll deal with it again. Question is whether I deal with you first or whether you see some sense.
I know how to use a gun, Captain, and I've always told myself I'm going to go out on my own terms. Walk me out on the plank, let me put a bullet in my own brain, and we'll go from there.
I can't think of any reason why she wouldn't say okay. I mean, there's a big difference between what I would do and what this captain would do. So, but is he doing any funny business?
No.
No funny business.
He put his gun away to talk to the priestess. He hasn't gotten it back out. He hasn't done anything else.
All right. Been a good enough member of this crew to deserve something like that. I suppose I can. What's that face?
Was that at me?
Yeah, you were
What'd you
making grimaces. I'm just not sure if that translates to your character, sir.
Just being in character.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So
Method
what does that
acting.
mean? Okay.
I don't know. I
No,
don't
you're
know
good.
what
You're
face
good. You're good. You were just like you were making a face as if you were like, ugh. Like, what is that about?
I mean, he talked about shooting himself in the head. He probably is a little bit like that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Dude's hearing voices. He wants to end it. Hasn't slept in 8 fucking nights. Dude probably wants to sleep forever.
Mm-hmm. But he asked her, yeah. First, you tell me what it is.
I don't know what it is, Captain.
And if I don't believe you,
Then you don't believe me. Then I die, and you don't believe me.
what were you looking for downstairs?
I was just having a drink.
Natural
Like how even
reaction.
Bass snorted. We were all there, but Bass just wanted to be like, fucking liar. Like,
Had to break down that door for a drink.
Well, and five over there saw me. They came and talked to me having a drink. You can ask them.
I don't need to ask them anything. I don't think they'd tell me even if they wanted to. You know, I respect you, Gunner. I respect you enough to make your own decisions in how you choose to end your life. But if you think that sentencing this crew to any less amount of knowledge than what you have before you go, well, I question that.
I wish I had something to tell you, Captain.
All right, then. I didn't roll high enough to know that you fucked with the lights. God damn it. I would love to call you out on that shit.
Yeah, but it was such a good plan, and I'm glad
It
it
was
worked
such
out.
a good plan, and I'm very upset that I can't make a stink about it. I probably still will make a stink about it.
It's not in character.
Well, I don't know. I just got to see if I can, if Molly, I mean, Molly's not above lying. She doesn't need to know. Got anything else you want to say to her? You were so eager to speak with her?
It'll all be over soon.
She snorts slightly.
Molly just glances at her. So she's said nothing to us, and she is saying something to him now. But it was cryptic.
Yep.
I know, I'm thinking, I'm just thinking, I'm thinking, all right? There's a thinking phase happening here.
the nonchalant. Yep. That's what. Yep. That's
A lot
it.
that goes on in this brain, all right?
Just Bass over here. Uh huh. What?
Mhm, mhm,
What's
mhm.
supposed to do with this?
All right, one thing at a time. All right, then, let's go.
Get this over with.
Ooh, as the door opens, Cass will, of course, push himself off the wall, but he'll kind of put himself between them and Callie, only slightly. Like as if something were
will-
to happen, she wouldn't be in the way
All right.
of danger.
He will probably notice, and I guess Callie's there, and she would notice too, that the captain does have her pistol out. It's not pointed at him at the moment, at Adrius at the moment, but she does have it out.
And Adrius would walk with his hands, if not up, but clearly visible. He's not up to any funny business.
Cass will
Did I
let them
insight
pass.
check that?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity.
What are you hoping to insight?
Just like if he's genuinely up to no funny business, or if it's like a really convincing act.
Go for it.
Don't worry, I probably won't do very well on this, but
Let's see.
16.
Well, that's better than my deception check of 14. You don't know necessarily, I would say, if he's up to funny business,
Mm-hmm.
but he does seem overly confident in his actions.
Okay. Just make a mental note of that.
As you guys leave the room, would you shut the door, or would you just kind of have all of your attention on him?
Oh no, I mean, we're not leaving the priestess to walk out.
What? Why not?
What?
So
Why
what you're
not?
saying is you deliberately shut the door as you're pulling him out, or as he's
Kaz.
walking.
I mean,
As they are coming out, roll d10.
Oh shit, guys!
Oh boy.
It's my turn.
Gonna get to everybody eventually.
3.
As they come out, this one's really fitting, actually.
Shiitake mushrooms.
As they come out, the clear sky suddenly gives way to a thick fog,
Ooh.
and is so thick that you can't see to the other end of the ship. And you, Kaz, hear them
No.
distantly at first. You hear almost like memories of them crying out, but then close, very close, in your ear, you hear one of them go, "Why are you waiting?"
Oh fuck! Give me a second. I'm gonna have to roll a wisdom check. No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
oh, I understand
no.
110% what's going on here.
Cass is gonna rage. Fuck me. And he's going to take a swing at Molly. With his
Admittedly,
pistol.
did not
Yep.
expect you to just immediately go into rage.
I'm ready for this. Would I have seen this coming?
It's foggy as all hell. You are both at
All right.
disadvantage. You can roll perception and you can roll an attack, but it is like you can't see in front of your face right
Perception
now.
is disadvantage or no?
Yes, both are everything. Everything
Alright,
relying on
perception
sight.
at disadvantage. Perception at disadvantage is a 13 instead of a nat 20.
Okay, so am I just rolling to hit?
Yes, at disadvantage.
Okay, disadvantage. Got it. Oh, honey bunches of oats. What is that? +4? That's a 16.
I don't know what my AC is on this character. Please hold.
I need to
Okay.
find me. Oh,
I don't know if my perception check does anything, but 16 hits.
Okay. Do you want me to roll damage? Fast?
Yeah, you punched her.
Ooh. Oh no, I don't have my great axe on me, do I?
No, you probably just punched her. I mean, you said you were punching her,
perfect.
so I'm assuming that you didn't reach for your
With
axe.
punching, does that change your modifier?
Oh.
Just checking.
It doesn't change my to hit, but I
Okay.
thought I had my axe on me, so that's fine because I don't think he'd be walking around with the axe anyway. So we're gonna leave that be. You take a cool 3 hit points to the jaw or neck or shoulder, wherever the fuck it hits.
Plus your plus whatever your rage bonus is.
Oh fuck, my rage bonus. I'm so sorry. I don't play these often. Hold up.
Probably just 2.
Oh, if that be the case, then it was yeah, +2. So 5 points, 5 hit points.
Okay.
5 hit points. Does she know it was me? So just probably. I mean, in the fog, where it came from, I don't know. Okay.
Only me.
It was totally Callie. I could see it in the punch.
Absolutely.
Only
I
Callie
know,
can
it
punch
felt
like
like
that.
It was Callie, 100%. Cash would immediately go, "Oh shit, Callie, what the fuck?" No. He
Just for the
threw
record,
it
I think I'm
with an-
physically incapable of doing more than 1 hit point of damage with a punch. If I hit. It's a bitch slap at most.
I think that there are a few characters where, or at least one character, I don't remember whose, but like their unarmed damage is literally 0. So.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, he lands a cool 5, cool punch to the captain.
Do I know it was him?
So you rolled a what for perception?
13.
I would say let's see. There are only. There
3
are.
options.
There might be a few more than 3
Oh,
because
great.
you do have blue 1 and red 7 who are in the same vicinity. You could
Okay.
theoretically have another person come over. You didn't hear quick steps, but you also don't. It's you could be fairly certain that it wasn't Callie, but it could have been Adarius, it could
Okay.
have been Kaz, it could have been one of these other crew members.
Okay.
Kaz, after you throw that first punch, um, you're going to hear some heavy footsteps, and then like hands come out of the fog and just kind of like pull you by the shoulder back away from Molly, and you hear Rune Tooth just go like, "What are you doing?"
Oh fuck, he can see through fog, can't
Yeah, no, he rolled high on perception, so
Cass won't say anything. He doesn't want his voice heard.
he does have like a afterwards just being like, "Are you okay? You good? Tensions are high, but let's take a step back."
He does. Cass at that moment with Rune talking to him does ground him a little bit. Does he see or hear any more of those voices?
Let's... No, you don't.
Okay. He's still obviously raging at this moment. I don't know how long that's going to last when he's not doing nothing. But yeah, he's still clearly heavily breathing. His pulse is up. He's tense. He's kind of like looking around, but he can't see anything apart from Rune, who's like right next to him.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of like shaking his head a second, and I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Kind of pats you on like the back hard twice. Yeah. You're strong, but he still has that kind of like force that like knocks the air out of your mill. Yeah.
No reason. Love it. Cool. Yeah. And at that point, he's not going to take another swing or try and get to the captain. He's going to take a step back with Rune Tooth and kind of get his faculties together.
Yeah. Molly, what are you doing? Molly
There's
and
still fog?
Adarius. Yeah, there's still fog.
Yeah.
The fog is going to
Alright.
remain. It does not clear.
Okay, that's fine. Good to know. Can I see Adrius? Because he was like right in front of me, or is he gone as well? Because it's that foggy.
I'll say that after. Well, I guess it depends. Adarius, are you. Or Adrius, I don't know where Adarius came from.
We're pretty consistent on it. I was like,
Yeah.
alright, maybe I'm wrong.
I said it very confidently, and then
A few
realized
times.
You did.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
We all let it go. With the confidence you said it, we're like, oh, yeah, that's his name.
All right, so Darian, what are you doing?
Areas.
Anyway, are you staying put? Are you taking advantage of the fog in any way?
The fog and the fact that someone just got punched.
Yeah.
You would have heard that blow.
Yeah,
would
you
have heard it.
you
gonna
definitely
say,
heard
would I have
somebody's
a
knuckles
pretty good
crack
idea of
across her
that?
jaw. What was that?
I kind of want to. Well, let's keep up with this gust business. If I had a pretty good idea that it came from, over here, especially if it came from Casimir, I'm gonna take out. I don't actually even need to take out my gun to do it. I'm just gonna cast gust in his direction, even if it's too late to prevent the punch. A strength saving throw, which you do have advantage on, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because you're raging.
Watch me fall off the edge of this boat, guys. Oh, I'm not falling off the edge of the boat.
I was gonna say I don't think it's strong enough for that.
No, it was a 15.
Yeah, I'm just trying to back you up,
Back me up.
like away from the captain.
While you're standing at the edge of the boat.
Yeah.
That
You do
would've
have a
been fun,
Minotaur
though.
behind you, though.
Well, he's beside me, because technically Callie is right next to Kaz, and now.
Yeah.
So I'm
we're
going off
behind
the
Kaz.
boat.
He saved. He didn't get pushed. He saved, thankfully. But yeah, the fog stirs a little bit, and you could see his like confused face for a second. Well, not it wouldn't even be confused, I guess. Focused face.
I assume Molly is over there or something. So
Yeah.
this is all very tight quarters.
Yeah.
And this isn't necessarily because I'm trying to protect the captain. This is just because I'm perceiving a threat. So I'm doing that.
Okay, so you cast Gust at him,
Mm-hmm.
and he passed the save.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't do much, but yeah.
You,
Kaz does not
yeah,
make a move.
yeah, Kaz, you feel a breeze. It's maybe a little refreshing with all this
Refreshing.
heat.
Punch the captain, get a breeze. All right, I can see.
Cools
I see
your
what's
rage.
going on.
Yeah.
How are we powering the ship? With hate.
So,
Out of spite.
Adrius, if you're not gonna move, then I would say that after you're able to like kind of gather yourself, Molly, yeah, you can tell who's around you. So you
Alright,
can
cool.
find the vague figure of Adrius as well as Kaz, and also the very large figure of Runetooth.
Right, and
No.
I would have heard him. I would have heard Runetooth
Oh yeah, yeah.
being like, "Are you okay?" So I feel like out of process elimination, it's not Runetooth.
Yep.
And Adrius just cast the gust. I feel like process of elimination tells me who just socked my jaw.
Yeah,
Over
I'll
there.
give that to you, yeah. You didn't know in the moment, but now you know.
Oh, now I know, and it doesn't surprise me one bit. You know, that was probably a pretty hard punch considering it took 5 points of my health pool, and that's quite a bit for a punch. So I almost imagine is with the gust, the fog is cleared enough. We could see each other. We can make eyeballs.
Does fog clear or does gust clear fog?
Fog
I
is
don't
cleared
think so.
by a strong enough wind. It just depends on what you consider strong enough.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's hard to say.
Until a wind of moderate or greater speed, at least 10 miles an hour, disperses.
I would say gust probably doesn't clear the fog then, because it's supposed to
Does
be
not.
like a
I can
harmless
agree with
sensory
that.
effect.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's strong
Alright.
enough to move some stuff, but only small things and only a little
What-
bit. So.
What about a 5-foot cube of the fog?
I feel
Mostly,
like
I just want to know if I can make eye contact with Kaz, spit out a bunch of blood.
sure, yes, yeah. You can get up in his face. It's tight quarters, so you know, even with the fog.
And so they make eye contact. She like, because that hurt, but clear the mouth. And her pistol is still out because there is still at least one threat to her side. Now there are 2 threats. But I think she gets rather close, and it's like uncowed in the face of I just took a wallop of damage from this man. But I don't know which one of us is taller. I don't really care. She gets in your face, and her voice drops. She says, "You have a problem with me? I know you have a problem with me." That's a rhetorical question.
Then I have
But-
no need to answer.
I'm not asking. That was a statement.
We're bad at this. Keep going.
Sorry,
We're
there's
so
this,
bad
like,
at
really
it.
tense conversation going on, and Callie's just like,
And so you're like, this is why I'm in charge of social media. None of you can post.
she's like, "This is why I have a job.
This is why. This is exactly why you have a job. See, job security is pretty great.
We went to college for this.
That's for
So
real.
kind of you to finally take your move. Only when no one can see it happen. Here, I thought when you finally did it, it would be right in front of everybody.
Their opinions don't matter.
Then hit me again. We'll see where it takes you.
I believe you have a bigger problem than I. Or do you want to sit here and talk to me about it?
I don't want to talk to you about anything. I have a man to see walk over the plank. Question is whether to go.
I'll be waiting.
No, there's no flirting. I promise you.
This is not flirting. This is legit angry at each other. Did you post about that? I can't even see it. My hands are cold. I don't want to take my mouse out to see.
Sorry for the distraction. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, you're fine. There is no flirting.
No.
Molly has zero interest in this particular avenue.
I am curious on what Master Gunner, Callie, and Runetooth are taking about this exchange.
I'll
of
say,
crushed anger.
Runetooth, you feel him like squeeze your shoulder, like he understands that this is very tense, and he knows why. So he is kind of doing it reassuringly, not to hold you back, but to kind of like bolster you.
Oh, really? Anyway, I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said, Captain Molly? What's your name?
Oh no, you were asking if Callie or Adrius had an opinion on what's being said.
Oh yeah. Did they hear anything? I mean, Runetooth obviously gave his shoulder squeeze.
What are you after, Doc?
Nothing that concerns you, Gunner.
I think it concerns me more than you know. What are you after, Doc?
He's going to insight check. If he tells the Gunner the truth, is it more likely that he will aid Kaz or not?
I have no idea.
I want to insight check
Probably.
your future self.
I'm really bad at wording it. It's more like, would he get a sense with the relationship they have? I guess there wouldn't be an insight check for that because I'm
Are
trying
there
to figure out.
solidarity vibes?
You
Yeah,
might,
that's
you might have to make an
Adrius-
insight, and the DM would answer, knowing more about your respective situations.
Adrius doesn't like anybody, and there's definitely tension between him and the captain right now. So that's kind of what you could get.
That's fair. Yeah, because insight checking, like you said, I can't read minds. It's really bad. I do that all the time, don't I? Okay. Your question was, what was the question? What are you after?
What are you, whatever I said, yeah. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for revenge. Payment. A debt that is owed. And the captain here is the only one that can pay it. And that is the first
Question.
time he's called her captain this entire time.
Yep, that's true.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, he said, look, Captain, that is very true, and that is accurate.
Seems like you got a lot of debts coming due, Captain.
Who doesn't? I don't care. I've run this ship. I've run this ship for as long as I have. You don't like it? You leave. This ship's
Oh.
not going anywhere. You're welcome to.
It's still super foggy, right?
Yep.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You took me. You made me stay here. I was practically your prisoner, and you have the gall to lie about leaving. I should have died with them. I should be at the bottom in this godforsaken ocean, but no. You decided my fate far worse than theirs. And for what? To patch up some of your scars? I should let you bleed. I should let you hang. But I don't have time for that.
Yeah? What do you have time for?
Letting you finish your business, and then you can have your public execution that you so desperately want.
That was a really good line, but I can't tell if you meant me or you.
You. You can tell he's not. He's at that point. If he dies, he feels that he's free. So I mean, that's pretty obvious too. So in that moment, it could be used either way. But in that,
Okay,
it
okay.
was,
No,
it
that's
was
fair. I was like,
definitely
this is
her.
a really good line. I don't want to accept it, but also I need clarification.
You're like,
So
also,
one of us needs to die, and I don't really care who.
yeah.
So the
We
thing
got a
about
problem
fog
then. Go ahead.
is sound carries really well through
Here we go.
fog. And
Oh, he got
you
loud.
all I would say that you all can hear, like, everybody else is silent as this exchange is happening and voices are raising. Um, and you do hear footsteps quickly approach. Molly, you would recognize these as Naya's. Um, but in the wake of her footsteps, you hear the subtle noises of maybe knives being drawn, swords, things almost you can't tell if they're as a just in case measure or
Shit's
readying.
about to go
Yes.
down.
Yeah.
All right, all right. Molly's got her pistol in one hand, and she slowly unsheaths her rapier in the other.
Am I still raging?
Adrius still does nothing with either of his weapons. But you probably can't tell because it's still foggy.
I don't hear any more weapons being drawn.
Callie, what are you doing? You're kind of stuck in the middle of all of this, and
The great position to be in. I love it.
Molly in the middle.
would you like to move?
Can you move?
Does
Yeah, I
it?
can.
Well,
I would say that
was,
you
so
can
I'm trying to.
you can squeeze past Runetooth and this gunner over here. Both would allow you to move by.
Yeah, I got the vibe because the way that Kaz had stepped in front of her earlier, it seemed like he was kind of not intending to drag her into whatever he was about to do. So she's not like concerned with him taking issue. Um, so because it's super foggy, I'm assuming I can't like really see what's happening even up close here.
Yeah, you can make out figures, but the expressions are a little hard to get, especially being behind so many people. Um, but you can see, like, larger movements, like if somebody were to move their arm or something, you would be able to see that much.
Yeah. Um, just out of curiosity, before she leaves, the bit that Kaz was saying about like why he was angry at the captain, is that news? Like, is that news to Callie, or would that be something that she was like aware of?
You've never heard of this before.
Okay.
The surgeon has been on the ship longer than the rest of you.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Um, yeah, I feel like she would probably want to disengage from this situation.
Rogue tendencies.
Just like she's kind of there's like a bit of a delay because she hears all this happening, and I think there's a part of her that's like wondering like, can I still talk this down? And I think at a certain point she reaches like, no, like
No.
me getting involved verbally here is not going to fix anything, and it's going to probably get me thrown overboard. So she would like to stealthily kind of slip out from that situation. And I think she's going to start like cautiously making her way towards like the wherever it would be going to below deck. But as she's going, she's kind of like keeping her ears out for like the general vibe of like what's about to happen. Like, is this like a fight brewing, or are people just kind of like waiting to see what happens and just kind of. But she's making her way to the stairs down.
Okay, you get the sense that this is like a powder keg ready to blow. Like
Yeah.
people aren't preparing an ambush per se, but could it turn into an ambush? Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
The time for talking is over.
yes. um, so you head down below. Okay.
Yep.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hi.
Yeah, Orin is down there. He's studying his star charts.
He has no idea.
Yep.
He's having a great time.
Keeping that in mind.
He's like, "Oh,
Mutiny
hi,
upstairs, tea downstairs.
2 different worlds. Watch them collide. All right.
So,
All right.
Molly,
Let's do it.
Kaz, Adrius.
Yep. So I feel like I've been on this ship long enough to know it like the back of my hand.
Yeah, I would say so.
Just to check, like, according to the pictures, I'm pretty boxed in. Am I that boxed in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a rogue who is capable of disengaging and moving through the slight spaces, is that something that I can manage?
Yeah, if you can think of like a cool way to get around everybody.
All right. So, we're above deck, so like there's no ceiling. And it's just a matter of like getting around people. Kaz has said, "Do your thing and then we'll settle this." And Adrius is being a sleazeball over there, but like letting it all happen. So I think what I'm gonna do is Molly has her pistol in her hand, and I think she's going to fire it. Not at any of the people, but like up and out. Because it's foggy and no one can tell what just happened.
So this is like to get attention?
No, this is to it's a little bit of confusion to the crew. Like they're not sure what's happening, but they're ready for something. All they know is a pistol just went off.
Okay, got it.
And from there, she would like to try to like, I can't tell how much space is between Adrius and Kaz, but she would like to rogue her way through. I can't tell you how that would be cool, but like pistol in the air, and in the moment that follows, just gone through the fog.
Would you want to like jump onto the railing and run past them that way?
That looks doable. I'd have to avoid 2, but you know what? I don't think they can see me right now.
Yeah, they would have disadvantage on anything that they did.
Yeah. And I'm basically looking to get myself out of this corner and into a more open space that I can work with. This would partially help me see if the fog stretches across the entire ship.
I'll
But
tell
I
you
would
right
like
now
to get-
that it absolutely does. So
Okay, cool. Great. Great. And as a rogue, I can do nothing about it. That's okay.
So where are you moving to? I would say
would
just
like
give
to
me like
move-
a, if you want to run along the railing or anything, like a simple acrobatics check.
Okay. I will acrobatics it. Oh, my screen just did a thing. That's okay.
Also, 2 may or may not be part of the mutiny. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Acrobatics. What's my modifier? I don't actually know. Oh, that's not too bad. 15.
Okay, yeah, I would say that you can like hop on up, kind of dash your way down to like this deck somewhere, and if you wanted to make your way anywhere else through there, just
Could
or
Cass
move
get an
wherever,
opportunity
just
attack?
move. Yeah. She can disengage as a rogue. So now.
Roguish
is that what you did? Okay.
disengaging. Yeah. I did say I wanted to disengage and do rogue things to get out of the way.
I totally forgot. That's on me.
That's okay. I am a rogue. I have to utilize at least 1 rogue ability before I get killed. So,
Nah.
So yeah, I would say move your token. I don't.
Yep.
Yeah, you just decide where you
sorry,
want to
the
go.
screen refreshed on me. Please hold. All right, so I went up and about over the railing, and I think the place that I want to be. Where was Naya? You said I could hear her footsteps. What direction was she coming from?
She's over here, and she was coming from the quarterdeck, so you know that she was just coming down the length of the ship.
Okay, okay. So up over the railing and not running into anybody, I think she could make it to the other side. I don't know what this is. This is the forecastle, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Something crazy that Stars vaguely mentioned. And back down and through the crew. Basically, she wants to get like an open space around her, and she wants to eventually get her back against a wall, but she doesn't want to be trapped at the front of the ship.
Okay.
So
Technically not there.
As
I don't want to
you-
look like I'm fearing things, but I
Okay.
don't want to be able to be surrounded.
Yeah, just for confusion's sake, we're going to make Orin and Callie disappear. Since you are below deck.
Ooh, bye.
Oh, the DM disappeared us.
um, and I'm gonna say that as you reach the center of the deck, you could hear when you've shot that gun, like there were gasps, maybe like a quick step, like as somebody like reacted as if they were going to do something, but then there was like obviously the confusion of like, but who shot the gun? Because there's two of you with guns, and you represent two very different sides. So it could have been Adrius taking a shot, or it could have been you.
I do actually want to do something after Jess is done
Okay.
running away.
What do you want to do?
So, Adrius is going to take out both of his guns, say to Casimir through the fog, if you want to get off of this boat, give me what she has. And then he's going to take Bolt, point it in the air, and it's not going to ultimately do anything. I'm just doing it to be dramatic. He's going to cast Lightning Lure just to create a bolt of lightning in the fog and say, "It's on, boys. Find the captain for me."
Mutiny has commenced, guys! We made it past 10 minutes without the mutiny 100% happening. So, I mean, Captain, honestly, so far so good.
So-
it was a good run.
And I do want to try to move in whatever direction I hopefully heard the footsteps going.
Okay, yeah. I would say. Well, I'm gonna say
Fog carries
Before-
sound?
well, before you move, because the fog isn't a permanent thing. So I would say the lightning lure happens. You can all see this bright light like shoot up, like a lightning bolt. You hear Adrius call out, "It's on," and then the fog dissipates. And Adrius, you see that all the crew have their weapons drawn, and eyes do indeed train onto you, Molly, as well as Naya, who kind of quickly puts her back to you, Molly. I just read your comment. I'm sorry. It was gonna happen anyway. But...
It's fine. I like to imagine that as the clears and Naya gets her back to her, Molly looks really cool.
yeah.
It's a cool pose. It's a power pose. She's like, come at me. Like, she was ready. Like, she's like, let's go. You wanna go? Come on.
And with that, we're gonna quickly adjourn to below deck.
Oh, boy.
So...
Nothing's happening up above.
So
That was
Callie,
gonna be my next question. Is like, would I have heard this going off as I'm heading downstairs?
you definitely heard that gunshot. Oh, those sailors are not downstairs anymore. One sec. They are upstairs
There's 2 places at
joining
once.
the mutiny.
Oh my god. You had a twin this whole time.
But yeah, Callie, you
That's not new.
you do hear that gunshot up above, but as you come downstairs, you would see Orin with all of his. Oh yeah, I just realized that's
Yeah,
not,
I'm
not
having a
you.
drink at the table.
Yeah. I just saw a
Progress
token at the
downstairs.
table.
Orin nods.
let's
Let's switch places.
Check them out in the ocean. It's fine.
Goodbye.
Oh my god, that's what happened. Goodbye.
um
Bye, Felicia.
Here, we're just gonna move in your token in his seat. Um,
Hey, it's a good seat.
yeah,
So-
it's
so
the
warm.
only
It
seat
was, it
people
was
like
already
to
warm,
use.
yeah.
But you do see Orin with all of his star charts and maps and such laid out on the table.
Does he seem like totally oblivious to what's happening?
Orin, are you totally oblivious?
I probably heard the friggin' gunshot,
Are
but
you
up
like
until
looking
that
to be
point,
like,
yes.
oh, that was weird? Or are you just like, meh?
All I know was there fog like coming down through the
You don't get the
grate?
fog at all, honestly.
Okay. So yeah, no, I was probably just absorbed in what I was doing until there was gunfire.
Okay.
And then I
And
became
aside from
concerned.
the gunshot, did I hear Adrius shout, "It's on"? Or would I not have heard that?
Give me a perception check on that one.
All right. Come on, dice. Don't screw me over again.
Okay.
9.
9.
You heard a shout, but the words were indistinct.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah. I think based on how tense the situation was when she left, she's probably still going to be assuming that if things haven't gone south yet, they're going to be going south in a hurry. So she would kind of run downstairs. She sees Orin over his charts. She rushes over to him and she's like, "Orin, darling, you're a smart fellow, right?
I'd like to think so.
Please, please, please tell me you have some idea how we're going to fix this mess that we're all in."
I believe I am onto something with the lights that appear at night. I'm convinced there's a pattern that is just waiting to be deciphered. Feel like I'm that close.
Chance you might have some way of nudging yourself a tad bit closer because I feel like we're sitting on a bomb that's about to go off any second now. Or rather, the bomb is sitting on us because it's up there, and she like points.
A
Don't wanna
bomb would be
alarm
a
you.
problem.
What was that, Stars?
Sorry, what did you say,
Bomb
Stars?
would be a problem.
Does it sound like he took me like literally?
Could go either way. A figurative
Sorry, I
or
forgot you
literal
don't do
bomb would be a
metaphors.
problem.
Look, this situation has been tense for the last 9 days, and it's really coming to a head. I mean, Kaz just punched the captain in the face. Like we're this far away from terrible things. Do we have any way to get the ship going?
Why is everyone on this ship so emotional? It does no good.
I wish I had the answer to that question.
Well, all I can do is keep studying and hopefully the ruckus does not come down here. Let me see what I can find. I am going to do what I discussed with you, DM.
Mhm.
I am going to, for what Calliope sees, my form, like my silhouette is the same, but instead of, pale skinned, blue hair with my usual garb, my entire shape just looks like the night sky, and my hair is like glowing bright white. And there are stars like gently swirling all down my figure. Uh, if you know anything about astronomy or cosmology, you might recognize most prominently is the constellation of the dragon on my torso.
Would
And also
Calliope have
my
ever seen him do this before?
it's probably not something he does often. You may have seen it happen if we've both been on the ship for a while together.
Okay, I'm just
It is
wondering
a
if this is something she should be like alarmed about, or if it's like, okay, this is a thing he's done before.
it's a rare sight. But
Okay.
also, the only facial features that are still distinct are his eyes are also just glowing bright white like stars, and he just looks extra intense down at his star charts and just seems like hyper focused on getting this figured out.
Great. All right. Wonderful.
So, what does that particular form do again in this instance? Does it give you a bonus to the roll, or
It essentially gives me like reliable talent on all intelligence and wisdom checks.
okay,
Anything below like a certain like the lowest number I can roll is like a 10. Anything below a 10 becomes a 10.
okay?
So
Let me.
it just makes it less likely that I'm going to do badly on an intelligence or wisdom check.
Fair, understandable.
And if I had to concentrate on something, it would make it easier to roll a concentration save as well. Which I am concentrating very hard.
Understandable. For a second, I thought I had forgotten to unpause the recording at one point and almost
I would
freaked
be
out.
so sad.
I would be so sad too.
And also, I'm emitting light 10 feet bright, another 10 feet dim past that. So, depending on how high it is, there's probably light shining up through onto the main deck. I don't know.
Well,
Probably
that could stop a
dimly.
mutiny.
It would probably be only dim light. But hold on. I just want to double check something. I would say give me a nature check.
All right. Oh, nope, nope. Damn it. I'm going to have to find that later. Let me roll a different die. Well, I'll use my golden die since I'm in my starry form. No, I'm going to roll my giant die because it looks
Ooh.
somewhat cosmic. That's cocked, actually. Got caught in a bunch of other dice. That is a... What is my bonus? I think this is one of my good skills. That is a 19.
You realize what the lights remind you of. And
Oh.
you are right to think that it had something to do with the stars, as it suddenly clicks that the formation doesn't line up perfectly with the way that it moves. It reminds you of the constellation of Agarinzo, which is
of
a
course.
constellation recognized only in some parts of the world, but regionally, areas close to that coastal temple. And the stories that surround it are usually of a mythical serpent.
Ah.
And it occurs to you that this might be the constellation pursuing you.
So it was the fault in our stars.
Okay. No, the inspiration I gave you earlier. How dare you? Straight face, right to the camera, just delivered that like there wasn't a problem. I'm punching the wrong people.
Take that with you.
You're like, yeah,
Take that with you.
carry that.
I'm going to carry that weight.
I had a nickel for every time a giant space monster attacked me on a ship. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
You know, same. Honestly, same.
So I don't know how long it takes me to realize that, but if
Not
let's see.
long, I would say, once you use your starry form.
let me see how well I can school my expression. That's probably what a performance or a deception that's going to be the same roll no matter what. That's a natural one.
Even with
Okay.
this
Plus two.
starry form, you can see the shock and awe.
Yeah, it does not help my charisma checks. You see my starlit eyes get visibly wider, and I just like stop moving as I'm staring
What?
at the charts and make this realization.
I'm gonna assume there's not enough facial expression for me to read if that shock is like excited, like nerdy scholar shock, or if it's like a oh shit, we're about to die kind of shock. So Callie's gonna just be like, what? What is it?
Well, with my natural one, I'm just gonna say I slowly turn to look at you, and let's see, do I know stories about this serpent or anything like that from the constellation?
Give me a history check.
I do get the big die on that one again. Oh, that is the same roll on the die, but what is my history? 17.
So you would know that Agarenzo was a sea serpent that in myth was supposed to have gone basically wreaked havoc all along the coasts until the goddess of this temple essentially subdued him by stealing his tooth.
Ah,
And once she had his tooth, she basically was able to command him and keep him at bay.
okay. So Toffee wants his finger back. I see.
Yeah.
That was the first correlation that came to mind. Because I like Toffee. Toffee's a great character. So yeah, Orin turns to look at Calliope with a hard to read face just because of its nature, but able to hide nothing. I don't think it matters what happens up.
That's very ominous. Do you care to elaborate?
I don't know if I do.
Great. Well, lovely. All right. So is this like a sit around and wait for death sort of situation, or
I cannot die yet. Not until I find it.
find what?
I don't know yet. I will learn.
Oh my God. Oh, sorry. You can see that she's trying like really hard to keep composed, but like cracks are starting to show. But she'll just be like, listen, I get that there's something going on here that's bigger than all of us. It's clear that we fucked something up quite royally when we did whatever we did in that temple. Is there any way to put this genie back in the bottle and just fix this?
I will see what I can figure out. I hope so.
All right. Suppose I will go attempt to do something useful. And if he makes no move to stop her,
He does not.
you
He does not.
okay. You said DM that the room where like the clinic, I don't know what else to call it. Kaz doesn't stay there, right?
No.
Okay, would I know like where he might keep his stuff if he has any?
I mean, his stuff is probably kept in there. Yeah.
Okay. Can I get in that room? Is it locked? I don't know.
I think if it does have a key, Kaz probably isn't permitted to keep it. So, yeah, it's probably unlocked.
Okay. Can I get in there and just like I basically just want to search for anything that seems out of the ordinary, meaningful, like weird, something that could be tied to the situation. Because he had some like powerful words up there about shit going on, and she's like, all right, this is a place for me to start. This is something for me to focus on. So she's just gonna like search this place.
You would find essentially maybe some surgical notes of, or like doctor notes of some kind, um, supplies, maybe a few personal effects, though that would be up to Heather. Um, you would mostly just find like surgery shit in there, at least.
Roll an
Okay.
investigation check.
Oh boy. Am I good at those?
Also-
I don't remember.
Also, as you're walking away from Oren, he's not looking at you, but when he realizes you are stepping away to whatever is next, he just offhandedly comments to you, "Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. We need to get through this."
Yeah, Oren, what are you doing
Just
now?
I'm just same thing I was before, but now with the new goal of seeing if there is a way that I can determine either from my notes or my memory or the stars themselves if there is anything that can be done to get us out of this situation. Now that I know what is below the water.
I don't think you would get anything else from your notes. I think you've gotten what you would get from there.
Fair. He's still gonna try.
You can roll, but you won't get anything, is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't. If I'm not gonna get anything, I won't roll. But he's still trying. He has no better ideas at the moment. Well, out of curiosity, he is also going to guide himself, which added 3.
everyone on deck is probably just killing each other right now, and we're just like running around like
We
chickens
got
with
a
our heads
dirty
cut off.
20
Like,
instead of a 19. So
nice.
That's good. All right.
Great roll. Too bad it was useless.
He doesn't know that. He's gonna try.
He is
Another
trying.
time.
I appreciate someone trying.
I even rolled Maggie's die.
Uh
Oh,
huh.
that's nice.
Now I need to go find Oren's D20. Carry on.
Calliope rolled a 12 for investigation. She would have been able to find a torn flag with a sigil on it depicting another ship that is not this ship. She would not know the origins of this symbol.
Interesting. Okay.
It is clearly weathered, it is clearly old, but it is also clearly kept intact. It is found like in a small wooden box tucked away, as if it was very precious.
Okay. I feel like she would see that, kind of like pause, obviously putting like a bit of 2 and 2 together, obviously not a whole story, but something. And then she would put it back where she found it. She would not take it with her. I'm not like 100% sure what I'm gonna do next, so this could be a good moment to switch back to upstairs.
Okay.
Just saying.
So
Roll initiative.
before we get into initiative, this was supposed to be a one shot, but it's 11 p.m.
It's a 1.5 shot. It's a 1.5
And
shot.
I just want to say right now, the mutiny was like the halfway point. In part one of Adrift on the Spirit's Tide, you all found yourselves stranded in the middle of the windless sea. Captain Molly Mortar contends with the crew questioning her authority while trying to figure out how to unlock the power of the stolen relic in her possession. Your master gunner claims he hears a cacophony of voices all throughout the night, with one louder than all the rest beckoning him to obtain the relic in Molly's possession. Your surgeon, Casimir Severin, seeks not only an escape from this ship, but his vengeance against Molly. Your navigator has uncovered the meaning of the mysterious lights that keep visiting your ship at night, and all the while your boatswain Calliope attempts to keep the peace for the survival of the ship. Finally, we return to the top deck, where seconds ago, Adrius gave his cue for the mutiny to begin. The fog clears, and you see the crew all round you, Molly, weapons drawn. A second passes, and then another. And then one of the crew, specifically Blue 2, goes in response to Adrius. Why do you want that relic so bad, Adrius?
Never mind, I take back the bitch comment.
Yeah, this is not somebody against you, surprisingly. Well, they are against you still. They're not your friend, but they got questions now.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my pistol and point it at him and say, "Are you with me or no?"
Make an intimidation check.
Oh yeah, real dice, that's right. Let's see. Real dice in the darkness is tough. That is a 13.
He does look a little unnerved, but not so much that he backs off, as he is going to go, I think it's a rightful question. This relic is powerful if the captain's to be believed. What do you want with it?
I want what it promised me. Are you with me or no?
Okay. I also want to check in, Calliope. You, after talking with Orin, where were you headed? Were you headed back to the top deck?
I believe I did not specify a course of action where
Okay.
we left off.
She broke into the surgeon's room, found whatever she found, and then said, "I'ma think about this. Go somewhere else."
Yep.
But I'm gonna leave this
Ran
guy
out of
to
brain
whatever
cells.
he's doing.
Okay, then we'll come back to you in a few moments. I just couldn't remember myself if you had said that you were coming to the top deck because, things are happening at the same time.
Not quite yet.
So, all right, I think, I think we'll just roll initiative at this point.
Here goes.
Had you said that Naya was back to back with Molly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I?
Ooh.
Oh, why is her
Yeah,
token
pretty
all the
good.
way back there?
Because it is not moved.
Yeah,
feeling
I thought
alone.
I had moved it last session, I guess. I don't know
Because I
how she
love
got
you,
back
get
up
out of
on
here.
the... Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. All right, rolling
She only moves
initiative.
when you're not looking.
I got
Well, that's that
17. I put it in
number.
the chat.
Should
I
the people
see, I
downstairs
see.
also roll?
Yes, I would say everyone roll initiative. I get to
Oh.
break out my combat tracker. Haven't used that in a good long while.
Dude, what even is my dex bonus? Oh, that's a dirty 20. Nice.
I'm never more nervous about my amount of hit points than when the words roll initiative come into play.
That's valid. That should concern you.
Funnily enough, I also got a dirty 20.
Hey,
Oh man.
we're just dirty buddies.
Okay. How am I gonna?
It's harder to poker face when there's a camera.
And yes, that was for Heather.
Try not to look at it. It's a problem.
Aw, that's a cute mug.
No, thanks.
Oh.
There's a cat inside it too, but I'm not gonna show you because then there'll be chocolate all over my laptop.
So I know you all put them in the chat. I will ask you to read them off. So first off, Tony, what did you get?
17.
All right. Jess, what'd you get?
13.
Heather?
7.
Kitty?
20.
Ooh. And Stars?
20
20. Which of you has the higher dex?
plus 2.
Dex is +3.
Okay, so Kitty will go first.
That makes sense.
And let me just roll for some of our NPCs.
Roll low, NPCs. Roll low.
You might not want all of them to
Except for
roll
Naya.
low, as
No,
Naya,
just the ones against me.
Naya did get a nat 20.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, she's ready. She's
I
like,
love this
"Freaking-"
woman.
She goes,
NPC,
"How dare you?"
MVP.
She knew there was trouble before I pulled out my gun.
MVNPC. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I
I
have
like all of
this
you too.
is the two named NPCs have their own turn order, so Runetooth and Naya. And then there is a turn for the red crew and a turn for the blue crew, because they might have different,
Motives.
yes.
Red v blue.
Don't let her get you.
Don't rip it there.
So, first up would technically be Naya, but I think she is going to hold her action to see what Molly's course of action is. Which would then bring us back to Calliope. So, Kitty, what are you doing during all of this? You were below deck last we knew.
Yeah. What? I guess what's the situation from up top sounding like?
Give me a perception check.
Oh boy, gonna be real good at that. 17.
I would say that you, so when you went down, there was a lot of murmuring, whispering. People had gotten quiet. There was a fog, etc. And you definitely heard that gunshot and Adrius's call to arms, essentially. And then a suspicious length of quiet, which is somehow more worrying, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I guess when she's like done snooping around as she was, is Oren still at the table? Is he still like poring over his maps and stuff?
Last you left him, yes. And we
Okay.
will also just quickly
Um,
go down to below decks, just so you can familiarize yourself with where you were.
she's like in the middle of the room or something. Um, I feel like so yeah, I think she'd want to start heading back towards going topside, but I think before she leaves, she would kind of want to ascertain whether the navigator was coming or not.
Yeah, I would say you
To
guys
kind of
can
like
talk very briefly, of course, so whatever you want to exchange quick.
Well, you're good at reading people by the nature of your job. He looks like he has suddenly had an idea that he wishes to act upon, and he looks like he's about to abandon this table.
Okay. Okay. So seeing that, then I think she would like get his attention or stop him if he's like already on his way and just be like, "So, if we're going up there, darling,
Hmm?
be honest. Whose side are we on?"
So, side?
Let's just
doesn't know what the
assume for the
sides are.
moment. Yeah, let's just assume for the moment it's the captain versus really anyone else.
Oh, well, Captain.
All right. She like files that away and then she's gone up the stairs.
Congratulations, you've now been asked, will you join a mutiny?
Captain's been good to Orin so far.
All right, feel free to move your token wherever.
Okay. I don't know how far regular. Well, I guess I could probably dash unless I used my action to talk. But I
It
don't know
wouldn't
how
be an
far that'll
action.
get me. Okay, so she's just dashing upstairs, I guess.
All
60
right.
feet or whatever it is.
Does that get you
I
up to
don't
the
know.
top?
How does movement work here? There's no grid, so I'm very confused.
If
Okay,
you
so
grab your token,
yeah, if you grab your token and then press Q, you can bring up a ruler as you move it.
Okay, I don't have a mouse. Does that matter?
Are you just on a laptop then?
I'm on a laptop, yeah, and my only USB
Yeah.
port is for my headphones right now.
You can do it with the touchpad.
So you
It's
moved
fine.
about 36 feet already. So
Okay, so I'll just
Yeah.
get upstairs and probably stop and survey the situation.
yeah, I'll say that you can get through the door just to get you up onto the top deck.
Sure. That works.
That math
And
checks out.
yeah. So we will disappear your icon here as you go top deck. And I believe directly after you
Is me.
is Orin. So what are you doing while we are below decks?
I am also going to hustle up there.
All right.
So dash action, 45 feet gets me to the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I have another little bit when I get up here.
Okay, let me just bring your token back on here. Let me get on the correct layer. There we go. You and Calliope are both by the door.
Okay. Can I? Because I hadn't been like really paying attention to the situation up here much before. Can I just make a quick insight to tell like who seems to be like obviously aggressive toward the captain?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
I think that's just my wisdom. That's a natural 20.
He can
Plus
read
3.
your mind.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, I
really
would
good.
say. So you can tell at a glance, obviously, Adrius and Casimir are not friendly with the captain at the moment. The
Seems safe to infer probably that the gunners are with Adrius.
Yeah, you can basically figure that the gunners are with Adrius. The rest of the crew not friendly to the captain, but you can tell like even though they like were did have their concentration on her, it's a little split between her and Adrius as they're kind of wary of why Adrius wants. Well, you don't
Like,
know
do
necessarily, but that
do we mutiny? Do we not?
it's more like we mutiny, but
We want
can
you
we
in
trust
charge.
Yeah.
Fair, fair.
We mutiny, but who are we putting in the place after?
We're a little concerned about what Adrius is gonna do. But
Gotcha.
yeah, so
Also, everybody sees me come up the stairs behind Calliope, and I still have my starry form on. So I just look
I
like
forgot about that.
glowing galaxies and glowing starlit eyes and all that
Dude's
good
walking
stuff.
up here looking like an alien. Why?
I look like the Watcher,
Hmm.
but normal human size.
People already hearing things, already seeing things, and then you just march on up here.
Let's see.
Well, he said he's done this before.
Okay.
So, you know,
Not often, but but it probably has been seen.
yeah, it's not like it's the first time. Oh my God, there's a demon aboard the ship. You know, oh, it's Orin.
Well,
But,
if
like,
there's
it could be a demon, but it's Orin.
if there's any sailors on this ship that are like newer, they might be freaking out a little bit. But
Just like, ooh, what is that?
I don't
Strange
think
light.
I have any clever bonus actions I can do. I was gonna guidance myself, but I used my action to get up here, so never mind on
oh,
that.
shit, I forgot about bonus actions. Guys, I'm so good at this.
Do you want to bardically inspire me?
You know what? What the heck? Sure.
Yay!
Felt
Is
like
that-
a negotiation.
You're all sparkly and like shiny. I'm into it.
What does that give me? Is that a D6 or does it start as a D8?
It's a 1d6
Okay, I'm gonna set
for
that
10
out.
minutes.
I'm gonna set that out so I remember it. Okay, yeah, that's all I'm doing.
okay. Also, because I can't entirely remember, who all was asked to roll a D10 last session?
Me.
So is it only Kitty who hasn't?
Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. You want to roll a D10?
Starting out strong.
Sure.
She's like, I don't think so.
I'm scared now.
This is
Okay,
becoming
lie.
hilarious and happening at
Should I
initiative.
roll the sparkly
20.
pink die or the rainbow die?
Rainbow.
What are we feeling?
Sparkle.
Rainbow.
Just
Rainbow.
Well,
fine, rainbow.
I
I changed
heard-
my vote.
I heard 2 votes for rainbows. 6.
Roll again. We got that one already.
2.
Hey, that's the one
Hey.
I didn't. That's the one I rolled that we didn't use.
Okay, we'll
Oh,
just hold on
yeah.
to that. We'll just hold on to that.
Okay.
That's
like
somehow
that.
more ominous.
I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
no.
I trust
I'll
this.
tell you later.
No. The phrase I believe the DM phrase is, "Huh, interesting."
All right, so with that, we move to the Master Gunner.
And a refusal to elaborate.
Let's continue with his flair for the dramatic. He's gonna pull out Bolt, pointed at the captain, and a couple things are gonna happen. I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt. So that's gonna be an attack roll against you, Jess. That's
Just
pretty good.
so you know,
19 to hit.
is
Oh,
that
go ahead.
a ranged attack?
Oh, it is.
She might have partial cover from the mast because it is.
But you gave me Spell Sniper, which ignores.
You're
partial
right.
and three-quarters
You're
cover.
totally right. I forgot
It
about
is
that.
literally the only spell I have that can use it.
DM, the only thing worse than picking sides is false hope.
I'm sorry. I forgot what
it was
feats
a
I gave him.
19 to hit, though.
Yeah, that hits. Wow, that
Okay.
hits.
And as he casts this, gusts of wind come up from under Adrius as I'm going to use his tempestuous magic feat to fly. I'm going to be a little cheeky with it, but I'm going to fly over these two. And I'm going to twin spell with a sorcerer point, Witch Bolt, to also attack the first mate.
Okay.
Do you have to roll separately for that?
I do.
Okay.
That is
where
not
you
as
need to-
good. I got a
this is where you
natural
need
1.
your-
Good.
But I'm going to use 2 more sorcery points to roll that again.
Use them all up, buddy.
With
How many you
seeking
got at
spell.
level 3? Use them up.
That's all I've got.
I think that's actually all of them. Yes.
What was the reroll?
I haven't re-rolled it yet.
Oh, okay.
Probably not going to hit. That one's only a 12.
Let me check her AC. I just realized I forgot my book on the other side of the room.
Talking last time about wishing you had some of Lucas's stuff to be perfect for
Yeah.
interception.
Yeah. Well, I'd take Lucas's hit points pool right now.
I also that.
I also I just like
Both are good.
modern.
No, it does not hit her AC.
Okay.
Good.
And I know I've already used my action, but then I'm just going to yell out, "Time to get her, boys!" And I'm going to look up at blue number 2 and just kind of give him a scowl as I'm flying over these guys in a windy, tempestuous magic, whatever, and casting Witch Bolt at the captain, being very dramatic about it.
Okay.
Where's
Sounds
you
Over here,
land
like,
out of
dude, where the
curiosity?
fuck was this wind for the last 8 days?
Right?
I have questions.
Well, the wind would last for 6 seconds.
Yeah,
so.
it wouldn't get us very far.
Doesn't matter. It
We'd
doesn't
blow
matter.
through. We'd get like 36 seconds out of it with
I'm
all my
real
spell
sad
slots.
that I'm only a level 3 rogue here. A lot of cool things that could have made this less ouch. What are we rolling? What's the damage?
Oh shoot, yeah. I gotta do my
I'll take none, but I'm an honest captain here.
it is 9 damage.
Oh,
9
that's awful.
lightning damage, I think. Lightning damage.
Yikes.
That
I hope it's lightning, or else you wouldn't be flying.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Where does the master gunner land? Out of curiosity.
Oh, right where he is now. I started on the
goes up and back down.
Well, he goes up at an angle to land kind of in that circle of dudes. So,
All right.
because I started over here, David.
Ah, gotcha.
So.
gotcha.
Dudes.
So after him, it'll be your gunner crew.
Is that a new druid subclass, Circle of Dudes?
It's an awful order.
Yes.
Awful turn order, everybody.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Captain.
Let me double check there. Okay. So, all right, we're just going to go through them in number order. So 1 and 2 are going to try and shoot Naya. One of them misses, the other one hits. So we'll just put that aside.
Everyone's got guns on this ship. New rule.
They
Why are you
actually,
the captain?
You gave your gunners guns. What?
I'm actually gonna say they just have crossbows, not guns. They're too lazy to customize. Wow, that guy rolled max damage on that. All right.
Oh, that's after.
Sorry, Naya, you're taking 9 damage.
Oh.
2 and 3 are also going to try and shoot Naya. Oh, wow. Okay. One of them got nat 20. The other one misses.
My God, guys.
I'm
Okay, so like
sorry.
there's a reason we keep them on board. Because they're good.
Okay.
I keep thinking, oh, 9 damage isn't that bad. And then I'm like, wait, we're only level 3.
We were
That's really bad.
Devastating.
I'm used to playing level 17 in like my other campaigns. I'm like, 9 damage is nothing.
Right now it's life threatening.
So then, let's see. We're gonna say 5 and 6 attack you, Molly. They both miss.
Oh, good.
Horribly so. 8
But
and
that
7.
means they're in my face, right?
Oh, they're shooting at you.
Oh, never mind. Okay,
Yeah,
and what was
yeah.
the last question? Sorry.
I was gonna say 8 and 7 also try to hit you. What is your AC again?
14.
One of them hits.
Great.
I'm so sorry, Jess.
3 damage. He rolled shit. And with that, it's going to go to Blue Crew now. Where, let's see. I think 2 is going to take out a crossbow as well, because you probably have multiple. It's not just your gunners who have ranged weapons. He's going to kind of stand on this railing a bit to see over Casimir more efficiently, and he's going to try and shoot at you,
I'll
Adrift.
probably hit. I don't have much for AC. Do I get any cover from the beefy dude?
Not because he's higher, like on higher ground than you.
Damn it, be beefier.
Do you even lift, bro?
That's a 12 to hit.
That is exactly what he needed.
Okay.
I don't know what my AC is. I should find that in place.
That's gonna be 9 damage.
All right, and since I'm concentrating on Witch Bolt, remind me, is it a Constitution saving throw or just a Constitution check?
I think it's a saving throw, right, for concentration?
It's a saving throw, yeah.
And I just got to get better. Is it better than 9 or is 10 the minimum?
You have to beat a 10 or half the damage, whichever's higher.
Well, I got exactly 10, so I hope beats will work in this case.
Yeah, we'll say that's good enough. Let's see.
That was 9 points of damage, which is still utterly devastating.
I think I think for the rest of these guys, what I'm going to do is roll individually for them to decide what exactly they're doing, because the blue crew is more divided than your red crew. So let's just go down the line of 1. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. 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 So of these, I have one more to roll for. Okay. So of these, majority of them actually look very torn on what to do here. They see that 2 has shot at Adrius, and so they're kind of looking like they don't know whether to go after Adrius or Molly. However, 7 is going to run up towards you, Molly, and try to attack you with a scimitar. And he's gonna fucking whiff it, because that was a 6.
He just sees the glower in her eyes.
And then number 6 here is going to come on down. He's going to try and dash as he's making for Naya, and gets right to Naya but can't attack. And then with that, we go to you, Molly.
Yep. All right. I am
you're
trying desperately to understand this ability, but I've been trying this whole turn, so
The swashbuckler sneak attack thing.
Oh.
yeah, I just don't I don't get it.
It just gives you an extra way to get your sneak attack dice, and being back to back with Naya does not make it happen.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
You need to either be adjacent to the same enemy that an ally is adjacent to, like normal, or you need to be the only creature adjacent to your target.
Okay, but
Or something like that. Your target needs to be the only creature adjacent to you.
Right. But then regular sneak attack still does stuff because I'm back to back with
That-
Naya.
Uh,
Yeah.
you'd have to be attacking somebody that Naya is next to.
Yeah.
So 6, but not 7.
7, 8, 9. Got it.
Just one thing you should be aware of, though. Witch Bolt is a continuous spell. There's
I'm aware.
actually okay, good.
1000% aware.
I just didn't want to like have any surprises for just the player. So
There's no surprises on Witch Bolt. I'm well acquainted with the spell.
okay, just making sure.
I'm real sad you didn't fail that Constitution check, but I think I have a way to fix that, so that's okay.
That's ominous.
I have a way to fix that. Like, it's not even an issue. I'll fix
It's
that.
called shooting a man.
Jess,
That's what.
when you
A little
rolled
less
your
finesse than I was expecting, but fair.
initiative, you remembered to add your charisma, right?
Oh, yes,
Or did you roll on roll 20?
D&D Beyond gives
Or-
me has it as a +5, so yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because
Yeah, no, I just rolled shit.
Oh, okay.
I have a +5 to my initiative, everybody. Guess what did nothing for me? Okay. So I established last session that Molly had her gun in one hand and her sword in the other. I don't think I can dual wield though because I'm not a dual wielder. So I think it's just
you have a
push-ups.
palm pistol, which, if I remember correctly, is a light weapon. So you can still make a bonus action attack with that.
Okay, cool.
You just don't add your dex to it. Which
Okay.
do you want to use your sword?
My rapier?
Yes. You have a third weapon,
I do have a third weapon.
and I would allow you to draw that instead. If you
What?
so chose.
It's
DM
super
over here
ominous
enabling
that you say
shit.
that. Yeah, right. Okay, the only problem is, one sec, I don't have that on my character sheet. So 1 second, let me pull up. I have the PDF. I just have to go to it. Where is it? Ooh, boy. All right. So we're gonna fuck it.
Is that what we're gonna do?
All right. So am I able to, just out of curiosity, is that something I can use as a bonus weapon or just the palm pistol?
Yeah, you can attack with that as well. As a
Okay,
bonus action.
but like, okay, so
both are light
rapier.
weapons.
Okay. So I think given the fact that 7 is in my face and 6 is the equivalent of in my face, really want to fucking shoot.
You only have 2 hands, so
I wish I had 3. It's fine.
Molly goes, but I really want to shoot Adrift. Like, you're so sad.
No, that's fine. You know what? We'll be fucking dramatic. Since the DM has given permission because he wants terrible things to happen to me, I'm sure. Let's do it.
I want terrible
so-
things to happen to all of you.
Listen,
Equal opportunity
You just-
terrorizer.
you just don't want me to die without something awful happening. This is fine. So Molly is looking pretty bloody in that center of everything going on, and she makes makes brief eye contact with the people that are obviously like in her face trying to stab her and shoot her and whatever, and then she locks eyes with Adrius and she just kind of snarls at him and you want so badly to see the relic? See what it can do? All right then. And she pulls out the dagger, and I think she would like to stab at 6. Gets me sneak attack, so we're gonna go for 6.
Okay.
He about to get eaten by a sword.
I am about to get eaten by a sword.
Oh, good.
I don't like the silence.
What did you roll to hit? You didn't say.
Oh, it froze for me. Everything froze and was silent.
I was waiting for you to roll.
What's going on?
We're just waiting.
No, everything froze, and I thought we were waiting for Baz to say something, and I was like, the tension is really setting in here.
No, in fact, we're waiting for you to say something.
Right.
They're all being so respectful of each other.
Well, I really appreciate all of you. So with that modifier, 21 to hit.
That hits. Roll your damage.
What is the damage?
Roll to end his life.
D4, 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 D4. Which D4? We said we were going to use this one. All right. Oh, I don't know how to read that die. Fuck. 3 and plus 3. 6 damage on the dagger, and then I can roll sneak attack,
Yep.
right? Sneak attack is 2 giant. Oh. 8. 6 plus 8.
6 plus 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
perfect.
so 6 points from the relic, 8 points from sneak attack.
So 6 plus 8, not just 8, right? Okay.
Yeah, 6 plus 8.
Okay. So 14 in all. That is
Plus the 6 that you got before, right?
No,
No?
I rolled 2d6, and that was a total of 8 for my sneak attack.
But from the
And
dagger itself.
The dagger was 6 damage, so 6 damage plus 8 damage is 14 damage.
Yeah.
Total.
I misunderstood. Ignore
I
all
rolled
my
my really
words.
cool bone dice. Felt appropriate.
Oh, nice.
Dang.
Nice.
All right. Let me just
Wipe him off the face
format some things here that I'll be sending you privately.
Oh,
I was
my
actually
God,
when it got
so
really silent.
stressful.
When it got really silent, I really thought that's what you were doing, and I went to the PMs just to see if you were typing, and that's when I found out that my screen was just frozen.
So, so you plunge this dagger into Six's chest, killing him in that strike, just outright. And he has a look of, like, shock that you just did it so quickly. And as his blood begins to, like, seep out around the dagger, you can see it kind of seeping into the carvings and runes on the dagger. And you are filled with the knowledge of the dagger. So you now know what it does as a result of sacrificing this man with this dagger.
Please hold.
I need some chocolate cake. I can't do this.
Yeah, I'm looking down at my mug right now, being like, I can't tell if I put too much alcohol or not enough.
Yeah, I have mulled wine tonight, so it's very
Mm.
nice. With brandy in it.
Ooh.
I love it.
I did overspice it a bit, so it has
No such thing.
it has too
Yes!
much
All right.
star of anise, admittedly, but
Oh, fair,
yeah.
fair.
I had milk before session.
Hey, Bass.
Yes,
19.
to hit.
No.
Wait, I'm confused. What are private message me because I'm not following. Oh, you
did.
did?
I did.
You did? Oh, it didn't give me an alert. I'm sorry. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Discord be like that sometimes.
All right, you're good.
Yep, and then please hold. I don't care about that one just yet. I only have one attack as a level 3 rogue, right? We're not up to
Yes.
two attacks
Yeah.
yet.
Rogues don't get 2 attacks anymore.
I don't think. Yeah.
That was more so
Alright.
in reference to like bonus action attacks, etc.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Gotcha.
Sorry, there was a lot to read. I just had to
Unless
read
the
a lot of
magic
things.
dagger gives you 2 attacks.
No.
I don't know.
One sec.
That would be an
There it is.
action.
Okay, thank you. And then I get to attack somebody else, right? With that bonus action attack that we talked about with my pistol.
Yes.
Cool. That's gonna be at Adrius. Can I reach him?
What is the range on your palm pistol? I'm pretty sure he's within range. Yeah, he's
Range on my
totally.
palm
He's like 20
pistol?
feet away.
Yeah. The
And
range.
you would have disadvantage because there's a hostile creature within 5 feet of you.
That's true.
That's fine. It's okay. So palm pistol with disadvantage. You're lucky, sir. That was a nat 20. So it is instead a 15 to hit.
That still hits though. So
Cool.
go ahead, wreck up my day.
D8, 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 D8. And I don't add the extra damage, right? No dexterity or whatever.
No.
Okay, so it's just 7 points of damage.
All right, I'm gonna roll my con save publicly here so that we can all enjoy this together. 23.
Nice.
Like it's nothing. He does this every day.
Sorcerers, man.
How much damage was that? 8?
7.
7. Yeah. All right. Cool beans.
All right. She just looks around very fiercely at anyone else nearby. There's nothing else. Just like you saw what the fuck I just did.
Yeah,
dare you.
give me an intimidation check.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I'm almost having
Sorry,
fun.
things are just turning around. It feels really good right now. 18.
Okay. We're gonna say, as a result of that, all the blue crew members who were uncertain of attacking you are now certain that they will not attack you. So you basically, of the blue crew, only have 7, and I'll be rolling on red crews based on what happens in the rest of the round. So with that, we go to the surgeon.
Got surgeon.
Thought you'd all take care of this before it got to my turn. I really needed you guys to do that. But it's okay.
I was downstairs, man.
Yeah.
That's true. Freaking
two of us-
home coming up. Freaking light bright coming up the stairs.
Started the round with a dramatic entrance.
And then ignored me from there. That's fine.
Yeah, everyone was like, "Oh, who cares?" He does this every day.
We'll put a pin in that.
We'll come back. He's going to brandish his great axe and he's going to break down or break the lock of the door to get the priestess out of the room.
Oh, okay, you're breaking the priestess out.
Yeah.
All right, give me a athletics check, I suppose, to try and break down this door.
Athletics. Oh no, that's a 7.
This is some formidable wood.
My great axe, but my great axe.
Your
Well,
axe.
craftsmanship.
Your axe does go like thunking into it, but Calliope probably built that door herself and is going nowhere.
Okay.
Fuck up
Okay.
my woodcraft. I will come for you.
Oh, damn it. Come on. Oh,
I might be
you're looking
kidding.
cool.
Ooh.
There's now a big crack
really
in the
awesome.
door, but not quite enough to
Okay.
break it. Yeah.
That is my action. I don't have a reason to rage at the moment. No one's really hit me. Kind of want to save that anyway. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay.
Thank you.
After you, it goes to Runetooth,
What you gonna do, Rune Tooth?
who probably looks at what you're doing, Kaz, and you can see like his brow furrow, and he kind of comes over and like in his gruff, quiet but not actually quiet voice, as he is permaloud.
My limited cover, no.
He kind of just has like a, you think we should break her out of there?
She doesn't deserve to just be left in here for whoever's left.
All right. And he cracks his knuckles and attempts to break down the door.
He's a good boy.
Get it.
He
How
rolled a.
about Runetooth as the next captain? He seems nice.
He's nice, but he's not very bright.
That's what the first thing
Perfect.
would be for.
He'll be a figurehead captain.
Calliope's like, that's great. That's what I need. A mindless leader.
So he hits the door, and how much HP do we think a door has?
There are
I know.
rules for inanimate objects, AC and HP.
2.
Depends. Is it a mimic?
No, it's not a mimic.
What?
I would have
That'll
attacked
be
you
the
guys by
perfect
now.
solution.
I was about to say we've been.
Surprise!
The key is just
key
to
in its
befriend
slot,
a
dude.
mimic door, and then use
I
that as the
replaced
prisoner
all
cell.
the doors with mimics.
A,
That's why they're so
a
sturdy.
medium-sized object, if it's fragile, has 4 hit points. If it's resilient, has 8.
Okay.
Is the
So,
the
He
generic.
he hits this door, and he is a very very large man. Obviously, he's probably like, I don't know. Let's just say he's like 8 feet tall. That seems like Minotaur height.
If
and-
is a siege monster, he deals double damage to some structures.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But he doesn't. He's not using Minotaur stats, to be clear, because that would be way too much for this encounter, and way too much for your
coming
lover. But yeah, he basically cracks his fist against this door, and it doesn't quite completely fall away, but there is now a huge asshole in the door as it kind of almost folds in half, but it's still like, the bottom half is still like on the hinges, with the top half kind of folded over and still partially blocking the way.
Calliope's just across the way, like, come on, come on. Like,
And Casimir, you see the
Confirmation
priestess inside, her white, like grayish eyes kind of like almost glowing in the darkness from inside, and she just looks completely impassive as he breaks down the door. And then we're gonna go back to Naya, who I forgot was holding her action. I never had her do anything.
Have her stab somebody.
Well, you killed the person who was closest to attacking her.
7 is still there.
Yeah,
Got her back.
yeah, I know Seven's still there. I mean, I meant the person next to her.
Fine.
So
But she wouldn't have been able to attack 7 with a reaction.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't have been able to.
That's fair. That's
Um,
fair.
she's just gonna circle on over to 7 over here. Um, and she's going to attack them. Oh gosh, I'm dropping dice. Okay. Well, one of those hit. She has 2 attacks, unlike the rest of you.
Rude.
I had to give Jess some serious buffs because I knew for a fact everyone was going to be against her. So
no.
she gets the most powerful ally.
Remains to be
Naya
seen.
means business. Naya over here like, try it, bitch. Just cutting people down left and right.
So 7 is still alive, but very barely so, as she basically plunges her own sword through this guy's stomach, and kind of just like, yeah, impales him. And
As you do.
oh, actually, once per turn she can do something else, so she's just gonna do that thing. And she's gonna kill him. She's gonna kill him outright.
Nice.
Once per turn, she can kill somebody outright.
She's not playing. This is
You
not
dare
a game.
mutiny!
Because
First
you
mate has
need
no
to
chill.
sit down.
So you guys see
Forever.
Molly basically stab one guy through the heart and kill him just immediately, and then Naya sweeps over and kills the other guy, who, both of which were the only 2 of the blue crew who looked as if they were about to attack, as everybody else remained frozen. And then we're going to go to the bosun. What you doing?
Oh shit. Does that 2 on the D10 become relevant at all?
Not yet.
Just checking.
Not yet.
So quick.
I
so
just
quick. No,
figured
no.
I would ask, you know. Okay, cool. Well, not quite. The door is sad, but I can't do anything about that right now. Okay, cool. Well, this is not at all how I expected this day to be going. All right. What does it look like in terms of like people wanting to continue to fight? Can I like insight check the situation?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you roll for Adrius, he definitely wants to.
No, I mean, I figured.
Roll a deception check
Oh,
to
that's
hide
not
your
great.
intentions.
Oh, that's not great. That is an 8 altogether.
An 8. So I'll say, yeah, you can tell Adrius is still gonna fight. Blue crew, just from what you've seen in the last round, you think that they might have had like the fight scared out of them, but you're not totally certain. Red crew, you can't tell.
Okay. And then what about the captain and the first mate? Can I tell anything? Like, do they seem like they're gonna continue fighting and rampaging people, or are they like, we've made our point, we're done?
I think for the captain, it's up to Jess.
I mean, if it looks like Adrius is still fighting, he's got a literal beam of lightning attached to my face right now. So.
Oh, I forgot about that. Sorry, it's a lot to keep track of.
I'm pretty sure I'm still in this. It's just a matter of whether people will part the seas before I get to him.
Yeah. Okay. God, I wish I had something to fix this.
Thank you. Good job.
Do I just...
You can do it, Callie.
God, part of me really wants to just be like a shit disturber.
Be a
That's
shit
me, the player,
disturber.
talking.
Do it. I bet Callie wants to too.
The range on that, 30 feet? Is everybody within 30 feet of me? That's... No, not quite.
If you go to the middle of the ship, I bet
Good thing
almost
you can
everybody will
move.
be within 30 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
-2. Well, depending on whatever the
Dude,
radius is.
probably gets me about. Nope, a little more. Sorry, because I don't have a mouse, this is getting a little bit weird for me. I think I can move a little bit far. I'm just gonna trust that people aren't gonna try and kill me. You know, that might be foolish, but we're
Put
gonna
your
we're gonna
faith in
go with it.
everybody.
So in the interest of like trying to minimize bloodshed and really hoping that Orin has some kind of magical plan that's gonna save us all, I'm gonna try and cast Bane on the captain, the first mate, and Adrift.
Okay.
Full
So
opportunity timeouts.
it's basically like I'm like maybe I can just keep them from killing each other. So it's a charisma saving throw for everybody, which I'm sure you'll all succeed on. But you know what? We're gonna try it anyway.
What's the DC?
14.
I got a natural 20.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. This just means I'm gonna die next. It's all right.
What was the DC? I'm sorry.
Don't worry,
14.
I rolled a 13.
I like that the one time I
Altogether?
roll consistently well,
Yeah.
I'm playing an asshole.
Oof.
Naya fails.
Good job. You
so-
got me and Naya, but not Adrius. All right.
Look, I tried. I tried, okay? You're the one who killed 2 people.
Because they were trying to shoot me and stab me.
I've killed nobody yet.
You're working on it, buddy.
Yet.
How to...
What are we doing?
Trying to see if... Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can... I don't know why it's not working. I thought I used to be able to ping things from D&D Beyond, but maybe I can't. That's fine.
Just hold in your left click, or I don't know if you're on a Mac, but just your click. Typically, you just hold in when you click.
So you said from
Hold
D&D
what?
Beyond?
Sorry?
Oh, from D&D Beyond. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
was my
Basically, so I'm concentrating on that. I had to remember that, and basically it's just a minus 1d4 on attack rolls and saving throws while that's up.
You. I knew I liked you, Callie.
It's one of those moments where it was like plan A didn't work as intended. All right, we're moving to plan B now.
Plan B is hoping they don't die. Plan B is I got a band-aid, Captain.
Plan B is hoping the right person wins.
All right. After that, it goes to the navigator.
All right,
Well
glow stick,
then,
do it.
the navigator is going to got to step over a dead body. Navigator's going to navigate his way over to the captain, being very showy, but not apparently aggressive. He just goes, "Captain, I know you're busy, but I think I might have figured something out about our situation."
He did not. I just spit all over my laptop. I just like lost all of my faculties. I cannot. Oh my god. Excuse me.
And then
Should have just held my action.
and
And
without really looking in that direction, I'm gonna just hold my hand out while I'm looking at the captain. Hold my hand out in the direction of Red 7 and the Master Gunner, and cast Gust of Wind,
Okay.
which does nothing until the start of your turn.
Okay. Which is next? Okay.
Dun-dun.
Yeah.
Well, no,
so
there's crews in between you, but yeah.
no, Master Gunner is next.
Oh, he is.
The crews
Never
are
mind.
after the Master Gunner.
Never mind.
Well, I guess the
Master
question
Gunner-
is,
needs to make a strength saving throw.
If I get pushed, is the wall enough to keep me from falling over?
Gonna find out. That's not my call.
That's a natural 1.
Ooh. No, the wall is not enough. I would say that with a nat, like if it were a bit higher than a nat 1, yeah, you could brace yourself against that railing, but with a nat 1, I think you're just going over the railing, Tony.
Okay.
15-foot push.
Yeet.
All right.
Callie's like, I hope I picked the right side. The side immediately goes
Listen.
overboard.
I still have time to drop the spell.
As the master gunner goes kerplunking into the ocean.
I wonder if Master Gunner can swim.
We'll say yes. It's not very rough seas at the moment. There's literally no wind, so.
Fair.
He's
I just know
floating
some
like a
pirates are
sinking
superstitious and sink like a stone. Figure that ass.
I haven't,
The
I
better
haven't
question
looked it up because this would be out of character knowledge, but does breaking line of effect break the witch bolt?
It does, in fact. So
It does?
you are now free of the witch bolt.
That's good. That's good.
Oh.
Is it my turn, Bast?
Yes.
How tall is the ship?
Good question. How tall are ships in general? We'll say that from the top deck to the water, it's probably 20 feet, and from the top deck to the crow's nest, 30 feet.
Perfect. I'm going to take my gun and shoot myself in the head and cast Vortex Warp to land in the crow's nest.
Perfect.
And then I'm going to yell at the gunners, "Get 'em, boys!"
He just reappears with a bloody head.
Oh,
All right,
What
give me
just
a
happened?
persuasion check on that command.
Can it be with advantage because it was
God
super
can't. That has
good?
to be with
Or
advantage.
disadvantage because you're a fucking zombie.
It's maybe 13.
I think he shot himself.
Okay, well, just keep that in mind.
Wait, what do you roll?
13.
Anything else for your turn?
That's my action. I don't really have anything in the way of bonus actions, so that's it.
Okay, it goes to your gunners.
7 has to make a strength saving throw as well.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
Actually, before we go on, because tempestuous magic, I apparently can't say that word, works with any spell of first level or higher, I didn't just shoot myself in the head. I cast the spell, I shoot up 10 feet out of the water, and then I teleport into the crow's nest.
Nice.
Dude's
Very
all right.
dramatic. Does 7 fall overboard?
Yeah,
Important.
7 is going to the drink. He rolled a 5. So he is.
Bye, dude.
I did.
Yeah, no
I
one's.
know I made this reference already, but bye, Felicia.
What can he say? Yeet.
Kobe?
And as 7 falls into the water, you this time, Tony, you may have narrowly avoided this, as the ocean basically begins to roil, and you see those very large lights begin to come up and basically like almost break the surface this time. And 7 doesn't come back up. 7 disappears as he falls into the water.
It's the space snake.
Sorry,
I'm
7.
excited.
Snake, whoa, it's a snake.
So, between all these things, I'm going to be rolling for the red crew to see who still has fight in them. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Interesting. All of them. Got it.
So, no, only 3 of them actually continue to fight.
Ooh,
Um,
3. Wow. After that display, really?
Bloody cowards.
Oh my god.
As
Seeing it.
You do see 1 and 2 and 5, because these lights are circling all around the ship. They're kind of drifting more towards the railing and like being kind of fearful of what these lights mean. But 6, 4, and 8 remain focused.
Naturally, the ones closest. Yes, yes,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm ready.
Also, Tony will say that you are on top of this mast here. That would probably be where the crow's nest is. Yeah, so they're gonna shoot at a number of you, actually. I
So
think.
there's my gust of wind stays there until I move it.
Okay. Then. Yeah, okay. 8 is going to shoot you, Orin, or attempt to. Um,
Oh,
that is a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Okay.
Wait.
4 damage.
Okay. I don't think I can do anything about that, so fair enough.
6.
I will. Well, I would roll concentration, but because of my starry form dragon, I cannot roll lower than a 10.
Okay. 6 is
That's
also going to shoot you.
They would have to roll enough damage to kill me in order for me to make a concentration check right now.
They probably won't. So 6 gets a 16. So that hits. And they do 7 damage. And
Well, that
4.
hurts.
4 is going to try and attack you, Molly, with another shot.
That was half my hit points.
That's a 3, so you're good, Molly.
Yep. Was that another bolt or was that a sword?
A bolt.
Okay.
They seem to know better than to get in melee range of you.
I would think that they would have that much intelligence. I would hope that they would have that much intelligence.
Blue crew has entirely lost the fight in them, so they are standing down, and it goes to Molly.
Hey.
Which
So,
ones did you say were still fighting us?
6, 4, and 8.
Yep.
Red.
All right, and Adrius is up top
And
on the
Adrius.
crow's nest. You said he's about 30 feet away?
I'm gonna mark the ones, yes, that are still fighting.
Okay, cool.
I guess at an angle it might be like 35, but give or take.
That's okay. That's okay. That won't matter. So Molly has the relic in her hand and she has drawn blood with it and she has, taken down a crew member and scared the fuck out of a bunch of others. But she turns her attention not to the lights circling the ship, but up to Adrius. And she just kind of smirks and she says, 2 of us can play with lightning. And I would like to cast Call Lightning on Adrius.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
That's fancy.
Freaking fireworks show today, guys. Woo!
That's
Is that an attack roll or a save?
It is a dexterity save.
I like that a lot less than it being an attack roll.
I know.
So
They
as
could be
Molly
the-
says this and lifts the dagger with the blood almost entirely seeping into these carvings and runes, you all watch as the clear blue sky of the day just suddenly becomes overwhelmingly like dark and clouded as this storm just materializes overhead. It's like so black that it almost looks like nighttime. And what were your rolls?
I got a 15 dexterity save.
What is the DC? I don't actually know.
I didn't actually take that into account.
I don't know what. How do we tell what my spell save DC is?
We're going to say that
Use-
you would calculate it like a normal spell save DC.
Okay,
Use
how do we do that?
your we're going to say charisma as your
Okay.
modifier.
This feels
So what
more lucky.
So 10 plus. Is it 10 plus proficiency plus charisma or something?
Yes.
It's eight plus proficiency plus.
Oh, is it
charisma.
8? Okay, I thought it was
Cool.
10.
It is 8.
I
It's
never
eight,
do
yeah.
that ever. So 12 is the DC.
I saved.
So you save, but you still take half damage.
Okay.
So tens. Which ones are tens? Are you a 10?
That's still supposed to be multiple 10s.
You're a 10.
Just better hope that a storm sorcerer is immune to
You're a
lightning or
10.
something.
Not yet.
You're a 10.
Not till like
resist it
level 18
mentally.
for no good reason.
Oh god.
Don't they get it at like 6 or something?
No, they get it at level 18.
Well, dang.
So you take half of 14 damage, so 7.
All right. I'm going to tell the DM what happens, and you guys can suffer.
Okay.
Well, I do.
I guess at level 6 I would be resistant to it, but he gets immunity at 18. But that's neither here nor there. So.
We're not level 18 or level 6.
So is that it for your turn, Molly?
That was my action, and unless I still have a bonus action to stab somebody.
Yeah, you still have your bonus action.
Okay, cool. Hello, 4.
What's up, bro?
So now I have a question.
Yes.
So if I am next to 4 and nobody is next to me, do I get sneak attack
Yes, that is how this
because of my ability?
It's like you get sneak attack for having like a one-on-one fencing duel kind of situation.
If you are within 5 feet, no other creatures are within 5 feet of you. You don't have disadvantage. Okay, but I still have a -4 because of Bane.
Minus 1d4, so you have to roll it.
Minus 1d4 for Bane. Okay, cool. And this is with, this is with the relic because you said that I can have bonus actions with that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, as long as
go
you're making
ahead.
your bonus action attack with the relic, you still get it in this instance.
Wow. All right. Come back.
Because
Sorry, my
it's
computer just flipped its shit.
admittedly OP. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Cool.
I will be pleasantly
Cool.
surprised if we live.
I mean, just don't be on my bad side. Fine.
Too late.
Uh,
Although maybe you don't know. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. So that is a 18 to hit.
That hits.
So 1d minus the d4. Wait, minus the d4. Told. Why am I rolling these dice? -3, 15 to hit.
That still hits.
Okay, cool. And then
He did.
d4, not plus my bonuses, but plus my sneak attack, because I haven't done that this turn. So 2 plus 2. 2 plus bone dice. 5. 7. No. 5. 6. 7 points of damage total.
Okay. Yeah, he's still up. But you can, as you approach him and you stab him with this dagger, you see the palpable fear in his eyes. And just, yeah, overwhelmingly so. Especially at the storm that you conjured and the fact that everybody saw that lightning bolt go down to the crow's nest and they didn't hear a scream, but they don't hear anything else either. So,
Just tanked it like a champ.
um, and with that, we go to the surgeon.
I'd like to break down the door, please.
All right, give
Surgical.
me another athletics check.
Athletics. Oh, that is a 21.
Nice.
That hits.
Hooray! So the door's down. I can get inside now.
Yeah, I'll say like you don't have to roll damage. You take that like the what's remaining of the door and just kind of
Rip
tear
it
it
off.
off.
That's great.
And do you want to go in there, or do you want to just step out of the way so that she can come out?
Is she tied up? I thought she was bound.
She's not tied up. She was locked in there, but she's not tied up.
Oh, he'll I guess he won't necessarily step in, but he'll lean in to see her and address her. I can't leave you in here during this. If you can help stop whatever's in the water, just tell me what to do and I will do it. And then that's what he'll say. But he'll also kind of turn around to make sure there's nobody trying to sneak up on him at the same time. But he won't like step in and force her or grab her out.
Before you turn away, she does meet your eyes, and there isn't any shock at the scene that's happening outside, not even as the storm rolls in, or the crack of lightning or anything like that. And she has a little bit of a sigh as she goes, "Entrapped are we all in this feeble dream. I once had such anger for you all. I wanted to see you suffer for the desecration of my home, my God, my own dignity. But pity holds my heart now. You don't even know that you're going through the motions." And she stands up and begins to walk out and goes, "But here we are, so I'll fill my role and play the part." And we're going to add her to the initiative order.
Ma'am, I'm gonna need an appendix.
I'm like, I need some chocolate cake. Is it break time? Do we have break time?
You know, that's
The priestess
basically...
just comes.
I will say that's basically the end of the initiative order, so if we want to take a break here, that'd be the perfect point, because only Runetooth
Oh,
would
that
go
would be
next. And to be honest, I don't know if he would know what to do after that either.
Yeah, he's
So...
Alright, I'll be back.
The priestess comes out, and Callie's just like, I just found Plant C.
Then we pick back up at the start of the round, and before we go to anyone's turn, you
Find out if it's
hear the water basically bubbling around the ship, thrashing as this creature circles closer and closer to the surface before finally breaking and frankly leaping into the air alongside your ship before coming back down with like a giant splash that rains water across the deck. As... Hold on, let me bring it to the appropriate side of the ship before I reveal it.
So ready.
mad
So
a
ready.
little bit.
And you see this, which
Oh
I
no!
also post
No!
art of. 1 second.
Pretty.
Kitty, it's all your favorite things in one picture.
Okay. In hindsight,
no.
I should have said something, but it's fine. I forgot that I'm afraid of fish.
It's
It's
definitely
fine.
more of
I
an
can handle
eel.
it.
Is that better?
It's kind of the mix of an
No.
anglerfish and an eel, so it's yeah.
All the fun deep sea things.
Well, this is a horror movie campaign thing, so.
Also, Discord apparently doesn't want me to upload the picture because it says the file type is too big, so I'm just
Well,
gonna.
that's good. Then you won't terrify Kitty even more.
Yeah, but I want to show off the art.
Did you make the art?
Show off-
Yeah,
show
of
off the
course.
art. Show off the art.
It's even better. It looks like it's a zombie.
It's not a zombie.
Yeah.
It is. It might be a little bit clearer once I get the art up. I just have to resize this very quick.
Kitty, don't look.
Too late. I'm looking.
No, I meant the bigger one that Bass is about to post in the art channel.
Oh, I'm gonna look anyway. Do you know me?
I do. I do.
There we go. That one will.
The only thing more potent than my fear is my curiosity.
Oh, that's a big boy.
It looks like a catfish.
It has whiskers.
Look at all those lights on it. It's a
It's so
glowing
pretty.
eel.
Looks like a constellation.
It also has a lot of kind of jellyfish type of tentacles hanging from it. So that's what those tendrils, the beard basically
Did you make
is.
this art just for us, or did you already have it ready?
I made it just for this.
Aww.
Aw.
Oh,
Just to scare you all.
I'm just
Very nice.
deep sea creatures just making me think of that quote. NASA? You mean those cowards who would rather go to space than explore the deep sea?
It's true.
Admittedly, I can't take full credit for creating this, as this whole campaign I was bouncing. Oh, campaign, like it's more than 2 sessions, Jesus. This whole 1-shot/2-shot, I was bouncing ideas off of my friend Wyatt, and he suggested a anglerfish mixed with like an eel and a jellyfish, and I was like, that sounds pretty fucking cool. Sure.
Thanks, Wyatt.
shout out to Wyatt, my man.
Friggin' quiet.
So, with that, we go to Naya, who is, you know what? After the appearance of Agarinza, we're gonna see if she is still about ready to fight or not.
You know what? That's fair.
She is momentarily stunned for the round, as she kind of sees this thing breach the water alongside your ship before disappearing briefly underneath the water once more, and she kind of meets your eye, Molly, with like this frankly fear and terror. And then it's gonna go to our bosun.
Okay. Well, I don't even know what I want to do. Who attacked our navigator?
It was 8 and 6.
Okay, so 6 is dead.
No, 6 is still alive.
No, 6 red.
Yeah, 6 red and 8
Oh,
red.
red. Oh, they're shooting.
Yeah.
They're shooting.
All blue crew have basically surrendered at this point, almost, like all but in word. But the ones marked with the little red circles in the corner are the ones that are still fighting.
But don't worry,
Okay.
6 and 8 are gonna be dead.
Now
I
you guys
mean,
don't
we're
think
all
I'd-
gonna be dead probably.
I'm having a logical, non-emotional reaction to being shot.
Classic. Okay. I really don't want to fight people right now, so I am going to just I'm just gonna cast Thaumaturgy to make my voice really loud and just shout at everybody to just stop fighting. We clearly have a bigger problem. And just like point. And I don't know if I can like convince people to stop.
Yeah,
but
make a
that's what I'm attempting.
persuasion check.
With
Sure.
advantage because of the giant fish. Like,
Nah, those kind of factors just lower or raise the DC. That's all.
oh, okay.
It is literally a bigger problem. No offense, Captain. It is bigger than you.
That is a
plus
16.
Pet him for
Okay.
me. Is he pretty?
As we
That was
get
my action. So
further in the turn order,
Oh,
we'll
sorry,
see the
last thing.
results. Oh,
I will also, with this new threat, drop concentration on Bane.
okay. Sounds good.
Just God. That's it.
All right.
fair.
And then we'll go to the navigator.
Well, I am definitely gonna stop fighting after I deal with the people that shot me.
Logically, it just wouldn't make sense to leave the threats alive. I'm just
I
saying.
mean,
I mean,
They've
you
already
could see
proven
whether
to
or
be-
not.
no,
What?
they shot me.
Okay.
You're not talking me out of this. It's happening.
I feel like
so.
everyone else on the ship I just convinced to do stuff, and I'm like, or he can do whatever he wants. He's just allowed to do anything.
So thunder wave straight above me. Well, on the map, straight above at 8.
Okay.
So that's a Constitution saving throw.
What's the DC?
What is my DC? That's a good question. Oh, it would be 13.
He passes.
Ah. Well, that's disappointing that he doesn't get pushed overboard. But how much damage does he?
Orin's number one tactic. Push them overboard. Doesn't matter how much health they have then.
2d8. And 3 damage halved to 1.
Okay. So he takes
You're proving
one
a point.
damage.
And well, I was gonna do this to 6, but let's see. Okay. Bonus action to change the direction of gust of wind.
Okay.
And then I turn to the captain again and say, Captain, I think if we use... Oh, you figured out how to use it. Excellent.
Excellent.
That's my turn.
Ah, you just stab someone with it. Perfect. You figured it out. If it was anyone else, I would think that was an insult. Ah, you figured out how to use a dagger.
All right, we go to Adrius's turn then.
Am I convinced by that stunning display of bartery? No, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
Alive?
The trick, you just play dead.
So, Adrius, you had fallen to the, I guess, the platform of the crow's nest after that lightning bolt. I know technically you would have death saves, but we're just going to skip that this time around, as essentially you hear that voice once more, even in your unconscious / dead, possibly, state. And it says to you, reclaim it, and I will give you power, life beyond death, anything you can imagine. And you get back up. You still have 0 HP.
Interesting.
Zombies, everybody.
So even if everybody dies, Tony might still make it through this.
define.
Everybody, including Tony.
The curse of the Black Pearl.
And
I'm
that
gonna-
was, just so that Kitty knows, a result of the 2 that she rolled.
Interesting.
Is
So do
that
I
the
have a turn, or is that at the
Yeah,
end?
no, you have your turn.
Okay.
Why not? We'll make it interesting.
Adrius is gonna stand up, look over the side of the crow's nest, look at the giant eel monster, and just kind of cock a smile. And he's going to pull out Boom and fire a real gun down at the captain.
Okay.
20 to hit,
20 to hit. That hits.
9 points of piercing damage.
That brings me to 0. And by that I mean 1.
Because half orc.
I'm gonna start to climb out of the crow's nest.
She falls for dramatic effect before she gets back. It's fine.
I don't know if I would have, because it's 30 feet down. I don't know if I'd have enough movement to get next to the captain here. What do you think I would?
You probably get just down to the mat, like to the top deck.
Would I be able to pick up the item with a, or just to the top deck? Like, I don't know. I guess you would put me. Go ahead and put me where you think I would be. It's a little abstract, so I'm not sure.
I think where your token presently is where you would end up being.
Also, she's not unconscious, so it's still in her hand.
Yeah. Half orc.
In that case, I'm just going to lift my gun up and look around and say to everybody, "It's mine." And that'll be my turn.
All right. And with that, we go to Red Crew, who are going to be rolling.
8 needs a strength saving
Oh,
throw.
yeah. DC still 13?
Yeah.
He passed.
Ah,
8's not having any of your buffoonery.
well, there's no effects on a pass.
Eight just looks really cool.
So
Hair blowing in the wind.
you guys see 7, and I'm on the wrong layer. Not 7. 6 kind of seems to decide that he does not want any of this right now. After all, same thing with 4. They both 4's not like well, yeah, actually 4's gonna disengage from you, Molly, and back away. Actually, probably backs away this way because he doesn't necessarily want to be at the railing when there's a sea monster. 6-2 is kind of backing up this way. 8's apparently really pissed off that you're blowing wind in his face, Orin. He's still gonna fight. And he is going to try and attack you with probably his sword now.
God.
Well, it's difficult terrain to move toward me, which makes no difference when he's
Right.
across a
Yeah.
distance.
That is a
Don't
15 to hit.
Don't think it does anything else. Also, that definitely hits.
Wait, before that happens, seeing that Orin is still getting attacked, I would like to use my reaction to cast silvery barbs at the person attacking him.
Oop. Okay. And that makes him reroll, correct?
Yes, so he has to, so the attacker has to roll a new d20 and use their lower roll.
Okay.
Hopefully it's lower.
He misses then, because he only rolled a 6.
Sweet. And then the second part is...
You can give a d20 roll to somebody else? Is that what it is? Or
Yeah, I
Give
can
advantage to
give someone
somebody else.
advantage on the
Right.
next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Sorry, range is 60 feet.
I think you can.
I guess I'll give it to
anyone.
Orin. Yeah, I guess I'll give it to Orin. I'm not attacking anyone right now, so I feel like it'd be wasted on myself.
Okay. Um, so that'll be the red crew. Blue crew is honestly, at this point, you guys see members of the blue crew begin to drop their weapons. Some of them are backing up. Others just like have this complete look of defeat at the sight of this monster. Um, as they're just like, you can see it just come over them of like, we're not getting out of this. Um, and some of your red crew are also probably like that as well. And after that, it's gonna go to the captain.
Hey, it's my turn. So I know there's a giant eel thing. Do
Yep.
I know what the giant eel thing is?
You know that is Agarinzo from the knowledge imparted to you by the
I haven't
dagger.
said anything.
I said
Right, but
imparted to her
Gaz
by
just
the
clarified.
dagger.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I knew the name, but I didn't know if I knew that was the creature. So that's good to know.
Yeah. You are intimately aware of the connection that this dagger has with the sea monster
I
after
thought you were
Alarming.
completing
down.
First Blood.
I'm a half orc. I'm not down.
Oh, I
Relentless
totally-
endurance. Yeah,
I don't remember you using that, but
it automatically triggers when I hit
no,
0
that's fair. I just
Yeah, no, she said I dropped to 0, which means I have 1 hit point.
oh, it doesn't.
Instead of going to 0, you instead go to 1. Yes, that is exactly how relentless endurance
Oh, I
works.
know how relentless endurance works, but just
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah.
Go on.
That's
Sorry.
good. That's good. So is the creature still above the water or at all, or because I think you said it dove back down, but I don't know for sure.
It dove back down, but like it's just below the surface. It like
Okay.
breached and then fell back into the water.
Okay,
We can
so
see the lights.
Mm-hmm.
seeing some of the crew members starting to drop their weapons and starting to like accept death, Molly is still like, I think this is all like the same 6 seconds almost, right? So like Adrift is like technically climbing down and he says his thing like it's mine,
Yeah.
but coward. But fair. So looking around and seeing people starting to back down, Molly puts on her captain voice and her captain pants that may not sound as effective when I'm just speaking, but she says, she says, this fight isn't over yet. It's barely begun. Pick up your weapons. The only one we need to worry about is that one. And she points at Adrius. She says, I can control the beast. Restrain him, and we'll get this taken care of. And I would like to, I guess everyone's technically already gone. Could I theoretically hold my action, like move forward, like to get in his face, but like hold my action to attack him with the dagger until if and when people attempt to restrain him?
You could. I would say make me a persuasion check first on
Okay.
commanding the crew.
Sure. Persuasion is dirty 20.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can prepare an action to attack once he has been restrained. Though you would have to, I believe, move closer first.
Move in. Yeah. I was saying, like, I'll move no matter what, but I wanted to hold it until someone restrains him, or if no one does, then I'll do this myself. Like, one way or the other, but for dramatic effect, restraints would be cool. Who knows? It might not even work because he's technically dead, but we'll see.
I mean, if you were to attack on your turn, well, let me clarify something to you in message first.
That would be great because that could change my entire dramatic effect.
I'm not ready.
Oh, actually, I'm not going to want to hold my action, am I?
What me? I'm just gonna make all the noise. No one can stop me.
Yeah, you wouldn't get sneak attack.
Please hold. We're not holding an action. But actually, since I think instead of moving closer to attack him, I think that would be my goal is still to get him restrained. But if he does, I would hold instead. I would still hold my action in case he attacks me. So I can use my regular pistol for that, I think. Or I guess it doesn't matter. I'll still move in. Because you have fucking guns.
Yeah.
And the last time
Yeah,
I didn't
dude.
shoot you, you fucking did all this. Bass, do I need to see the thing to do the thing?
No, you don't have to see it.
Okay, then yeah, we're just gonna do it.
But you
move in.
do have to attack on your turn.
On my turn. So yeah. Then she won't call for people to restrain him. She'll just say that all we need to worry about is our master gunner here. I can control the beast. And she's going to come in to attack him. So she'll move in. She will attack with the dagger. And I just have to roll to hit. Let's see what happens. Okay. It would have been real cool if that was a nat 20, but it wasn't. But that's okay. Does a 15 hit?
Does hit.
Okay. So we're gonna.
And you moved in to attack?
I moved into attack, and I'm sorry, I didn't actually move my character token.
Oh, yeah.
I really wish that was a nat 20. That would have been so cool. Okay. All right. So that is 3 plus 3 is 6. And if I moved in to attack him, that means that no one is within range of me. So I get my. Yes.
You cut off, but I believe so, yes. If I'm assuming what you said correctly.
You are assuming what I said. So that is a 6 plus 6. 6 plus 6 is 12 points of damage.
Asterisk.
That's not going to go well.
Question mark.
Okay. What do? How do I do it?
What do you mean? How do you? You just have to decide what you want it to do, and then you tell me the
Okay.
result of your roll.
Right. Well, I rolled a 12.
Okay. Okay. So, what are you trying to command it to do?
I want it to leave.
Okay. So it will roll against your damage.
Yep.
inflicted
I was
upon
really hoping for a nat 20.
Adrius.
12 is
Yeah.
not that great.
Now, was that your? That was your damage, not your 2 hit.
Oh wait. That was my damage. However, I had a plan for this whole time. During my turn, if I make a melee attack against, no, that's not what I want. That thing. Sorry, I have so many different things to look at here. If you hit a target with this, I can choose max damage. I choose
Yes.
max damage.
Okay, so you have 2d6s, so you. So you have 2d6s for your sneak attack, correct? So that would be a
I
max
have
of 12.
2d6s. Yep, 12
And-
for that plus the 6 on the attack.
Okay, so that is a total of 18 then.
Yes.
That it has to be. All right.
Yes.
It's an adventure, guys.
I have so many
Alright.
places to look. I'm so sorry. I have like 4 tabs open. I feel like a DM.
We went on a journey.
DMPC.
It's okay.
So-
We rolled like a 25, so it's fine.
Do you give any verbal like intent of your command, or is this more of like you're willing it silently?
This is I'm gonna be loud about it because I'm trying to make sure this crew respects the fuck out of me if this works.
Okay.
If it doesn't, we'll do the other things. It's fine. We'll all be dead. But like
So you kind of shout your command at Agarenzo to leave this ship alone. And for a moment there is like kind of like a heavy splash as like water is kicked up by its tail. And it seems like it might turn away, and then it does like a U-turn as it did roll a 19. I'm so sorry.
You slimy son of a.
It was close.
damn it.
That's F, dude. That was such a good roll.
But it is really clear that like it's kind of like it had to fight against your will. It was not like it was deliberately feinting you. Like it almost turned away. And is that it for your turn?
I moved in. I attacked. Does a level 3 rogue get to bonus action disengage or not? Not yet.
Level 2, you
I don't
get
think
that.
so.
Yep.
Do I?
Yeah, cunning action is level 2.
All right. So since I haven't used, I don't think I've used my bonus action yet. Have I?
Wait, didn't you just attack somebody with a dagger? Don't you get disengage as a free action then?
I don't know.
Swashbuckler?
I don't.
No, that's mobile.
No. During I can't. It can't make an opportunity attack against me, so I can back up. Yeah.
Never mind.
So I will do so. Not in the look of fleeing, but in the look of you are capable of many things. Actually, you have guns. Do I know, Tony, if you have things other than guns?
I have 2 guns.
Yes, but do you have swords? Would I know from you being on the
honestly,
ship if you have
probably
a sword?
know that I have daggers.
All right, then yeah, we're gonna back up. We're gonna move out of the way just so you can't stab me. So you can do lots of other things, but
You ain't stabbing.
yeah. All right, cool. That's it then, I think, and we'll see what happens, I guess.
Okay, so after you is the priestess. And you see her. Actually, you don't see her immediately because there's a mass between you two.
It's true. It's true. She's just gonna dramatically come around the corner.
Yeah. Also, Tony, you did take that 12 damage. Just, I don't want to make sure that it didn't get lost in that.
You said I have 0 hit points, so
Yeah,
I don't know
you
what
have
to do with that information.
-12, basically.
-12. Okay.
And tell me when you hit your, like,
Negative
yeah.
max.
Yeah,
You got it.
So she begins to step out and she sees Adrius, and kind of, you know what, she's gonna disregard him. And Naya kind of has her eyes on you, Molly, as you did briefly fall, before like getting back up and then trying to command this. And she, this priestess, is going to come up and let's see, real quick.
Things are about to be not okay, everybody.
It's about to change what I was going to do.
You see, she just grabs Naya's face and her hand alights with holy fire.
Oh.
Girl already got scars all over her face. You gotta go for the face again? That's just low, man. That's just low.
I guess technically Naya gets to make a con save. She failed.
It's from behind, so hands just come up from behind her. Like
Blinded by the light.
No.
hopefully not.
It's not enough to down her. But she does take a significant amount of damage. And as she does this, the priestess locks eyes with you, Molly, and goes, anything you could do is too late. And she doesn't say this loudly, and yet you can hear her perfectly, as if she were standing right next to you. And just for fun, Jess, roll a d10.
3.
Roll another d10.
We keep re-rolling.
Actually, hold on. Before you re-roll, let me count which ones we haven't done before.
Good. I'll get a number that you haven't done before.
Roll me a d6, and if it's a 6, just re-roll again because it's an odd number.
1.
Okay. You when she says this, you look across your ship. There are holes in the deck. One of the masts has been completely broken off. There are tatters of your sails just hanging off from the yardarms. It doesn't look the way it should. It looks more like a shipwreck than your ship.
Thanks, I hate it.
The ghost ship.
No, thank you. I pass.
And we go to the surgeon. No one else sees this.
No one else. Oh, no one else sees it. It's just her. Oh,
Yeah.
she loses her whole
And not
mind.
that it matters, but just for fun, I rolled a d20 and I rolled a 13 to pretend that this doesn't affect me. So people might notice that.
Okay. Well then, my turn.
Just had to
Yep.
fucking let the priestess out.
Well, at this point, Kaz is not with the captain, but he's also not with the fish. He's also not with Adrius. I don't know why. See, I put N's.
Andros.
Start making up crap. He's going to move. I don't know. Is there a way he can get to Naya? Or is it too crowded around her?
It might be a little too crowded around her. Between the mast, the priestess, and Orin, and the gust, and everything else.
That makes sense. All right.
They just stand right just north of Orin a little bit. That seems like a good spot to be.
Yeah, no. Kaz is gonna move next to Adrius. Shut up, all of you. And he's going to take an attack. Oh, I don't have my glasses on. Guys, no wonder I'm blind. No joke. I was like, why am I struggling today? He's gonna use his great axe to swing at Adrius. So 4 d12 plus 2. D12. There we go. That is an 18 to hit.
I believe that would hit Adris.
Why are you hitting? I do.
What didn't
And that's
you
going to
do?
be 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
No bonus action at this time. And he will stay put where he's at.
Okay.
What you got, Rune Tooth?
Yeah, man, come here.
Rune Tooth is going to look about at all of this basically happening, and kind of seem like he doesn't entirely know what to do, but seeing that the priestess has just attacked Naya, he is going to try and pull her away from Naya, just because he would also believe that Agarinzo is the bigger problem here, not all of this infighting. Okay, really big man, and he just only barely beat her contested roll.
Hold on 1 second, Bass. Check your DMs here.
Oh,
Just a second.
okay.
She doesn't react to anything, including being moved by force.
Well, before that, because I don't know if this will change what Rune Tooth would have done either. So, Kaz, you cleave down into Adrius, and Adrius, you were already down, but you still were not falling. And even now, as this axe cleaves into you, you don't fall, but both you and everyone else, you look down at yourself and you find you were never alive. You are bones. Your clothes hang off of you in tatters. This axe is just kind of tangled in with your rib cage.
Okay.
And seeing sorry, what was
Does
that?
everyone see that?
Everyone
Or
sees
they
that.
just-
It's not just him, it is everyone.
The whole time?
Sorry, all of us are like this or just Adrius?
Adrius, you all see Adrius is like basically a skeleton with like
Oh,
I
okay.
thought you were saying all of us were skeletons.
Oh yeah, no.
That's what I
Adrius
think.
is
He
a
could be saying
skeleton.
that. He's not saying that yet. None of us have fallen.
We all were starting to think, what was this Pirates of the Caribbean all along?
Yeah.
I did have a brief flash of a ghost hand earlier. I'm just saying.
I even made the reference.
Oh no.
So
Let's start believing in ghost stories. You're in one.
let's see. Let's make a check for Runetooth now, as almost all NPCs will have to start making these checks now. Okay. So Runetooth will continue his original course of action. He attempts to grapple the priestess and just barely manages to kind of like pull her off of Naya. He is presently grappling her. And then it's going to go to the top of the order with Naya, who is also going to make one of these checks. Okay. And she doesn't pause a beat before trying to stab the priestess. So.
Valid.
Yeah, multiple pages here and missing for having to, yeah. What was your AC, Miss Priestess? Low, but still higher than what Naya rolled. Higher on both rolls. Okay. Naya misses stabbing a grappled priestess twice.
To be fair, she just saw a walking skeleton. I would be a little off there too.
It's going to go to the bosun.
Oh shit.
What you got?
All right. Everyone's killing each other. The master gunner is a zombie. There's a giant fish.
Gonna go
Shit's
jump off the
fucked,
other
y'all.
side of the boat.
God, what do you even do in a situation like this? How can we still, okay, I guess I'm too far away to see if the fish is in, like, near the surface, right?
You can at least tell from the noise that it's near the surface. Because you've heard it thrashing in the water.
Okay. But it seems to kind of just be, like, chilling in one spot.
Presently, it hasn't moved enough for me to warrant moving. It seems to be staying close to Molly on one side of the ship or another.
Interesting. Okay. God, I don't know. Fuck it. We'll try it. I'm gonna run or make my way over to the edge of the ship, and we're gonna try and cast. It's not gonna matter. I wish. No, I'm gonna try and cast dissonant whispers on it to just make it go away. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna do anything. It has to do a. Where is it? Wisdom saving throw. DC 14.
Okay. It fails.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. So, well, I wasn't sorry, I wasn't ready for that. So it takes
Rolled like a 12, so
12 psychic damage, and it says must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you.
To the death.
Can I just say that I appreciate that you're using dissonant whispers on an eldritch horror?
It's good, right?
We do
This is
what
how
we
Callie
can.
becomes the new captain. It's fine.
Fight fire
Yeah,
with
Molly's
fire.
like, it's okay, I can control it. It fails, and Callie's just like, can you just go?
Can you
Please.
like not?
Just,
Excuse me, sir.
just leave.
Sir, this is not your boat.
Thanks. Bye.
I think the fun part about this too is that it's not even like the frightened condition or anything. It's just it moves away, because if it was frightened, it'd be
Yeah.
immune to that. So
Just
Yep.
fuck them whispers.
It's just
Yeah, it's just like, ugh, that was weird. I don't like
Like
that.
don't like that. Don't like that in my head at all. Nope, 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 nope.
let
you
me
not?
double check its swim speed,
Oh.
because I do not remember.
It
I'm
just
gonna assume the creature doesn't count as deafened, right? Because then it would auto succeed. But
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be deafened. That'd be dumb.
Swim speed,
That'd
a
be
million
that'd be like
miles!
stupidly like
Freaking
convenient.
85 feet.
And it does that on its turn.
it's a reaction.
no, it
Oh,
has
as
to
a
use it-
reaction. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you,
Okay.
which could just be down to the bottom of the ocean for all we know.
I'm gonna say its swim speed isn't quite that fast. Oh my god, my roll 20 is doing that stupid thing where the cursor keeps jumping. I might have to reload it if it doesn't stop. Okay, there we go. We're just gonna have it move to the side. It's got 60 swim feet speed. That way we can see it and track how far it is. So yeah, it moves 60 feet, 60 whole feet away from you.
Good job, Kelly.
Awesome. And then
And that also does damage. How much damage did you do?
oh, it was 12 psychic damage.
Okay.
3d6.
Congratulations, it's still in the triple digits.
Oh, I wasn't even trying to. I forgot this spell even did damage. I'll be honest. I don't know what else to do. Let's just
Got a
give
bonus action.
inspiration to. Actually, no. I'm gonna hold on to the inspiration. I might need that later. That's my turn.
Okay. All right, it goes to the navigator.
I was really hoping that Runetooth was gonna pull the priestess away from me after all, but oh well. I can still almost do what I was gonna do. I am going to look at the captain and first mate, kind of take in the situation, give 8 a look, kind of be like, "Are you really gonna keep doing this?" I don't know if I get a reaction for them during my turn or if we have to wait to see what happens.
You can make an insight check.
Okay. I suppose I have advantage on that because of silvery barbs, because it's the next d20 I'm rolling, which is good because that was a natural 5, and that became a natural 18 for a 23.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell that 8 is no longer interested in fighting. In fact, it looks like 8 has made a realization of some kind.
Okay. Well, if 8 looks like they're gonna be smart, I'm gonna move the gust of wind away from them before the end of my turn, or stop concentrating on it. We'll see. But okay, yeah, no, I'll still do it like this. I am going to move down to the captain. Oh, and I no longer have silvery barbs. I am going to use a bonus action to change my use my last use of starry form. I'm going to change from the dragon constellation to the chalice. So the primary constellation on my chest changes for anyone who can see that. And then I am going to cast at second level. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on the captain.
So you cast Cure Wounds, and you see
Yeah.
these wounds close. But Molly, you do not recover any health.
Oh,
Ooh.
I hate it. I hate everything.
Ooh.
Guys, we
Well,
are dead.
Why did we
you
pick
were
to
a-
play this on
Same thing over and
Halloween?
over
Why
again.
couldn't we do this on like Valentine's Day or something? Everyone gets a happy ending. It's a date night on the boat.
Well, what
Next
it's worth,
time.
I tried to give you 15 hit points.
I really appreciate that.
Oh, that would have been a
Uh,
good heal.
That would have been such a good heal. You know what?
Yes.
I really appreciate you.
Just in case my turn is not completely useless, the chalice also lets me give another creature within 30 feet a d8, which I was going to give to myself. Do I get my? Do I get 6 hit points back?
Your wounds close, but you don't recover health.
No.
Guys, I
No.
hate this.
That was my only.
I
Now my
feel
starry
like-
form does nothing. Okay. Who needs this? I don't have any more second level spell slots. Yeah, I know it's going to be a problem if I leave it, so I'm going to stop concentrating on Gust of Wind.
Okay. Is that it for your turn?
Yes, I was just going to run up to the captain, heal her and myself was the plan, and just comment, well, I was going to tell you the revelation I had discovered, but I think we're all good on that account, so good luck with the sea serpent. And that's my turn.
What?
Oh, Orin.
I came running up here to tell people, hey, I figured out what the relic is for. And now the captain already knows. So
You
So,
could still tell people, but that's okay.
so we go to the Master Gunner, and Adrius, as you look down at your form, and realize that you are in fact dead. You simply forgot about it.
Just in my mind.
You are no longer under the same inclination as before. You don't
Interesting.
hear that voice. It's like your head has been cleared.
literally.
Guys, all we needed to do was die.
Was that all? My mistake.
And I'm
I'll be
gonna
honest,
Line up.
I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about who Adrius was before this. So,
I'm gonna send you a small quick message.
okay.
You get your backstory now. You're a real one.
Does he still hate everybody whose token is not red?
Maybe, I don't know. That's up to him.
Adrius, led by all, often called the nicest guy on the ship. Never harmed a fly.
I would actually love it
Nobody
if that
knows what he
was.
got into guns.
He's Uncle Art. Uncle
We're
Art,
actually
Uncle
none of
Art.
us are pirates. We're all just like a merchant crew. It's
We all just had peyote and we didn't realize the peyote and we're all having a bad trip together.
It's okay.
Enough to
Maybe
start
we'll
killing each other.
all realize that we're all dead, and then afterwards we'll all wake up and just realize it was a really bad cursed dream.
it's a great curse stream. I'm just sitting here
It's
being
so
like,
well.
man, look at this, everyone. Callie's one goal is to survive. Oh, the irony.
So
Oh no!
I never said my chances were good.
so I have an out of character question for the DM.
What?
If I had attempted cure wounds earlier in the game, would it have possibly worked depending
No.
on the timing?
It never would have worked.
I've been had.
He does
He's
sound
like,
upset
I'll
about
give
it,
you
so he's
guys
like,
some clerics. Have fun.
Casimir also has like healing kits that would have had the same effect
I was-
essentially.
I
Look
was
at
gonna
this,
say
a surgeon who can't heal any of us.
useless. I'm
in
useless.
in hindsight, it makes perfect sense that I, as a bard, had no healing spells prepared. It's
I
like,
think
don't need any.
I think the navigator was the only one that I gave healing spells to, and then there are also the healing kits that Casimir had.
Yeah, you gave me a
Who's
healing
this?
spell, and you gave me wind spells that don't move the ship.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a cursed
Andreas.
existence, really.
Stands there with his gun bolt, the spellcasting focus pointing at the captain with the axe in his chest, and he looks down, and you hear the sound of bones rattling. And he looks up, and he just pushes the axe out of him, and he turns to the captain and he says, "I'm sorry, Captain." And then he puts away Bolt, pulls out his other gun, boom. "I'll see you next time." And he shoots himself in the head.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
See you next time. Oh man, what happens? What happens?
Hmm. um. So is your
Pass
goal
out
to
from
shatter
shock.
the skull here?
Yes.
I think that if I am reading this situation correctly, you do what you aim to do, and Adrius, well, he doesn't pass on, but
What a TM thing
for
to
this
say.
cycle, he's done.
What is this, lava or some shit?
Bones rattling to the ground.
Next time.
Adrius is the only one who remembers the 12,000 time loops that we've been repeating over and over.
Guys, we're
God, is that
playing
like your
Deathloop.
voices.
That is the
Adrius
worst type of
is the
existence.
Groundhog Day.
And we go to
This is
the Red
like
Crew,
Groundhog Day. Oh,
where you start to see, well, both Red and Blue Crew. We're just gonna treat them as one turn now. They all begin to like drop their weapons, and before it was in this kind of despondence, and now it's kind of just in acceptance that there is, especially as they see Adrius do this, and you start to see a lot of them begin to turn translucent, ghost-like. Some of them are skeletal, as you find that all the crew around you were never alive. But they seem to have accepted that they are, in fact, dead. And we go to the captain.
She looks around at. Did Adrius leave bones behind, or he just disappear?
His bones scattered across the deck.
All right. So, like, in dramatic fashion, she sees the crew members starting to turn ghostly. She probably has, like, a femur roll up and, like, hit her in the toe of her boot.
he's watching it.
Just, if they're rolling around, there's probably one her way. And she just stares down at it, and she stares down around the crew, and then her eyes lock on the priestess. And I think so. The priestess is being grappled by
Runetooth presently.
Runetooth, and there are people in my way. Do I have the ability, the movement speed, to get through people and up to the priestess?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do I have the movement speed to get through people and up to the priestess?
I believe you have a bonus action dash at your disposal.
So one way or another,
so...
yes. All right, cool. So then she's gonna march up, and she, despite whatever is in her head right now, she is fierce. She's angry, but she is like calm. Like, she does not look like she's panicking in this moment, but she marches up to the priestess, and Runetooth has her grapple, and she just takes the dagger and she like puts it against, like without drawing blood, but she just like puts it up to the priestess's neck, like a point under the chin, and she just kind of looks at her and growls, "What do you know? What are you doing?"
It's not about what I'm doing, it's about what has been done. And you did it to yourself ages ago.
You're lying.
You made a choice when you stepped into the temple.
How does this end?
This cycle? This day?
Just stares at her. How does this end?
She looks at you like she had spoken to Casimir of the pity. And you see it in her eyes now a little bit, and it's pity mixed with disappointment almost. Whether that disappointment is in you or this situation, you don't know. But she responds, honestly, Molly, I don't know. I would like to be free of this torment as much as you.
How long has it been?
More than a few years, I know that much. How many, I can't say. I stopped counting.
Out of character, guys. This woman has lived in a brig more years than she can remember. That sucks.
Literally being beaten and being stitched up over and over. Oh my god.
So she's Nagato in this situation.
I think that Molly just continues to look angry. I think like to the point of like the dagger is still at under her chin, and I think it's to the point where like her grip is so tight on the dagger that it's like shaking against like her chin. Not out of fear, but just out of anger and frustration at all of this. And she just says, no. And I think, is the creature still away from us?
It moved 60 feet away from Calliope, but you don't know that'll stay away.
No, yeah, but I meant like it's still like.
It's where its
60
token was
feet.
last moved, yeah.
Okay, cool. Target sacrifices a pile of bones on the ground. Rest of the crew are bones and ghostly forms. This sucks. Okay, that's fine.
You have a seemingly living person right in front of you.
I know. It's gonna be great. Just was like, man, all my easier targets are disappeared. All right. We're gonna Bast, I'm gonna send you a question.
Okay.
Sorry, this is really boring for Andy on the stream.
15 solid seconds of silence.
Just the sound of silence.
You would not have to roll to hit. I mean,
Okay.
if you're not resisting.
Oh. Oh.
Can you sneak attack against that?
No. I'm just gonna say no.
You're gonna sneak attack yourself.
I wanted to try.
I don't think you can surprise yourself.
Be betrayed again.
You just have to move so there's nobody around you. And then it's just you, your target, and nobody else.
Split personality. Split personality disorder. Playing chess with yourself.
Oh man. All right, never mind then. That won't work.
Well,
Sorry for the
well,
extended
wait,
silence for no reason.
wait. No.
What?
We can always throw away the rules if it's gonna be cool. So here's my question.
Valid.
Here's my question. If you're going to command Agarenza as a result of this, what is your command?
My command was going to be I don't know exactly how much control I would have.
Devour her.
No. My command would be let this be the last cycle and leave us be.
And how many hit points would you sacrifice for that?
Well,
I know you only
when
have
I go to 0.
Yeah, no, I know you only have one right now. But keeping in mind that you can go to negative.
I can go to my maximum negative. Basically. I'm just asking, so I could. How many would it be if I went to 1 below maximum? I don't know if 1 and 0 count as 2.
That would probably just be like 2 HP, 2 damage.
No, like so 2 and then like to okay, so
Yeah.
like if I went to negative 20, I meant. Would that be 23 or would that just be
So you're
negative
at
20?
1 HP, so I would say if you go to like the jump from 1 to -1 would just be 2 damage. So just
Okay.
add 1 to
So
whatever.
0
Yeah.
counts.
Okay, so
it's
so
not
then it
your
would be
health when it was full.
right, so it would be oh, I'm so bad at this. Highest number I could normally be is a 21. If I want to go to -20 and I'm at 1, is
22,
that 22?
22, yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you just add
Or no,
1. Or
Yeah,
keep
0
or
to
21. No, it's 21. 21.
21.
21. Okay.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you go to 0 is 1, and then you go to -20 is another 20.
Gotcha.
So are you trying to have, if we're counting your negative hit points, it's just your hit points. Are you trying to have 1 hit point left?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be cooler to go to 0, but I am a fucking coward.
I'm gonna make sure this works. If it works, I want to be alive.
I mean, Adrius was still around and talking.
Would you
Yeah, I
like
know.
to make...
Do you want to be a skeleton or a zombie?
No. Do you want to make, before you decide exactly how many hit points you want to sacrifice, would you want to make a, we'll say, insight check on this curse?
Sure.
Because this curse was originally cast by someone, so it's kind of like you're inciting what the motivation here is.
All right. That insight is a dirty 20.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Becky.
The lesson here is don't be a dick.
Don't be a pirate.
Man, pirates are the worst. Who likes
That's the wrong
pirates?
profession.
Pirates.
Fine.
And I'll say that this, like, you're having this realization as you are actively, like, probably hurting yourself. With
Doing
this. Yeah.
All right. So then, but is it safe to say I can try to go through with this?
Yeah, you could go through with this.
All right. So then, everyone else would see Molly, the dagger at the chin, and she just fiercely is like, no, this ends here. And she, like, steps away, just for the sake of, like, whatever. I now have sneak attack, whatever. But she steps away to kind of, like, put herself distant-wise from everybody. And she very loudly proclaims to Agarinzo, let this be the last cycle. And she stabs herself once. And then it's as if she's thinking about ending it there. And then she finishes and says, let this be the end. Leave us be. And then she stabs herself a second time.
Did she
And
just sacrifice herself?
and
We'll
then
find
we'll go
out.
all the way.
I would say as you fall below 0 HP, with the knowledge that you have, you don't, like, crumple. There's no farce of death in Undeath, as there was with Adrius, where he thought he was dead for a moment. And as you continue, it's like that you all see Molly's form begin to become, like, spectral. Like, it's kind of like her living form is spectrally overlaid this skeleton and tattered, like, vestments and everything. And I would say that as the dagger fully plunges a second time, you all begin to see what Molly has been seeing for about the last round now, of the tattered sails, the broken ship. And you see even more beyond that. You see that you are underwater and have been for some time. You see creatures swim past, and how far from you can't entirely tell, as it's very dark wherever you are. You're very far below the surface, and you do see these lights circling the ship, wanting to get the tooth and never being able to get close enough. And then they swim off as Molly gives that last order, and her skeleton kind of collapses across the deck. And I would say at this point, a lot of you are beginning to have, well, not a lot of you, all of you are having the same realization that you have all been dead for quite some time, centuries maybe. this ship sank as it was attacked by Agarinzo, and you all had this final conflict with each other and with the priestess. The one thing that you didn't quite remember is that the way that this was supposed to go was that Molly was supposed to plunge the dagger into the priestess as she tried to command Agarinzo to leave. And with her dying breath, the priestess cursed you all to live in this eternal punishment. And when Molly instead plunges it into herself, the priestess looks surprised for the first time. And there's like a faint, almost smile on her face, almost the glee of seeing Molly die, but also like relief. She hated Molly, just to clarify. She hated Molly so much. And then her form also just dissipates. And I would say at that point, you all finally go to your final rest. Grim, sorry, sad.
If I may, I had a final moment for Orin that is very applicable.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me what your
It is.
final moments are like.
So Orin, taking all of this in, he just, with his usual expression, looks to Calliope. I finally found it. I know the secret. Nothing ever mattered in the first place.
Holy cow.
That's fucked.
And then he disappears into a constellation of scattering stars.
He becomes his own constellation. Guys, there's the new constellation Orin, and he's right there.
I feel like seeing all of this go down and like before like she finally also fades out, the last thing Calliope would say is just, "Oh fuck." Like, what more is there at that point?
How about you, Casimir?
That was great.
I'm trying to decide how much of a distant relative he is of Ix right now, because clearly.
That's why I was like, don't make it her father.
Yeah, she would have got back, and her dad would have been gone forever, and she would have no fucking clue. Oh god.
You made it sound like this is her uncle.
She was gonna make it her
I
uncle.
was gonna make it, but if it's been years, this has got to be a distant,
Centuries
like,
even?
ancient
Well, I mean,
relative.
What if
It could have been her
What if he's
uncle,
got-
and this is his final days.
Yeah, this could be centuries from Netherdeep. So
You know what? That makes sense. Yeah.
This
I
was
like
the
that.
real Netherdeep.
or maybe her
along.
uncle is like named after this person. It's like,
What are Kaz's final moments as he gets to finally see Molly die and then die?
Finally
Well,
get off the ship.
in that moment of realizing that we're dead, it didn't matter. He was questioning how much of his memory is true and how much of it was fabricated. Was the slights that he felt actually slights that happened that he carried into the afterlife, or was that
they
given to
are
him?
true. And I would actually
Okay.
say that as for everyone else, I don't know if you had like fleshed out your backstories for everybody else, but Casimir, you had people you cared for dearly that
Okay,
you
so that was real.
that you were unable to reunite with for these last several centuries, that you're stuck in this, eternal damnation almost. But now you can finally rest and
Oh, yeah. Have peace
reunite
for
with
sure.
those people, with those spirits. And in fact, the words that you heard, the "what are you waiting for," take on a different meaning of why are you waiting to pass over.
Aw. he would just calmly waste away. He would just let himself go. He would follow their voices.
Well, that was excellent, Past. Thank you.
So
Holy
good.
shit. Damn.
I was very
It's like,
nervous
you were
about that
never
twist.
destined for happy endings. Never.
It's impossible.
That was so tragic, but so good.
Jess, I want you to know I never meant to hurt you.
Oh, it's okay. I absolutely would have taken you the fuck out.
I was halfway there.
So yeah,
I
I
got
felt
you there, and then you
I
popped
felt-
back up.
I felt less bad blasting you off the side of the ship, knowing that you had a teleport spell.
I got to use it.
You're
You
welcome.
knew what you were doing.
You're
Uh.
welcome. Also, I have to say, it was just a thing I put, like, I think it was my ideal or my bond, I think, that I was looking for enlightenment out at sea and it kept eluding me. Nobody, like, came anywhere close to figuring out what my secret from the DM was, and that surprises the heck out of me.
Yeah, I was going to
love
bring
it.
that up more. It was that he was the one who fucked up in the first place on the navigation. He's the reason that you're stranded in the windless seas.
Oh,
You monster.
And I was going
Took
to,
a left instead of a right.
if for instance Orin had left his maps out, like in Calliope had stayed down below, I would have had Calliope make a check to look at those maps
Oh.
and figure it out. And there was also a point where I was
Interesting.
considering having the crew throw suspicion onto the navigator as well, but admittedly I just simply forgot. So
Okay. The crew was already pretty pissed at a bunch of other people, so
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it makes sense.
I got the sense this was the assumption I made, so I got the sense that like maybe the crew might have assumed the same thing, and like everyone was already getting like wigged out by like sea monsters and like curses and like, oh, we robbed a temple. So I'm like, maybe we just got fucking cursed to lose our way. Like that's probably what happened.
We lost our way, all right.
I had fun thinking up of misdirects. And that's why I'm like, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. We can figure that out when we get out of here.
Great. I
Don't
am.
blame the captain.
I can't even be mad because Callie would have done the exact same thing.
Callie's secret also didn't come up, admittedly.
Yeah, I want to know what Callie's
Oh,
secret
yeah,
was.
what's Callie's secret?
I feel like her secret compared to everyone else is like so irrelevant, but basically her secret was that she was skimming off the supplies and like cashing away like stuff just for herself.
3 days
Oh,
left, and by
skimming
3 I mean
shit
I've got
on a
3 more in my
pirate
bedroom.
Yeah.
It probably didn't matter for anything, but I mentioned to Bast, I think between sessions, that I was staying up all night trying to look at the lights at night to make my comparisons to my star charts, and I'm probably part of the reason the coffee ran out so fast.
I love that. I love that flavor check.
I did have a side plan because I didn't know how the mutiny stuff was gonna play out, and like I didn't know if we were gonna like have a fight and then somebody was gonna get like, you know, like restrained and we were gonna have like a whole like trial or whatever. So I had it in my back pocket that if things came down to it, I could use the whole like skimming supplies thing as a thing to pin on whoever lost as like further fuel to be like, yeah, we should totally get rid of that person. They're a shit.
Look what I found out.
Also, I appreciate that you let me talk you into giving me like advantage and bardic inspiration, and then everything I did was a saving throw.
You can use
Yeah.
that. You can use bardic inspiration on saves, right?
Oh yeah, I should have used the inspiration on that insight check. So yeah, my insight was a 27. I don't even remember who I was inciting. Probably number 8.
I think so, yeah.
Through that guy.
One thing that I this is the one thing I'm kind of annoyed with myself. I kept forgetting that I could have used my bardic inspiration to subtract from saving throws other people were making against me. And I would always I would always remember that after I had already done the thing. I was like, damn it.
course, then
Still worked
Tony
out.
goes and rolls a
out.
25 or whatever.
Yeah,
on his
right.
charisma.
It wouldn't have worked. Yeah.
Dude.
So, who, like, what was everyone else's secret then?
Kaz's
Well,
secret, you guys pretty much already know, is he was a merchant before he was ever a pirate. His ship got boarded by Molly, her first mate. And of course, the older crew, they killed everybody on the ship except for Kaz because he's a surgeon and those are rare on the sea, if you will. So he wasn't given the option, the plank or the sword. So he was pretty much kept as, I wouldn't say a servant, but a prisoner.
Like, you
And
belong
he,
to us now.
yeah, so he
Indentured
always
servitude
hated.
kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the only person he really befriended was Runetooth, even though he was part of the original crew. Kaz knew that he didn't have anything to do with it, and he was the only person that he really confided in for that reason. And he kept that flag from his old ship.
And that's why he
let's
was
be
so
real,
pissed.
Runetooth is an eye guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Rune Tooth is pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
that's
cool
why
guy.
Kaz was
Runetooth
so
didn't
angry.
deserve to be at the bottom of the ocean.
He was a good boy.
Saddest about. Runetooth deserved a happy retirement on a tropical island.
What was Adrius's?
Well, it was that he was hearing the voices, friends and loved ones. But as Bast had said one time, there was a voice that did rise above all of them, promising riches, power, whatever he desires. Then it's that I only need to give it what it wants. And that was actually what I had decided for Adrius before anything else. Was like, I'm going to play him that he wants to give it what it wants. There's not going to be a moral dilemma, nothing. He wants to do this. And then I found that picture, and I'm like, his whole personality is based on that picture and the fact that he wants to give this thing what it wants. So that's where Adrius came from.
I am both saddened and not that nobody actually tried to get physical in terms of taking the relic off the captain, because I was basically under compulsion to not give it up to anyone or anything for any reason.
I
Okay.
would have asked for it if the mutiny was not already happening.
Wouldn't have given it to you.
I messaged Bast this afternoon, I think.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, I figured out what my plan is, except there's a mutiny going on. I was gonna be like, oh, we just need the priestess to see if she knows how to use the dagger, and then see what she can do. And then I'm like, he's not thinking any further than that. So if she like destroys the entire crew, I would not be surprised. But we'll see what happens. Bast is like, well, we'll see how that goes.
I won't lie.
I was-
If she had been given the dagger by some means, or if she'd taken it by some means, she probably would have commanded Agarinzo to sink the ship. And that would have just been an ending. So
An ending,
Yeah.
yeah.
Started another cycle or something.
yeah.
I would have done that as the player, fully expecting something like that to go down. But Orin is like, oh, I know how to fix this.
I was like, because Orin didn't say anything about like when he had the realization about like the sea snake and all that stuff. He didn't really say anything about it, so like I in character couldn't act on it. But I had this thought that like if Callie had known about that story, then like I think she would have made the connection that like, oh, the dagger is probably the tooth that was stolen. And I feel like I would have tried to like use suggestion on the captain to like hand over the dagger and then just fucking chucked it into the ocean and be like, maybe that'll fix it.
I also had
been worse.
a plan for that. If you had thrown the dagger into the ocean, which is also what the Master Gunner would have technically have wanted to do if he had obtained it, that would have just given Agarinzo free reign to do whatever he wanted and would have resulted in him attacking you guys directly. He had a stat block and everything. So
what you're saying is, as sad as it is, we technically got the best ending.
yeah, you did actually.
Yay.
Yeah,
First try.
things that I
First
yeah, we just play this one shot every Halloween until we get it right and figure it out. That's what happens. But I think it's kind of fun. I sent a quote to Bast and Kitty when I was trying to figure out like who my character was a little bit. And it just kind of came full circle, which was kind of neat. And when I was figuring out her personality as like an ideal, or said, I got tired of people wanting me to prove I was good enough, so I proved I was better. And
Nice.
so it ends with the priestess looking at Molly in pity about this concept of you've been doing the wrong thing for centuries, and Molly finally being like, no, I will be better than that. Full circle.
Personally, the
She's
way
a slow learner.
I interpret the priestess too is that it wasn't even something you were meant to learn from. Like, it was more of like she intended for all of you to be punished, except like maybe after like, you know, 200 days of this, she was like, I regret this. I regret this. This is as much of a torture for me as well, but I'm stuck here. So
Yeah.
I don't need it to be a lesson. I'm just saying that
That was
it came full circle there.
So like her whole thing about like there's nothing you can do, there's no point, is just because she had no faith that like Molly would change ever.
yeah.
Joke's on you, bitch! No, I did try to.
I mean, okay, let's be honest though. How long did it take? How many hundreds of
Centuries.
years did it take?
Listen, all right, things happen. Sometimes people are slower than others. Also, every
Sometimes
8 days,
it
I
goes
have to deal
quicker.
with a fucking mutiny. Like, doesn't leave a lot of time for self-reflection.
Personally, I don't even see it as like you guys are repeating the full 8 days. I think it was like you were just repeating that last day again and again
Oh,
and
that's
again.
even
Yeah.
With just-
worse. No.
I still think it was great. I'm still sad that we're all
That was
dead
fun.
because that means there's no future, but there is a past. So backtrack a few years and bam, we all know we end in tragedy.
Wow, Baz, that was
Well,
awesome.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And for
I-
coming up with that in a week, good job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
Nice.
was really.
And
Yeah.
painting a
Really good.
scary eelfish? Thanks. That
I
was
don't
awesome.
I don't honestly know how I did all of it either.
Beautifully, that's how.
So good.
Just awesome.
And I enjoyed playing this character in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed getting to play with you guys. It was fun.
Yeah. Guest
Thank you
starring.
for
That was
being our
great.
special guest.
Great.
All right,
And then
guys,
I'll
we
just
can
go back
Baz.
to being a cat face after.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Heather.
Good night.
Everyone.
Yeah, have a good night, everybody.